Pistons Hawks came down to a dagger with 1.6 seconds remaining in Detroit. Atlanta's Trae Young hit it and then did a little step over his defender as well. The Pistons did get one more chance after that. Mark Champion on the call. That was the decider, even with Cade Cunningham putting up 30 points, 14 assists, and endless alley-oops to Jalen Duren. 132-130 the final score. Detroit back to 500 at 25-25. They'll play again tomorrow night against the rolling Cavaliers at LCA. Meanwhile, the Wings are red hot and sitting in a playoff spot of their own. Tied with Columbus as the wild card at the moment. After winning 6 straight games, they will wrap up their road trip with a late one in Seattle tonight. Detroit hasn't given up more than 2 goals since January 19th. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
So it doesn't always work out this way, but today's show has a theme. Good morning, 97.1, Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. We've got Gov and Greg behind the glass. It's a Tuesday, which means 2 Grand Slam. 7:25. The theme for today's show, dreams.
Oh, boy.
There are Lions fans with a dream. Miles Garrett, maybe it's a reality. We'll get to it. It's going to be a huge part of what we do on the show today. I think this is a huge conversation piece right now in the city of Detroit with Miles Garrett demanding a trade. Heather had a dream involving one of her coworkers. And John,
Oh, boy.
John, you walked up and heard some of the conversation with, quote, some hand-holding and making out.
Yeah, and I'm curious. I haven't heard all the details, so when we get to this, I don't know if I'm excited, worried, or... What time are we doing this?
That's in the 8 o'clock hour.
Okay, all right.
But I'm just setting the
Lisa
scene.
should be back home. What's Kelsey doing at that time, just in case?
She won't be listening.
Okay, all right. Clear.
We'll reveal who the coworker is.
I don't know if I'm clear because I'm sure Colin will be listening. So
pull the pin and throw that grenade.
Yep. So that's going to be part of the deal here today. And I woke up with a very specific Detroit sports feeling. I woke up yesterday from a nap, as I like to take during the day.
Oh, well, good for you.
Does it make you jealous when I say that? Like the
No.
life of a parent because you guys can't take naps? Is that what it is?
No, it's the life of a working individual.
Oh,
who,
you get up early.
Can't take
Come
naps.
on.
Yeah, no, not at all. I wake up every once in a while, like usually once a month, once every other month. I'll take a nap, and I have FOMO, fear of missing out. And I wake up and I'm like, wait, what should I have been doing? What did I miss out on? That's part of why I don't take naps. So please proceed with your nap time. Do you have a noisemaker? Do you have like
One of those like sound makers?
Yeah.
I like those.
a sound machine, guys.
Yeah.
Not a noise maker.
I know
It's
what
a
you mean. They make like white
noisemaker,
noise.
yeah.
Party toy.
Yeah. No, we'll get to the dreams later. Talking about toys at parties.
Well, hey.
What kind of parties you talking about, Sean? But I woke up.
Again, never mind.
Sometimes the people who do take naps know this feeling. Sometimes you wake up and you're like, what day is it? What time
Yes.
is it? Is the sun out? Did I oversleep? Did I miss the next day's work? None of that. I woke up with clarity. And I woke up with this belief that the Tigers will end up with Alex Bregman, and it will happen before spring training begins on February 22nd.
Ooh. Little premonition?
It's a premonition. And it really crystallized for me. They signed Jack Flaherty yesterday.
Which I'm still really excited about.
Me too.
Oddly enough, I woke up this morning, not with any kind of dream that you guys are talking about, just excited, a little bit more excited about signing Jack Flaherty and what that means. The fact that they're spending a little bit of money and they're putting together a roster focused mainly on the pitching staff, but TBD with possible Alex Bregman.
I think it's inevitable is kind of how I felt because Flaherty was a good ad. And I don't think they're done. And they outlined everything they wanted to do this offseason, and Bregman is the last piece. They've been linked to him the entire time. They've bypassed other options that would have addressed third base or, prominent right-handed bat. They've left the door open to Bregman, and they've excluded all these other guys who have since signed. What we've noticed in the reporting is, well, Toronto's in, then they're out. Boston's in, but only for so many years, and they may be out. The Cubs, are they even in? We're not sure. Houston was in, then they're out. Maybe they're back in, but only if Altuve switches positions and they can convince him to. The Tigers have been the steady in all of this.
Yes.
It feels inevitable. Now, why by spring training? Because you do got to get in. You got to get your sea legs under you. You do need to get into a little bit of a groove here. I think pitchers and catchers will report in 8 days, John, as you remind us daily via email.
Oh, yeah.
And I think shortly thereafter,
T-minus 18 days.
if not sooner, Alex Bregman will be a Detroit Tiger.
I like the way that you woke up with that this morning, or from your nap.
Yeah.
And
Now, to be clear, there was no hand-holding or making out in my dream. But
I think most listeners would think that. I mean, last year it was Chapman that you would have held his hand, and
I walked him all the way into the ballpark.
Sure, and now it's Alex Bregman. I'm like
Arm in arm.
This is the dreams of sports radio hosts.
I just want my team to be good, guys.
So what is he signed for? Was there any details?
No, there weren't.
No, just that and honestly, the details, just work them out. It doesn't matter to us.
Are you someone who remembers everything in your dream? Because I don't. Very quickly, it fades away.
I don't know even the last time I had a dream where I woke up and I'm like, I had a dream.
It's very rare for me as well. That's why I remember this one.
She came in all excited.
Yeah.
This may be a
this
topic.
This one stands out, yeah.
Let me tell you about this dream.
But I don't know.
I'm very excited to hear about this.
But for Bregman, 5 years, sound right?
Get it done.
5 years, 165.
Sign it.
Done. And Scott Harris gets paraded around as a great executive because I think the Flaherty move was a great move.
Oh, it was a great move. You trade him. You get Trey Sweeney. You get a bat for the future, and he goes off and gets his World Series for his hometown team, and then you get a chance to re-sign him, and you do.
So it's a renewed confidence in Scott Harris, and it's all the reporting after Flaherty was they're not done. They're not out. Still in play. Very much in on Bregman. And I texted one of the beat writers, Evan Petzold, who posts stuff all the time, and I go, I'm feeling good about this. What percentage would you put on this? And he didn't give me a number, but I started throwing out big numbers, and he kept giving me thumbs up. I think the belief is this will happen, that Alex Bregman will be a Detroit Tiger. Exciting. Last night, the Pistons
Does it make you feel bad at all?
Oh, no.
About dogging Scott Harris as much as you did, that you didn't let it play out? I mean, it's an off season, and we know in baseball it doesn't happen overnight.
It doesn't happen overnight. I feel like I've maintained a level of
have you
just go get it done. At times, there's been doubt.
There's been times there's been doubt. That's how we're going to frame this now.
An understatement, maybe. At times,
does it take back one of the strikes? Let's bring up that bit.
I think he's back down to one. All said and done here, right?
Oh, it's a check swing.
Yeah.
Oh.
Look, that's the beauty of this. You make good moves, we say nice things. You don't add good baseball players, and it's a very different tone. If he signs with Boston tomorrow, we're going to have a very different tone. If he's playing for Houston, it's going to be frustrating, especially if he takes less.
You're taking away, hey, you check down to first base, check swing. All right, you take away a strike. How about for ownership? I mean,
Sure, depending on how many dollars are allocated, because a lot of these are short commitments.
No. How many dollars are allocated? Like if Bregman if they get it done, like we have been, and our listeners have been right along with us, and rightfully so, concerned about the purse strings.
Yeah,
all of a sudden they do get it done. I mean, is there any moment of maybe it was a little hard on them?
Sure, because if they get it done, their payroll's likely to be in the top half of baseball. Not quite top 10, but top half of baseball. Okay. A real honest push
and
to capitalize off of last season. Yeah, absolutely.
Paying to play.
What a concept. John, I can't wait to do those shows. Come over here, Chris.
Yeah. Let's hold hands.
248-539-9797. The theme of the show today is dreams. Again, we'll get to Heather's dream. We'll get to the dream many Lions fans have of Miles Garrett. That's coming up at 6:35 We're going to talk about it, people, because he wants out of Cleveland. We'll touch on what happened last night with the Pistons. That's coming up next. It's 97.1.
Hey, we're all strong on this planet. That's the theme for Planet Fitness, and it's a very clean environment to go work out. It's a very inviting environment to go work out. In fact, it's so inviting that if you have the Black Card membership, you can actually take a guest with you every single day, and it doesn't have to be the same guest if you don't like working out alone. The Black Card is how you got to get there. If you just want to get in the door, it's $1 down. It's $15 a month, and just think about different reasons why we want to work out. And it's just getting into the gym, getting there, and starting the process. For me, it's about being able to do all of the fun things that my kids do. I've got 5 of them. I've got one in college. I've got one that's 3 years old, and they're all into different things. And I want to make sure that I am healthy enough and able to get on the floor and play with Teddy and be able to get up and have, play basketball with Ruby, or, a softball or baseball with a couple of the other kids. So find out what it is that motivates you. Get into the gym, $1 down, $15 a month. And if you're 18 years or older, sign up anytime you want. 13 or 17, make sure you take mom or dad with you or a guardian. You can get in the door and you can feel your strongest, best self this year. The Black Card membership I already mentioned, unlimited guest privileges, unlimited you could go to any Planet Fitness around the country. They're all there. Find your nearest club and join today, in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. That's Planet Fitness.
The subtleties of one Greg Hargrave. Good morning, 97.1. I woke up feeling a very specific Detroit sports feeling.
Heather, how'd you wake up?
More on that later.
Yeah.
A dream involving a coworker.
Uh-oh.
I woke up feeling that Alex Bregman will be a Tiger before spring training, February 22nd. Every other team has been in and then out and then in. Leverage. Who knows? Detroit's the constant. And even after the Flaherty deal, there's renewed confidence. They've bypassed all the other options. They're laser focused. It feels inevitable that Bregman will be a Tiger. Who knows what it means? It's just how I woke up feeling.
Well, I tell you what, I wish I could feel that way every time I wake up. And just excited. And there is a lot of excitement about all of our sports teams. A little depressed about the way the Lions ended, but certainly the Tigers season gives you reason to go into the offseason with some excitement. Wake up kind of excited about the Tigers. Wings, hey, they're on a roll. Like, excited about that. Can they make it 7 in a row tonight?
Be great.
Get 8 before the break. And the Pistons, all right. Last night, tough loss. And it's even tougher when the guy hits the winning shot and then steps over the defender. You may not wake up feeling great about the night, but I do think you have to feel good about where the Pistons are, what they're doing, and where they're at in the standings.
Yeah, they did not play their game yesterday. I don't think you want to play a game in the 130s with Atlanta.
No.
I mean, that's their game. And at the end of the game, it's Trae Young, and they get the switch. I think that you wanted Asar Thompson on Trae Young, and you get the switch, and it's Beasley, who I thought did an okay job. It's a step back. It's Trae Young. He hits it. And then Detroit's in a position at the end there where they only have a second left. And it looked like, first of all, I don't know why you go to Tobias. I don't know why it's not Duren at the rim. But with 1 second, they were just not on the same page, and they lose. And they lose a game that, honestly, John, they deserve to lose. Their second quarters when things unraveled, and they didn't fight from start to finish. They fought, but not from start to finish, and they didn't deserve to win that game.
No, it was disappointing. And it was one of those where, especially if you start to look at the standings, and they're in a solid position for the play-in, but they were one above 500, and you're thinking, okay, let's just stack a couple of wins together so that you can create a little buffer and stay above 500. Nope, they lose. Now they're right back at 500.
Did you notice, and you had to listen a little in for it, we may have a new chant that's replaced the golf chant.
Oh, no, I didn't hear that.
MVP.
Oh.
When Cade gets to the free throw line. 2 of the last 3 games, he's got an MVP chance. No, he's not going to win it, but I think it's the crowd showing that he's gone to another level, right?
And
he had 9 assists. I think it was 8 or 9 assists in the first half. I mean, he was dialed in.
And even before the Lions lost, like that was, what was the chant going to be at the LCA for whether it's the Pistons, the Wings, and what will it be when the Tigers finally take the field? It's the Jared Goff chants were fun for a time. I think they got overdone, and now we have seen them disappear, rightfully so, or at least put on hiatus. And what is the MVP chant? Whether it's going to happen or not, not this year, but the sentiment is that we have a star and possibly a superstar in the making.
Whatever you thought of him a month ago, he's better. I mean, that's just how it should work. The progression should be there. But he has this connection with Jalen Duren right now where these alley-oops feel like, the Cade's laying them in.
Yeah.
And he finishes with 30. He finishes with double-digit assists again. Crowd's eating it up. No, they lost. Nobody's happy about losing. They're going to lose some games. They're a 500 basketball team.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to get them in the playoffs, just maybe not much more. We'll find out on Thursday with the deadline if they choose to nudge him a little further along.
Sure, and we'll get a chance to talk to JB. I had a dream.
Oh, boy.
And that's, to actually talk to JB today.
Oh, boy.
Sorry.
I had someone message me. They go, what happened with JB? I go, I don't know. I'm not going to accuse him of big time and us. Life gets in the way, but we are going to make amends for it today and talk to JB Bickerstaff, we think, late in the show. 248-539-9797. Ticket Texter says, if the Wings and the Pistons make the playoffs this year, will it be the first time that all 4 Detroit teams have made the playoffs in the same span of time? The answer is yes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. because we've always had somebody lagging behind, or in some cases 2 or 3 or all 4 recently.
Yeah.
But now they're all perked up and playing well at the same time. It'd be the first time that they've all made the playoffs.
It would be amazing. And it would make April a lot of fun. And don't do it. I just said it would make it fun.
It's a reflex. You saw me. My
I
eyes
said
wander.
That's why I paused a little bit before I said it. I'm like,
hovering.
well, let's talk about May.
I don't have a song for May. Try again.
May could be a lot of fun.
January didn't go over well, so we'll just keep it until the springtime's here. But yeah, you got the countdown going every day in the email. We're watching the Pistons fight for a playoff spot. We're watching the Wings. They'll play tonight, final game out west against Seattle, and away we go. I know the Lions are a huge part of the conversation. They've been leading the way. The Miles Garrett stuff's going to be something we talk about coming up at 6:35. He wants out. You've got capital. Is it time to go all in?
But I getting back to the excitement about our teams, like it makes the investment that you're making, whether it's in the FanDuel Sports app, to be able to watch our local teams. You're making that investment. If it's going to games, buying tickets, season tickets, you've done that with the Wings. It justifies the investment. And if you're, as a fan, going to justify the investment, then you want to see that same investment by owners. We're seeing it on the Lions, all right? They are re-upping a lot of their players that they've drafted. We saw that before last season. Now it is, hey, Cade got the max deal.
Yep.
And you're seeing
the coach.
They bought out the coach. They saw the investment with the Pistons. You're starting to see it with the Tigers because they go out and they're investing in a 1-year deal on a shortstop, second baseman, 1-year deal with a pitcher, a 2-year deal, but might be only a 1-year deal with Jack Flaherty, and now the dream that you have of Alex Bregman. All of those things excite fans because you see the investment being returned to you.
Yeah, more of a premonition for me. We'll talk dreams a little later. Texter says, I think I figured out who was in Heather's dream. She came across a sign that said, if the ship's a swinging, please come a knocking.
Oh, wow.
Heather, we'll wait. Let's get to your news. The more important, pressing, serious things going on in our world.
Let's talk about the news. On Monday, President Trump agreed to a 30-day pause on his tariff threats against Mexico and Canada as America's 2 largest trading partners take steps to appease his concerns about border security and drug trafficking. So on social media, Trump wrote, quote, I am very pleased with the initial outcome, and the tariffs announced on Saturday will be paused for 30 days to see whether or not a final economic deal with Canada can be structured. Fairness for all. Justin Trudeau also jumped on social media saying that the pause would occur while they work together. He listed some things that he would be doing there to try to come up with this good deal. A similar then action followed with Mexico as well. Now, there is still the 10% tariff that Trump ordered on Canada is still in place. Technically,
China.
should go. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yes, China. I messed up. Yes,
that's
on
okay.
China would go into effect technically today. China has said they will retaliate as well with their own tariffs against us. So we'll see what happens there.
So they worked, at least on the surface, it seems like.
Cooler heads prevail. We don't want to have trade wars with our neighbors.
Let's see what happens. Yes. All right. Monroe County officials are warning residents. I cannot believe this is happening again after a man has allegedly been posing as a water department employee to get inside of people's homes. If it doesn't seem right, it doesn't look official, it's probably not.
Yeah, trust your gut.
Yeah, so police say this guy who's in, about his 50s has been knocking on doors telling people that he needs to get inside to test their water. And once they allow him inside, he's going in and bringing 2 other men with him. They distract the residents and then they go and ransack the house. And it's happened twice in the last few weeks. So they're getting away with it over and over. I mean, twice is technically not a lot, but it's too many.
It's too many,
Should never happen. So officials are saying, hey, actual water department employees will have scheduled appointments. They're going to show up with a marked work truck. They're going to have a badge. Don't let people in your house if you don't know who they are.
It's a good reminder.
Come on. I know it happens.
People get lax. They're trusting. They don't think. You got to think.
An Oakland County community is in mourning after 3 siblings were killed in a house fire in Bloomfield on Sunday night. So the West Bloomfield Fire Marshal says that the cause of the fire is still under investigation, but he did note that the home did not have working smoke detectors at the time of the fire. He does say the fire was contained to the main level of the home, but there was significant heat and smoke damage throughout the entire house. And officials are still trying to determine how the kids were trapped and why they were unable to get out. They did receive a 911 call. I read somewhere that they received a 911 call from somebody inside the house. So one of the kids was able to call for help, said that they were trapped, but we don't have a lot of information, right? I don't know where they were trapped, why they couldn't get out. And obviously officials are still trying to determine that too. It's just heartbreaking. The kids' school said there's going to be, mental health resources available. And also now there is a warning like, hey, make sure you're checking your smoke alarms every single month. You should also replace them if they're more than 10 years old. Kristen Goff is heading back to Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue. Good for her. She'll be marking her 5th consecutive appearance in the annual edition. Obviously, her husband, Jared, reacted to the news on Monday, saying that he was so proud of her. And then he also included the photo that Sports Illustrated released and 2 kissy face emojis and 3 fire emojis.
Why only 3?
Probably just how much room it takes up with this caption.
Space.
And yeah. Because then it looks kind of silly when the fire goes to the next line.
Got to keep it all on one line.
Yeah, that's my guess. But he could have just put like all fire emojis because
sure,
she is fire.
Yeah, she's on fire. They're on fire. What a year! They get married. He gets paid.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They win the division again. I know you wanted a Super Bowl, but man, it's been a hell of a year for them.
Mm-hmm.
If you can't afford an Uber, you probably can't afford to go out and buy a brand new car. Well, let me tell you what happened in Florida. A Florida man went to a dealership to finance a new vehicle, and the dealership looked into it and said, sorry, we're denying you. Well, this guy got so upset that he stole a car from the lot because he noticed that the keys were left inside of it. And he got away with it for a very short time. 2 reasons. The car had GPS, and he had just given the dealership his ID to try to finance a new vehicle, so they knew exactly where he lived. Cop showed up. He told officers that he had no choice. He had to steal the vehicle because he just spent his last $50 on an Uber to the dealership.
Every once in a while there is, maybe others could see it better than you can, a light bulb moment where, now that I say it out loud, I get why they denied my credit report.
He was hit with a felony.
Yeah.
Vehicle theft.
It makes it even harder.
Yep, going to be very difficult for him moving forward. Heather with the news. 2 Grand Slam, less than an hour away. Coming up next, Miles Garrett, what would it take? Time to be all in. It's 97.1. Always works this way. We get off the air, and then a bombshell drops in the world of sports. John, we get our chance to take a crack at this Miles Garrett topic today. He wants out of the city of Cleveland, doesn't want to be a Brown, and wants to chase the Super Bowl. Well. I think we're in pursuit of one of those here in Detroit.
Oh, yes. Yes, the window is open. The door's open. For how long? But you could blow out the glass of that window and just go for it with Miles Garrett. Can you imagine, before we talk about what it would take to get it done, but just as we're talking about dreams today, dream with me for just a moment. Aiden Hutchinson, back healthy in 2025. He led the team in sacks and only played in 5 games. If he has 17 games of a healthy season, opposite Miles Garrett, could you have... Are there enough pass attempts in a season? The answer is yes. That both of those guys could be 20 sack performers. You could have 2 guys, since we're getting all wild and crazy with the dreams that we're having, that are 20 sack individuals. I mean, yeah, Tom might have a hard time walking through the door.
20, I don't know. 15 apiece? Yeah, sure.
Well, we're dreaming. Let's go. Why limit it to 15 apiece?
My point is they're going to be dominant.
Never happened in NFL history.
This would transform the Lions' defense.
Yes.
Miles Garrett is the best defensive player in football, if not 2 or 3 at worst. The guy's a 4-time All-Pro, Defensive Player of the Year. He's a 100-sack guy in the prime of his career, and he wants to chase Super Bowl. Aiden Hutchinson gets a running mate. Congrats. No one will ever be able to safely drop back to pass. You can't double both, and if you try...
With Lee McNeil in the middle?
Lee McNeil, straight up the middle of the quarterback. It would be ferocious. It would be fearsome, and we've seen some great D-lines win Super Bowls. I think about the Giants when they toppled Tom Brady. They had a great defensive line. They could rush with 4 and get home. The Broncos, when they went to back-to-back Super Bowls, had some bookend guys that could disrupt the quarterback, and it's why they won the Super Bowl with Manning, because he was on his last legs when they finally won it. Remember, they went with the super high-powered offense and lost to Seattle. They made it next year on the back of defense and won the whole thing. So that's the blueprint here. Miles Garrett makes all the sense in the world for Detroit. Now, how do you land him? Everybody wants him. You have to be willing to go for it.
Yeah.
What does that entail? So Diana Rossini talked to an NFL general manager just to get a sense of the market. And I thought it was very interesting what she said. The quote was, probably a first plus. Can't wait for the it will be 3 first crowd. Not happening.
Right.
A 1 and a 2. A 1 and 2 threes. Throw a player in there. End quote. This is from a sitting general manager in the NFL. If I'm the Lions, I'd give up 2 first-round picks, make it a deal today, and be done with it.
So, obviously, he said he wants to go to a contender.
All contenders will be giving up late first, so you're in the same stratosphere of the other bidders.
Right, unless there was a team that maybe they were ravaged by injury, they didn't make...
The Bengals, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, that would be one where, okay, they weren't...
Same state.
Yeah.
Same division.
Yeah, maybe he could commute.
Same division.
That's why I'm, trying to look at all the possible landing spots and what is the competition for the Detroit Lions. Because if they offer 2 first, right? We know this year it's the 28th pick in the first round. Next year... 32. All right. So if you're in the camp of should the Lions do this, what does it mean for, F them picks or, for the would you take Miles Garrett at 28? If he was in the draft.
Hello, yes.
Okay. Would you take him next year at 32?
Yes.
All right. Any individual coming out of college that you're going to take at 28 or 32, put them together. Are you still looking at a production or the impact on your team that Miles Garrett would be? No. And so the answer is yes. If they're requiring a first from somebody and a couple of seconds, then you pony up, you ante up and say, all right, here's our 2 firsts this year and next year, And maybe you throw in
more.
a third.
I'd be willing to throw in more on top of it, too. I don't think 2 is a breaking point. I think it's a conversation starter, and it may get the deal done. And if it's not, I'd put a little more on to sweeten it. John, this is the move that makes so much sense for the Lions. Garrett is signed for 2 more years. Hutch's extension will not have kicked in yet. Neither would J-Mo, Laporta, or Gibbs. The window with everybody, without any cap math, arithmetic, the next 2 years are safe, easy, and clean. Beyond that, it could get messy. But guys, I'm not going to prioritize the 2027 Detroit Lions right now. You're on the precipice of a Super Bowl. You figure it out in a couple seasons. The cap will go up. You'll restructure a deal. You may lose someone anyway. How much better are they with Miles Garrett? They are the prohibitive Super Bowl favorites.
I mean,
and Brad Holmes did say for the right player, and he did call on Max Crosby a year ago. For the right player, they're open to making a move.
So that's what gives you a little bit of hope and the ability to dream is that, it did come out that he called the Raiders to see if Max Crosby could be had last year at the deadline. And then we heard in the, post-game press conference post-season press conference that he had that, once you call around and you find that there are guys that just simply aren't on the market, it narrows things. And it was the most challenging player acquisition that he had ever had in actually landing Zadarius Smith, because you find out maybe there's only 2 guys, maybe there's only 1 guy that's really available.
That fits, yeah.
And you're not the only ones that are in the market for him. So you're not the only ones that would be in the market for Miles Garrett.
No, and
clearly.
To that point, you threw out a name pre-show. The Commanders. They're going to be a problem in the NFC playoffs for years to come. Do you want to face him in a pivotal elimination game? I saw a list that had Green Bay as a team that could trade capital and has cap space. Do you want to face him twice a year and maybe a third time in the postseason? If you don't trade for him, that's your prerogative. He's going to hit Jared Goff in a big playoff game. I mean, it's going to be a problem. You could overcome it, but why wouldn't you prefer to just have him on your team?
Well, and so let's just go even further down the road. You do consummate the deal, and you get Miles Garrett on one side, Aiden Hutchinson on another, Aleem McNeil up front. It's a front that at some point the NFL may say it's outlawed. You're not allowed to be that good up front. Now all of a sudden you go to Carlton Davis and say, hey, do you want to play in a secondary where quarterbacks are simply just going to be throwing the ball up
early
to self-preservation, and you have a chance for more interceptions. You have a chance to be a better cover corner because you only have to cover for a couple of split seconds.
It would help Terrion Arnold in a year 2 leap. I mean, they talked about him getting the reps. It'll make everybody in the secondary better. Brian Branch, who's already where he needs to be, you put the ball up into harm's way because you got to get it out quick.
And I mentioned Carlton Davis only because he was on the team last year. The question is, are they going to re-sign him? Are they going to extend him? And it makes it more enticing for, if it's not Carlton Davis, insert any name that would want to come here to play behind that defensive front.
I just think the Lions fit in every sense. It's a great culture. It's a place you can win. It's a place that needs him. It's a team that should be willing to give up first-round picks to get it done. And if anybody's balking at that, maybe you don't trust Brad Holmes enough. See, the Brad Holmes I know found an all-pro in the 3rd round in Kirby Joseph. The Brad Holmes I know found an all-pro in the 4th round. And I'm on Ross St. Brown. If he can't give up 2 firsts in pursuit of a Super Bowl and the whole thing collapses, maybe you don't think highly enough of Brad Holmes. You know what I'm saying? Like, John, to give up 2 first-round picks over the next 2 seasons where they are likely picks 28 and call it 32.
Yeah.
It's a no-brainer. Hell, I'd throw in a player in there, too. It's kind of what they talked about. Now, you're not giving up St. Brown, which I know Rico threw out yesterday. I know. Your size says everything. I'm not throwing St. Brown in.
Yeah.
I'd throw Gibbs in. Or not Gibbs, Montgomery in. They don't have a tailback. He signed long-term. 2 1s in Montgomery. Like, there's a way to make this happen.
Sure.
You said 2 1s and a 3. I mean, there's a way to make this deal happen.
Yeah, you could sweeten the pot enough to where it's not going to affect you, but it may benefit Cleveland, a franchise that clearly has to hit the reset button.
Yep. 248-539-9797. We want to hear from you guys on this. When you saw Miles Garrett demanded a trade, I think we all thought the same thing. Lions open for business. Do you want them to make a swing like this, an all-in move like this? Holmes said he will for the right player. Miles Garrett's the right player.
Seems like it's right on a platter there.
Nobody better.
Have you ever heard of an off-the-field issue with Miles Garrett?
Nope. 100-sack guy, prime of his career. Go get him. 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, You need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case could take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call, your only call, should be to Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal, or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. Whether personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers, not a tax organization with a random individual that you are never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Miles Garrett wants out of Cleveland, wants to win a Super Bowl. We want Aiden Hutchinson opposite Miles Garrett. Make it happen. What would it take? Are you on board? Flies in the face of draft and develop, but is it time? 248-539-9797. Let's get to Carlos in Detroit. Carlos, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are we doing today?
Good.
Good. So I was at work, and then I got a notification on my phone, and it basically said Miles Garrett wants out. So I'm listening to them, and they're talking about it, LaShawn McCoy and all them. And there's two places where they think it makes sense for him to go. One of them is Buffalo, and the other one is us. So I'm listening to it. I'm like, okay, well, we can get him. What do we got to get rid of? And then you guys started talking about it in the morning. I was like, okay, this makes sense. So we got rid of 2 first-round picks, or a first and a second, and somebody. Later on during the night, I get another notification. Cooper Kupp wants out. And they were talking about a destination for him is Detroit because of the connection with Holmes, the connections with golf, and everything like that. So I looked it up, and I think we got like $43 million, on the salary cap. What if we ended up getting rid of J-Mo? I know it sounds kind of crazy, but what if we did J-Mo and we said, screw it, F them picks, we're going all in. Find a way to see if we can get Kupp with Amon-Ra, has a connection with golf and the chemistry, and we go and get Miles Garrett. And we just put all the poker chips in and let Brad Holmes try to get us a Super Bowl.
So one little correction, not that it matters in this discussion, but Cooper Kupp does not want to be traded. He wanted to finish his career there.
But they want to trade him.
They want to trade him. They said they're exploring trades for Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp has only played, 32 or 33 games in the last 3 years. He's been very banged up, and I don't know that I'd be willing to give up any draft capital for Cooper Kupp.
Do you think maybe not even a second round, something around third or fourth? Or?
Second round. I don't even think it would take a second round. I think it would probably be fourth or fifth for Cooper Kupp.
You think a day 3 pick is what he'll end up going for wherever
something
he goes.
Something like that, yeah. But you got to think about it. If they're really going to get rid of Tim, and I don't want to say. It's hard to say because does he really want to? I know he wants to stay in LA, but is it better for him to be like, hey, look, we can get you a championship. You can roll with us. We have the pieces. The connection with Goff. I don't know. At the end of the day, Miles Garrett's the big talk. I was just thinking to get an extra piece to be like, you know what?
Sure.
We're stamping our mark here.
Yeah, I like where your head's at, and I would explore the whole throw in J-Mo for a little bit of this, whether it's hey, sending him to Cleveland, or I'm not going to give him up for anything to do with Cooper Kupp.
No.
But I do think that because there's a decision to be made on him in regards to his 5th-year option that has to be decided this offseason.
Yes. And look, he finished out the year well. He had 1,000 yards. He's a game breaker. He's a big part of what took this offense from good to great. They're the number 1 offense in football. I'm not. I know we've had.
I'm not all fired up to do this.
Yeah, I know J-Mo has elicited quite the response on the radio. Not everybody's thrilled with his decision making, including even the most recent game when he threw the ball up and gave it to the other team. But he's not someone I'm in a hurry to move on from. Only as a part of an even bigger deal would I consider it.
Yeah.
And
as capital.
Yeah, it's capital. Cooper Kupp the last 3 years has fallen shy of 1,000 yards. Some of that is the time he's missed. He is in his 30s. He has value on a contender, but I don't feel like it's certainly the priority that Miles Garrett is.
No, and would you? I guess the question, if you boil it down to, would you rather have J-Mo or Cooper Kupp? And I think
J-Mo.
the easy answer is J-Mo.
Yeah. On the Garrett front, some ticket texts that have come in, and you guys let us know. I know Brad Holmes is draft and develop, and we're going to be great for a very long time. To give up multiple firsts doesn't feel very Brad Holmes, but winning a Super Bowl should be very Brad Holmes. Mm-hmm. And that's what Miles Garrett would unlock.
And here's if you start looking into the future, and you think about and you do the dream of what would it take to get him here? What would it look like with Aiden Hutchinson and Miles Garrett on the same defensive line? Then you think, okay, what is it that ultimately gets the deal done? And Diana Rossini said, what is a first and
yeah, she talked to an NFL GM, and it was a first and a third or 2/3.
Okay, so let's play this out. If it's a first and a third, and he goes to, any one of 30 other teams, right? Because he's not going to stay with the Browns, and he's not, it wouldn't end up being with the Lions. How mad would you be if that's what he ends up going for?
Be livid. It'd be livid. I mean, I can't take you seriously if you're not going to give up 2 firsts for Miles Garrett. Pick 28 and pick 32 for Miles Garrett. If he goes for less than that and the Lions weren't in on it, for what? To be better in 2027?
Well,
to have the best 2028 football team possible? Like, at some point, you can't win your 3rd Super Bowl until you win your 1st. Like, at some point, you don't want to just be good. You want to be great. Right?
Well, and so, again, it would come down to there'd be some splaining to do.
Yeah.
Because would it simply be the math that, hey, we've got Penei Sewell, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jared Goff. We've got all these contracts we've done. We also are going to have to extend Aiden Hutchinson at some point. We've got Brian Branch, Kirby Joseph, Sam Laporta,
Gibbs,
Campbell. Like, you have...
But my contention is I don't know if you can keep all of them as it is. So why not try to maximize the roster while you have all of them on this year's team?
I agree. I'm trying to figure out what are the reasons that they could justify not doing it.
So they would say, we want those first to replenish. But I would look to Brad Holmes and say, you found Kirby Joseph in the 3rd, you found Amon-Ra St. Brown in the 4th. I think you got a great eye for talent. Trust yourself, bud. It's going to be okay. You're going to find some more good football players, and Dan Campbell's going to coach them up.
How much would this decision also be sacrificing, replenishing, and watering the garden?
Yeah. There's only so much capital, right?
Right.
You give up picks, less to work with.
Well, less to work with, but it also fits under the cap at this time. So do you decide that, you know what, Kevin Zeitler, we could probably do one more year? You've got Graham Glasgow, you've got Decker.
Mahogany.
Yeah, you've got Mahogany, who you found in the 6th round. Could you go to the free agent market and get a B-level backup? Sure. Swing guy.
Yeah, especially because they have short-term money. They have a lot of money for just the next season, and then the crunch is on, and then you got to start doing some cap gymnastics.
Well, the crunch is on, or you could just say it gets a little complicated.
Yeah, it doesn't mean you can't field a football team. I just mean you're going to have to make tougher decisions. Garrett has 2 years left on his deal. I think you'd bring him in, and you'd be the Super Bowl favorites.
Guys, I'm not quite so sure a player does much for the Browns in this situation. Hear me out in a second. So, first off, they don't want anybody that has a contract.
Right. They need cheap talent.
Yes. And if it's like a Branch or a Joseph who are due a contract soon, I don't think they're going to re-sign with them.
Sure.
Like, you'd have to include a contract extension almost. If I'm looking from the Browns' perspective, and let me say this, we're less than 72 hours away from one of the craziest trades in sports history. So anything can happen. We're talking about a franchise that went after Deshaun Watson with guaranteed money. So who knows what they're thinking. I'm looking at it from a common sense perspective. So I think there's one player on the Lions that would be attractive to the Browns. It's Jack Campbell. Why? Because he's still got 4 years of control for the Browns.
Right, including the 5th-year option as well as franchise.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Meaning that if it was Branch from the same draft or Laporta, there's less control because they're second-round picks. They come up
no
sooner.
Option.
So to me, maybe a Jack Campbell type might be willing.
I'd do it
to stay with the Browns. I think like if I was interested in any player from the Lions, that would be who it is because I could maybe sell Campbell on the fact that we're going to turn it around by the time your extension comes due.
Sure. Yeah. But I don't think he's bolted down. I mean, the list of guys who are bolted down that I wouldn't move in a Miles Garrett trade is very small, right?
Exactly.
I'm not giving up Penei Sewell or St. Brown. No. I mean, but it's a very small list of guys.
They need cheap talent. And where do you get the cheapest talent?
Draft picks.
So I know Rico floated it. The St. Brown thing, I would give it some consideration.
No, but here's the issue. You can't trade away your all-pros and picks to get other all-pro. Like, the goal is to keep all the good players that win the Super Bowl. You don't want to cut off your nose to spite your face.
Yeah, but you can find a receiver to plug and play easier and cheaper if it means you're putting Garrett and Hutch together.
I don't know if that's fair to St. Brown to say you can find that. Because what he does, he's every third down. He's in the run game.
And he makes Goff better.
And he's the safety blanket, the security guy.
But here's the other thing, too, is you don't want to go from having the best offense to having a, 14th or 15th offense and a really good defense. So you go from offense to defense. At some point, you got to have both sides of the ball.
7 receivers in the league are really good players. But there is always been a case. There's not many of them that win Super Bowls. If you really look at that list.
But John is right in the sense that, okay, maybe the O-line's getting a little older, you lose your OC, you give up your number one receiver. I don't want to take too many steps back offensively to just be
really good defensively.
Right. The goal is to get the Super Bowl right now, to keep as many of the good players as you can, give up your first-round picks, worry about it in 2027.
Eli got 2 Super Bowls with so-so receivers, but a great defensive line.
Talk to David Tyree next. 248-539-9797. Miles Garrett, do you want Brad Holmes to take the swing? How much are you willing to give up? 2 Grand Slam at 725. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. 132 to 130 the final at LCA as the Hawks got the last laugh after a Trae Young jumper in the final seconds. Cade, 30 points. Tobias Harris had 22. Duren and Beasley each with 18. Word in the locker room is that the defense just was not good enough early, and defending Young ain't easy. With the Chiefs going for a three-peat in less than a week, the perceived storyline of KC getting all the calls continues, something that team CEO Clark Hunt was asked about by Rich Eisen on the Infinity Sports Network. Yeah, Hunt says certain stats actually have the Chiefs as the most penalized team in the league over the past 6 to 7 years. Super Bowl Sunday coming up in 5 days. And despite re-signing veteran starter Jack Flaherty, Buster Olney of ESPN claims the Tigers are still in pursuit of coveted free agent Alex Bregman, as he remains unsigned with teams such as Boston and the Cubs also highly interested. The infielder's contract ask seems to have changed from long-term to shorter-term, per reports. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Download that Odyssey app and listen to 97.1 The Ticket for a chance at the ultimate trip to Vegas. Good morning. Just tuning in. The theme today is dreams. There's this dream. Go get Miles Garrett. Make it a reality. There was the premonition I had when I woke up. Bregman will be a Tiger. It's inevitable, and it will happen before the first spring training game. And then we have Heather's dream involving a coworker.
And then I had a dream. Yeah.
And that dream involved hand-holding and making out.
Oh, boy.
Scandalous. We'll get to it later in the show.
Oh, boy.
We are going to get to how Super Bowl plans may have changed for you. We'll do that at 7:35.
The little voices in my head tell me,
gosh.
please use your filter. Please make sure the filter is in check when we get to that discussion.
Ticket text on the Garrett stuff. I would offer the Browns 2 first-round picks and Hendon Hooker to get it done. Signed, not Jamar and Westland.
So I've heard Hendon Hooker floated as part of this deal, right? They are looking for a quarterback. Is he a guy that they would be willing to develop or be willing to gamble on in the thought that if it hits, okay, maybe they'd have the quarterback for the future? Or if it doesn't, did they just continue the quote unquote tank for higher draft picks and better position next year for whoever that quarterback might be?
Yeah, it gives them a shot to hit on one, and if it doesn't, a greater shot to draft a replacement. Texture says 2 firsts, a third, a fifth, and JMO. Whatever it takes, get this done. Another one says 2 1s and JMO. People are willing to throw JMO in this deal if it means you get Miles Garrett. This one says this one says, a guy that will rip your helmet off and hit you over the head is all grit. I'm in. LFG. Marvin in a car. Go get Miles Garrett.
Yeah, I mean, they're okay. I knew that would probably come up when I said, is there any off the field? Technically, that's not an off the field issue.
Right.
It was
an on-field issue.
I think it was addressed. Hasn't had anything near that since.
2 first-round picks is nothing. Holmes has earned my trust. He can hit the other rounds. Garrett and Hutch sounds good to me. Unnamed ticket texter. Kevin in Garden City. Is this just a no-brainer? Get it done?
Absolutely. It's a no-brainer. I feel like the pass rush would be absolutely better. However, it would also make, and I'm not going to say neutralize for Detroit mobile quarterbacks, but it would kind of hem him in because that pass rush would flush out that quarterback and he would have to run. I believe we got defensive ends to contain any run on that side of the ball. So I do believe that. Hendon Hooker, man, I don't believe that he'll be someone that they'll want to go with. J-Mo, I don't think they'll want to go with J-Mo because of the off-the-field problems. Having not knowing the full story on Cleveland side, I think that Jack Campbell, man, is the better look. It makes us better without diminishing us on the offensive end. That's all I got for you guys today, man. What do you think?
Makes sense. And I wonder if Jack Campbell's involved, if you're not giving up 2 firsts at that point. I don't know. Is it a 1, a 2, and a Campbell? Is it 1, 2, 3s and Jack Campbell? Does he take the place of some of that draft capital?
You certainly would have to, because he has value for the Lions. He would have value for the Browns, and it's only going to continue to improve.
When we talk about giving up a couple firsts for Miles Garrett, I've seen people suggest, well, those firsts aren't very valuable because they're late firsts and could end up being 32. That is the reality of every team that is going to be a contender for Miles Garrett. They're all Super Bowl caliber rosters who adding Miles Garrett will mean they're likely picking 29, 30, 31, or 32. Everybody offering Cleveland firsts are offering Cleveland late firsts. So the Lions are absolutely competitive if they offer 2 first-round picks.
But we also have to consider the Browns. Are they the got to choose my words carefully here. Having seen what they've done with Deshaun Watson, are they the most moral team?
What does that mean?
So I asked that because the ask of Miles Garrett is to go to a playoff contender. They don't have to trade with a playoff contender.
No.
So they could go with Carolina. They could, whoever is able to put together the best deal for the Browns.
Don't necessarily do right by the player.
Yeah, it doesn't have to do right by the player. Now, this is on the heels of, here in Detroit, we saw this with Matthew Stafford, right? He requested a trade a couple of years further down the road than what Miles Garrett is, but not far.
No.
And the Lions did a solid by him. Ended up working out extremely well, and with Jared Goff as the 2 firsts, but I wouldn't say that Jared Goff was going to a playoff contender.
No, he was not. He's going to a really lousy situation that needed to be remade. I don't think, like Stafford and Garrett, I think we're at comparable points of their career. Stafford had, 2, 3 more really solid seasons, really good to great seasons. And I think Garrett is still in the prime of his career at 29 years old. You probably have 2 to 3 really productive all-pro seasons left in him. And you'd be trading for those seasons, and then you'd figure it out from there.
But I think it's kind of pie in the sky to think that the Browns are going to say, oh, well, you know what? Hey, thank you for your years of service. Thank you for what you've done here in the community. And we're going to send you to Detroit where we can get 28-32 versus going to the Raiders. Just think about how unbelievable that front would be. We're looking at it from our perspective, and we think Hutch and Miles Garrett, it seems like a great fit. Well, how about a team that doesn't have a quarterback, that tries to build their defense and has more to offer? They have no path to a quarterback, so why not offer their 2 firsts, the Raiders, for Miles Garrett, put him on the same defensive line as Max Crosby, and now all of a sudden, hey, you got an unbelievable defense, and you've got a way, you don't have a path to a quarterback, but you might not need a path to a quarterback.
Texter says, here we go again, giving all our picks and young guys away for 1 single player. Glad you guys aren't in charge. What do you say to that guy? Because those people are listening too, and they're getting nauseated by you. This isn't real. You can't do this. This is a bad idea.
Grow a set of balls. Seriously. And I'm always the cautious one in this. But if you're worried about not having 28 and 32 in the next 2 years, again, I go to, if Miles Garrett was in this draft, would you take him at 28?
Yes.
Okay.
I thought that was rhetorical. I didn't even think I need to answer that. Of course.
So that, and if it only takes a first and a third or a first and a second, what are we even waiting for?
You got to take a chance at some point. Come on. That's people that, we got one text. No, not Campbell, Anzalone in a first. What's that do for the Browns? You got to be there. You have to realize you must give to get to a degree.
Yes.
Again, we're coming off a Luka trade where maybe, you never know what somebody will do. This organization has a past of doing stupid things. However, you would think that they would have a little common sense. Like you mentioned the Raiders. If I was the Browns, I would be really attractive to me. High picks, and I would also ask for Brock Bowers.
Right. I mean, yeah, and so yeah,
they have what we don't have.
Two
That's what
firsts and
stinks.
Brock Bowers versus 2 firsts and Hendon Hooker.
Right, exactly. That's why the Lions are probably going to have to throw in another pick here because their picks are lower.
But I think you should be willing to do that. I mean,
Right.
it only matters what Brad
Right.
Holmes is willing to do. But again, if you draft as well as he does in the late rounds, you can give up 2 firsts, chase the Super Bowl now, rather than doing this little thing where we're going to nibble at it for the next 7 years. They've fallen short the last 2. You want to fall short the next 2 before you decide to grow a set of balls, to John's point?
There is a cautionary tale. There is another side. There's always another side to the coin in regards to we're talking about all the positives about bringing Miles Garrett to Detroit, the 2 firsts, having Miles Garrett opposite Aiden Hutchinson with Aleem McNeil, and if you don't have to throw in other players, you also have Jack Campbell, who you can add into the pass rush as well, who can run down mobile quarterbacks, all of these different things that are great. But there is another side to that coin. And when we come back, I'm going to let you know what that is.
You're going to have to make it quick.
Oh, I'm going to have to make it quick. No, I can't. We got the 2 grand slam.
Super quick. Do it
All
now.
right.
Boom.
The question is this simply for 1 year? Because he's got 2 years left on his deal. Does he hold out in year 2 for more money, for an extension, when you already are trying to give one to Aiden Hutchinson, the guy that you drafted, the guy that's gotten you to this point is, and could be, maybe the defensive player of the year next year, could also be Miles Garrett. Does that up the ante for Miles Garrett and say, I am not playing in year 2 unless I get a long-term deal, and the Lions say, I can't afford it?
Okay, then this is what happens. You pay Aiden this summer, you get a deal done with your franchise player, your young guy, you trade for Miles Garrett, you bring him in, you go, we'll negotiate at the Super Bowl parade. We'll worry about it then.
There is another side to the coin.
I know. Heather's News and the 2 Grand Slam next, 97.1.
Oh, hey, I got all flustered there because I forgot we were going to news.
Okay.
I'm building a great tease. So let's go with this one. When it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. This is why I bank with First Merchants Bank, and I think you should as well, whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking. First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you, as they did for me, and build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. They did it for me, and we have modified that plan time and time again. They're going to stick with you every step of the way. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. They volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
before the 2 Grand Slam. Heather, what's going on?
Yes. Well, Sheetz, that big 24-hour store, gas station, wants to put more stores in different areas across Southeast Michigan. But several communities are kind of pushing the company away. So residents in 2 Metro Detroit communities say, hey, we don't want Sheetz in our neighborhood. So the state's first Sheetz opened in Romulus. That was last August. And so far, Livonia, Madison Heights, Waterford, and Rochester Hills have all said, no, we don't want you. We don't want you here. Now Highland Township and Royal Oak are set to decide on the matter as well. And in Royal Oak, Sheetz is eyeing the area of 14 and Coolidge, which is where they want to build this big, convenience store, gas station. Now, the owner of the gas station across the street from this proposed location says, you know what, his business and his family could really struggle if Sheetz kind of takes over the area. And a lot of other business owners are concerned about the same thing, that, hey, this could take over and we want to make sure that the local businesses have some priority over these really huge national businesses. So those 2 locations are set to vote on if they'll get a Sheetz or not. President Trump paused, his threat of steep tariffs on Mexico and Canada on Monday, agreeing to a 30-day pause in return for concessions on border and crime enforcement with the 2 countries. U.S. tariffs on China are still due to take effect sometime today. So within hours, we'll see if that goes through. I know he did say he planned to talk with them as well. Canada has agreed to deploy some new technology and personnel along its border with the U.S. and also launch some cooperative efforts to fight organized crime, fentanyl smuggling, and money laundering. Mexico has agreed to do similar things as well to reinforce its northern border with National Guard members as well. So,
a negotiating tactic, right?
Yep. A West Bloomfield house fire that took the lives of 3 young siblings remains under investigation. The fire marshal says that the siblings were the only people in the home at the time when the fire broke out on Sunday night. Also said that they were unable to get out of the house. Now, why the kids were trapped and how the fire started obviously is still under investigation. The only thing known is that the fire was contained to the first floor and there were no working smoke detectors in the home at the time.
Oh, man.
So, of course, whenever there is a story like this, they use it as an opportunity to make sure to warn other people. You should be testing your fire alarms. If they don't work, fix them. If they're really old, older than 10 years, replace them all together and make sure that they all function properly. It's so sad. And you
How
hear
young
about
were these kids?
16, 15, and 12, all siblings.
Yeah, obviously we want to know some details how they got stuck in there.
It's tragic.
Terrible.
Yes. A basic food delivery unexpectedly turned violent after shots were fired in Warren. So 2 people are actually now facing charges after this DoorDash driver allegedly pulled a gun on a customer and fired shots into the air Sunday night. Police said this woman, 37 years old, was making the food delivery when she got into some sort of verbal argument with the customer all about the order. Things turned physical, and then investigators said she pulled out a gun and, like I said, fired it into the air. So she was arrested. And then meanwhile, the customer was also arrested. He got in his car, drove away from the scene, called police to report it. Turns out, though, he has several warrants. So he was taken into custody as well. Yikes. Be safe out there, people. Valentine's Day, just 10 days away. And this year, Americans plan to spend a record amount. So according to data from the National Retail Federation, customers are expected to dish out a record $27.5 billion this year. So that is obviously up from last year. Last year we spent $25.8 billion, and it's slightly higher than the previous record. Why? More people plan to celebrate this year. Also, more people plan to buy gifts for their friends, their family members, other loved ones. And most people spend their money on candy. Not that surprising, 56%. Then flowers next, followed by, can't read my own handwriting, a night out and some jewelry.
Yeah.
So candy number 1.
Candy number 1, flowers number 2.
Those little candy hearts that taste like chalk. I hope people aren't buying those, right?
Oh, the conversation hearts?
Oh,
I don't mind
people
those.
love those. People love them. I can't believe you don't like
I
them.
don't like-
I'm
they
not a
taste
huge,
like chalk.
not a huge fan myself, but in the house, there's a lot
I
of
don't
big
mind
fans.
those. They're not my favorite,
Okay.
but
What's your favorite? What's your
you
Colin
know what I
beginning?
just bought
What?
myself? The Sour Patch Kids Hearts. They're like
know they
2
made
different
those.
flavors.
Oh, I haven't seen those.
They're good.
Enough to dream about, eh?
Well,
Let's get to the two
Well.
grand slam.
all right, let's get to the best part of the day. Let's give away $2,000. This is fun. 1 minute to answer 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly, $2,000 if our contestant can get them all right.
Our contestant is Rob in Ann Arbor. Rob, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. How you doing?
Good. Good. You feeling lucky today?
Well, I fell on the ice and gave myself a concussion just a day ago, so
Oh my
this can't
gosh.
be any worse than that.
Oh boy, Rob, that's a bummer. Hopefully, I don't know.
Yeah,
this will be a better day.
Yeah.
You think your
So
chances
we're looking up either way.
you
Yeah.
think your chances are pretty good concussed, huh? We'll find out.
I'll let you know in about a minute.
Yeah, we'll
Okay.
find out.
Yep.
So, Rob, if you don't know one, pass. If there's enough time, we'll get back to it. Your time is going to start as soon as I start reading. Are you ready?
All right, let's do this.
Okay, here we go. Michigan State's men's basketball team lost to this team on Saturday.
Pass.
Where did Anthony Davis play in college?
Pass.
What is the state capital of Arizona?
Oh, my gosh. Phoenix.
Who is the head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders?
They just fired the guy. Pete Carroll.
Taylor Swift was born in this state.
Geez, these are ridiculously hard. Pass.
Where did Miles Garrett play in college?
I am doing terrible, guys. I apologize. Miles Garrett went to Texas A&M.
Who played P.T. Barnum in The Greatest Showman?
Hugh Jackman.
Who is the all-time leading goal scorer in the NHL?
Gretzky.
All right,
Okay.
we got you. We're going to
Rob?
give you that one. We got you with 5.
Not
that's
bad.
No,
Terrible.
5 out of 8. That's pretty good percentage. Yeah.
Didn't get to the last two.
Yeah.
Rob?
Terrible.
No,
Rob.
Stop.
5. That's $125.
I appreciate that. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. You can
I mean, he
buy
got
yourself
the
a helmet
ones
with it.
he answered right.
It just took a little time to get
Yeah.
there. It's all right, Rob. We'll put you on hold. We'll get you paid. $125. John, you want to go through this?
Yeah, let's do it. Well, first of all, the 2 Grand Slam on Tuesday is brought to you by Femininio Law. And the first two, tough start. Passed on both. Michigan State lost on Saturday to USC, first of a West Coast trip. Kentucky is where Anthony Davis played in college. Big news yesterday. He did guess on Phoenix. Could tell that was a guess.
It was.
Got
he
it,
got
though.
it
Glad he
right.
threw one out there. That was the capital of Arizona. Pete Carroll, which he did get, the coach of the Raiders. Pennsylvania is the birthplace of one Taylor Swift.
So she's going against her home state.
Yes. How dare she?
Traitor.
Texas A&M is where Miles Garrett went to play. He got that one. Hugh Jackman, the greatest showman.
Got it right away.
And Gretzky, which he just got in at the buzzer,
At the horn.
all-time leading goal scorer in the NHL.
We'll get Rob in the protocol and get him $125.
Yeah, get him out of the protocol.
Yeah.
Yeah. Process a little quicker.
Your next chance to win $2,000. It's Thursday at 7:25. Coming up next, Super Bowl plans have changed for some of you and for us as well. What we would have been doing today and what you will be doing on Sunday. We'll get to the plans that may have changed because of the Super Bowl. Miles Garrett conversation, a huge part of today's show. It's 97.1. All right, big part of what we're talking about today is Miles Garrett. He wants out of Cleveland. This has been brewing for years. He finally demanded a trade. We've envisioned what it would mean to put him opposite Aiden Hutchinson. Asking price, what would it take? Keep taking those phone calls and ticket texts, 248-539-9797. And then the obvious question, Brad Holmes, this will be going against draft and develop. Is it time to make that kind of move? John, you pointed out after the show yesterday that this week could have been very different for us.
Oh, yes.
Today would have been very different for us. We would have been hopping on a plane at the end of today's show to fly out to New Orleans.
Leaving on a jet plane.
No RV, sorry.
No, we would have been flying down to New Orleans. We had...
By the way, how many times has Lori told you, hey, there's a credit in your account, don't spend it?
Yes.
At least 3 times.
I mean, so they had the... they had to look ahead and actually get us plane reservations, tickets to go down to New Orleans.
By the way, you and I made the same joke to her.
At separate times.
Too late, already booked a flight to Tahiti or Hawaii or wherever.
I know, that's what she texted me on Friday, and I said, I'm already on a plane. That's why I took the day off. I'm headed to Hawaii. Thank you very much. Quiet bonus. But yeah, we were supposed to be headed down to New Orleans. We had an Airbnb all booked. It's going to be a show outing, multiple shows, same house. It was going to be an absolute party.
That could have been something.
Oh, it would have been unbelievable. And yet now we are here. I'm going to go to Ann Arbor this afternoon and go home and probably go to a basketball game. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff that we'll be doing other than going down to New Orleans to celebrate the Lions' first trip to the Super Bowl.
We were going to be doing shows Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday from New Orleans.
And you were actually going to the game, I believe.
Thank you for reminding me. Yes. Because Jimmy goes, don't worry, we're going to get you in. You'll be in the game. You'll be at the Super Bowl. There will be a pass. I start mentally kind of picturing what that would be like. And I know for some of you, you also had plans to be in New Orleans. You had hotels, you had flights, you had tickets in some cases. But even for some of you that didn't have New Orleans plans, you may have said you don't want to do a Super Bowl party. We asked you guys, and a lot of you said, I don't want to be at the typical Super Bowl party if the Lions are there. They don't want squares guy, and they don't want to get stuck in the food line and commercial person. You wanted to maybe be there with your dad and close friends or family, tight-knit group to kind of hunker down for an emotional watch. Now that the Lions aren't in the Super Bowl, how have your plans changed?
So in the Jansen house, I was not going to be going to the game. I was going to come home after the show on Friday. So the week plans have changed. I was also we had planned ahead for the kids. They were not going to school on Monday. They are now going to school on Monday.
Sorry, kids.
And I mean, they can watch the game with us. They can watch it with friends. But yeah, it does. There's going to be no Super Bowl hangover for anyone. And I know there are a lot of people that probably took Monday off because they thought, yeah, I'm going to be partying hard.
Or even Sunday off for people who are, work weekends and stuff. Right. You plan this well in advance.
Mm-hmm. And now all of a sudden, we don't have a seat at the table. And plans are changing, whether it's, as you mentioned, if you had tickets to the Super Bowl, if you had flight reservations, if you had hotel reservations, have you kept them? If not, and the flight, okay, you can get a credit. Mm-hmm. The hotels, most of the time, especially, we knew
it's a chain.
3 weeks in advance, you can cancel your reservation. There's no penalty. Mm-hmm. Tickets, there may have been a penalty that you paid because after it was decided that it was going to be the Eagles and Chiefs, instantly ticket prices dipped.
So you couldn't recoup.
You couldn't recoup
you
full
still
price.
Get some.
Oh, sure. Yeah. But if you paid $6,000, maybe they were going for $5,200. Yeah. Or
$4,500.
Yeah, if you paid more. So if you did that and you looked into it, or if you have the Super Bowl tickets, or you know what? Hey, the Lions aren't there. I still have everything set up.
You still go?
Are you still going?
I couldn't imagine still going. You get what you can get on the market.
And when we did the whole Super Bowl plans before the playoffs even started, we had one caller call from Oklahoma. I am driving to the Super Bowl. Yep. I don't have tickets. I'm going to go down there because I want to be there after the game when they win, and then I'm driving to Detroit for the parade. Obviously, those plans I'm sure have changed.
I know. And it hits you in different ways, right? Like, so they show Super Bowl Media Day yesterday and the sights and sounds from New Orleans, and you brought up we'd be on a flight today. You know what I think the win, though, is now you do the Super Bowl party. Because this is a Super Bowl you're not overly invested in. This is the perfect Super Bowl to go to a Super Bowl party.
To have the distraction?
Yeah, because if you miss something, damn, I missed a stupid penalty on second down. You're just going to eat, and you're going to hang out, and you're going to laugh, and you're going to just not dwell on the Super Bowl. Otherwise, you're just going to be watching the Super Bowl thinking about all of the feelings, right? This is actually, in my mind, a good Super Bowl to go to a Super Bowl party.
I think you might be right. And because you don't have to be locked into every play. And I'm curious, Heather, has Colin come back to the football world yet?
Oh, well, he never left the world. Like, we continued to watch the other games. Like, we were watching
He
football.
just put all his Lion stuff in storage.
Yeah, that still has not come out.
We'll monitor.
But he's going to watch the Super Bowl.
Oh, we're definitely going to watch it, but we don't have any plans. Like, it probably is just going to be the two of us. We'll just go down to the basement and watch it down. Like, which is fine by me. I got to wake up early on Monday anyway. So, okay, that's fine. But I don't know what we would have done if not, because that would not have been the case. He would not have wanted a big Super Bowl party either because he wants to really watch the game. But we would have been with other people.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. Super Bowl party in Detroit. No one's having those. People hate these teams and nobody wants to, quote, party about this Super Bowl. People are going to have parties. Come on.
A Super Bowl, can we just rename it a Super Bowl gathering? Because to the connotation of party is that there is something to celebrate, that there is going to be a party. And we're not going to have a party. But if it was, I'd still call it a party because I'm celebrating the football season. Even though our team is not in and is not invited to the party, it's still going to be a party for a great season.
One of these texts, not watching at all, no plans to make. The two most unlikable, annoying teams playing and very boring narratives. The only people that like this matchup are KC and Philly fans and sports talk media.
Yes, because it is the biggest moment in sports on the calendar. I mean, it just is. And whether you like the teams or not, it is still going to be the biggest sporting event of the year. Tell me one this year. It's not an Olympic year. It's, that is bigger in the sports world.
Doesn't exist.
Yeah.
No, and these two teams played a good Super Bowl a couple years ago. I'm not going to sell you on it if you don't care, but...
Is this a World Cup year?
I don't think so. Is it?
Yeah. I don't think
Tom
so.
shaking no.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not going to sell you on it. If you don't want to watch, you don't want to watch. But it was a really good game 2 years ago. It's two teams that were among the best all season long. It's two good quarterbacks, two good defenses. It's the last football game until the end of the season. I guess I am going to sell you on it a little bit. But do what you want to do. We're just curious if your plans have changed. Texter says they are still going. They booked in late October. Lance tells us he's going to represent the Kings of the North in attendance.
There you go.
In New Orleans.
Going to rock the Honolulu Blue? If you're going, would you wear Lions gear? Because there's going to be other fan bases there. It's a celebration of the NFL. Yeah, and there are going to be other fans that are there, and a majority of Kansas City and Philly fans. But if you're going and you're not a fan of one of the two, wouldn't you rock your NFL gear?
Yes, that's what most people do at these things.
Because I've never been to a Super Bowl. So, Tom, you've been to one. Is that
I've been to one game, and I've been on 4 trips. And it's changed a lot even since I went. This was quite a while ago. But
did you wear Lions gear?
I think I had a shirt with me on the trip when we went. I mean, look.
A shirt? Yeah, I hope you didn't go unclothed.
So I don't really remember what I wore 20 years ago, to be honest with you. But no, you witness other people wearing.
Yeah.
I mean, back then it was even more professional than it is now in terms of you're not supposed to wear team gear if you're in the media.
Right.
Like, that whole stupid taboo. That's loosened up and stuff. But no, I mean, look, I hated you guys. I didn't want to say anything about that. You guys missed out so much, just personally. It is being in the Super Bowl city on Super Bowl weekend leading up, especially it gets cranking Thursday. It is just a spectacle. And I can't imagine what New Orleans was like. The best one I went to was San Diego. It was a great host city because everything was compacted, kind of like New Orleans is. So I'd imagine it'd be the same too. But the things you see, the atmosphere in the team hotels is just unreal. The people you see, you meet. Many people I've met in my life that are pretty famous were on those Super Bowl trips.
Maybe what most people could relate to would be the last time Detroit hosted the Super Bowl, just from a buzz standpoint. But that was, like 06? Something like that. It's been a long time. Some of your ticket texts, some of your phone calls. How have your Super Bowl plans changed? We had that very real moment, realizing where we would have been today, would have been on a plane. 248-539-9797. We want to know what you guys currently have planned for Sunday, and maybe you're still figuring that out. And we're going to get back into the Miles Garrett conversation as the hour wraps up because there is a conversation to be had. It's 97.1. If you're injured in a car accident, there's a law firm out there that truly cares about you. It's KG Law. I know Lawrence KG and his team. I'm excited to have them on board and to share what they're all about. Lawrence is a Detroiter. He built his business with a loyal staff. They've been there from the start, many of them, and they don't cut corners. Most importantly, they win. It's not just their phone number, 877-KG-CARES. Lawrence KG cares about his clients. He's won millions because he fights and he wins big. So if you or a loved one have been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. Visit kgcares.com. That's KG spelled K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. John pointed out in an alternate universe, we are hopping on a plane after the show today to head down to New Orleans with the Lions playing on Sunday.
Let the party begin.
That was the plan. We're going to be down at shared Airbnb with other shows. We're going to be building up to the Super Bowl. Tom is making us feel bad, going, oh, you guys really missed out.
Yeah.
I'm meeting celebrities, movers and shakers, partying, the vibes, Super Bowl. There's nothing like it. And we've asked you guys, how have your plans changed? It can be that you had tickets or you had a hotel or you had flights. It could be that you weren't planning on going to a Super Bowl party, but now maybe you're more open to it because you're not going to be invested the same way you would be. And I said it's a good Super Bowl to go to a Super Bowl party where you're not going to be fixated on the result or an individual play. You're just going to go and be with friends and hang out.
Yeah, and the game will, in essence, be wallpaper. You'll be paying attention, but if you miss something that happened, you look up and you say, "Oh, hey, how come? Why is it 3-0? So who got the field goal?
There's a fumble and they kicked a field goal.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
And so I think there's going to be a lot of that going on.
248-539-9797. We go to Travis in Detroit. You're still going.
What up, though, fellas? How y'all doing this morning?
What up,
Well,
Bill?
we're
What's
doing
going
all
on?
right.
Good. Yeah, man, I'm going. I was blessed with 2 tickets from the NFL's social equity division, and I'm taking my 23-year-old son. But I'm going to tell you, it's a letdown. I asked him if he still wanted to go, and he was like, yeah, because I knew that we were going. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so we're still going. We leave off Friday. We come back Monday. I'm going to rock my Barry Sanders jersey. I know I'm going to hear all the flack. I'm prepared for it, but it's not the same. As if we were going, it would just been magical, more magical. So I'm glad to be going, but it's a letdown. And I know that sounds like, man, you going to the Super Bowl and you say it's a letdown, but
it is, though.
It really is.
I think everybody listening understands your perspective.
It's going to be so weird.
It is, yeah.
Like later in life, you go, I went to the Super Bowl, but man, was it not what I wanted it to be?
Yeah. Travis,
Absolutely.
are you staying in New Orleans?
Yes, I am. Yeah, the NFL's Inspire Change and the NFL Shield, they recognize some of the works that I do when they came up for the draft this past spring.
Oh, wow.
And, yeah. So it's just been a blessing. And then I treated it as if, you know how Major League Baseball game, when that pitcher is going for that no-no and everybody moves away and you don't say anything. So I haven't been saying anything because I didn't want to blow it, like for the Lions. You know what I'm saying? So
You don't want to jinx them. Yeah, you're not like
Right, exactly.
not like Costa with the double-digit disco.
Absolutely, exactly.
Now, hold on 1 second. You were just going to – I love how this has become my cross to bear on the station. John
Well, you're
is
the one
very quick
flying
to
the flags for the Wings. And
throw me under the
yesterday
bus.
we got all of it. What is Costa going to do to ruin this run? Yes, I was on board as well.
You're quick to throw me under the bus. Some ticket text, 248-539.
That's what friends do, right?
Yes. Ticket texters say, if I bought tickets to the big game, I would still go, and I would represent with my Hutch jersey with a big sign that says, Ohio State hasn't beat Michigan in 1,898 days.
That sign's popping up everywhere.
So
There was a Royal Rumble, yeah.
I originally had taken Monday as a vacation day, but now that the Lions aren't in the Super Bowl, I'm going back to work. Caleb in Macomb. Womp, womp, womp. Friend and I are going to the UP going snowmobiling. Fresh powder, beautiful trails, make something of it.
The greatest Super Bowl viewing that I've ever had. A buddy and I went up to Minnesota. We were ice fishing on Lake of the Woods, and I watched it from the lake. It was obviously you're not going to be watching it while you are snowmobiling, but you could snowmobile up until, there's some great bars that you could snowmobile to.
That's awesome.
Watch it and then snowmobile home. That would be awesome.
Diehard Lions fan. It sucks the last 2 years for the Lions. Good in many ways, though. There is one champ, and just because my team fell short, it's not going to deny me the last football game of the year and a chance to bet on the NFL. Brad in Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
There's a lot of that.
Don't let the Commanders.
You never know what you're going to run into, and we have more access than a typical person does. But, I remember an experience in San Diego on the Saturday night. Me, Stoney, and one of our engineers at the time went out to eat, just some random low-key restaurant, weren't looking for anything fancy. And sitting just a couple tables over was Joe Millionaire. Do you remember the show Joe Millionaire?
I remember you saying this story
Vaguely.
before,
Yes.
yeah.
It was a reality show at
Yeah.
the time. One of the
But
biggest.
he wasn't actually a millionaire, but they were trying to date him like he was.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
And this was in the moment of that show, basically. And I'm like, what's he doing here? It's like the random sightings that you would see or random things that you would get to do or just that's what makes it. I mean, I remember getting to talk to like a Michael Irvin for just 10 minutes. Just talk. Not in something professional, nothing.
Interview or anything.
He's a great personality, You can think whatever you want, but man, I'll never be able to do stuff like that. And even other people, like that's the thing. You get we get access, we get a little spoiled to that kind of stuff, but just your every Joe fan gets to see access to these people, like in team hotels and things like that. It's just the whole fan experience thing that they have, and you can do all sorts of things like kick field goals and stuff like that. And,
you could be one of the Mannings.
Yeah, exactly.
And by the way, have we determined in that the kick of destiny, which kind of nauseates me? And in the first 2 years, it was Gronk, right? And he didn't make either one.
Yeah.
Now you have Manning, and we all hear the reads and all that stuff. What if both of them miss?
Check the fine print. I don't know.
I don't know.
Do we think that either of these guys is actually going to make a field goal?
Why not? I've seen the commercials. Eli was training as a kid. He always wanted to be a kicker, and then he had to settle for being a quarterback.
You guys remember the Miller Lite girls?
Maybe.
That was San Diego, too. So the big commercial at the time were these two women that looked basically like porn stars and barely had any clothes on were going around Radio Row doing interviews.
That sounds like the Grammys.
Or Stone. This one. So, Mark Schlereth, he did stuff for ESPN.
Yeah.
Now he does has a talk show, I think Denver. And
Former Redskin.
So anyways, I'm with him, and I'm with Stoney and Wojo. And so Stoney's was always worried about the next guest instead of who he was interviewing. So he's literally not even looking at Mark Schlereth, and he's looking around and stuff like that. And Stoney called him out with Schlereth there on the air. Say, Stoney, show some respect here.
Come on now. Pay attention.
Yeah, imagine that. Stoney not making eye contact. Yeah. Shocking to everyone, I'm sure.
Look, we don't bring it up because, it's painful for us. We bring it up because I think we can all relate to the shared experience of having to kind of on the fly make some different plans for the Super Bowl. Don't want to be in this position next year.
No.
Miles Garrett could go a long way to changing that. He wants out of Cleveland. We'll talk about it next. It's 97.1.
Pistons All-Star Cade Cunningham scoring 30 points with 14 assists at home, but the Hawks came away with the game winner off a shot by who else but Trae Young during a 132-130 final at Little Caesars Arena. Detroit fought back from a 12-point deficit in the fourth quarter, but they do drop back to 500 with the loss. Head coach J.B. Bickerstaff said they're going to use it to continue learning. And that snaps a 2-game winning streak. The Pistons will be back on the floor at home Wednesday night tomorrow against the NBA best Cleveland Cavaliers. 2 Michigan Wolverines are in ESPN's latest NFL mock draft. Mason Graham and Will Johnson projected to go back-to-back to the Patriots and Jaguars in the top 5, as scripted by Matt Miller of the publication. And odds makers have the Lions at about 14-1 to land Brown star Miles Garrett, who formerly requested a trade out of Cleveland. That is the 9th best odds, with Dallas as the favorites at 4-1. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Hey, let's bump those odds up. 14-1.
By the way, welcome back, Dad.
I think his quote today was, "Where am I?"
Yes. What am I doing? Chris Villar, new dad. Back at work.
Download the Odyssey app, listen to 97.1 The Ticket on the app for the chance to win the ultimate trip to Vegas. Miles Garrett, let's talk about it. Johnny wants out of Cleveland. And why not Detroit?
Oh, Charles, you don't have to convince me. And the question is, well, let's go back to the trade deadline. And we were all talking about Max Crosby and Mike was trying to get TJ to text Max and say, "Hey,
TJ failed us. I remember.
TJ failed us." All that stuff. But then we did find out, it was reported, sources told us, that Brad Holmes did make the call to see if Max was available. So it's at least a part of the conversation. Maybe he's having the same dream in regards to what would it take to sit and look at Miles Garrett opposite Aiden Hutchinson with the Lee McNeil in the middle. DJ Reader solidifying things against the run. All of a sudden, you've got Alex Anzalone, Jack Campbell, a healthy Derek Barnes. Boy, that front seven looks pretty badass.
And those corners don't have to cover quite as long either. Who do you double on that defensive front? Like, John, you played offensive line in the league. How do you deal with that?
That'd be a nightmare. I mean, you'd have to bring in tight ends. You have to bring in running backs. You limit your options downfield because you're so worried about just keeping your quarterback healthy, keeping him upright, and getting the ball off.
So instead of 5 guys in a route, it's only 4. And they
Or
may have
3.
to be, or 3, and they may have to be shallow routes again. And now you can press up and play the man coverage that the Lions want to play. It would be amazing. And I don't want to be flippant about this. Oh, just trade all your first-round picks. But for a player like Miles Garrett, it's justifiable. The guy has 100 sacks. He's in the prime of his career. He's a 4-time All-Pro. He's won Defensive Player of the Year.
Reigning Defensive Player of the Year.
Until they hand out the award. Yeah, you're right. He is the reigning Defensive Player of the Year. He is in the short list of guys who might be better than Aiden Hutchinson, right? Like, we're talking about the 2 or 3 best pass rushers in the sport. How do you say no to that for a team that needs just a little more oomph to get to the quarterback? The teams that win the Super Bowl tend to have really good fronts. What are we talking about? We're talking about first-round picks, plural. We're talking about pick 28 and pick 32 and some sweetener. And keep in mind, if you go, all those are late firsts, Miles Garrett wants to win a Super Bowl. Many of the teams that will be trying to trade for him will also be offering up late first-round picks. The Lions can put a competitive offer together. He signed the next 2 seasons. Great. Worry about an extension, but you got 2 years to win a Super Bowl. You know you can't keep everybody, so win with everybody who's here right now. I don't know that you're going to keep everybody after the next 2 seasons. You're going to work out an extension for Aiden, which, by the way, doesn't kick in over the next 2 years. An extension for Branch, an extension for Laporta, for Gibbs, for these guys that won't kick in the next 2 seasons. J-Mo, you have a chance to win right now. And to give up 2 first-round picks doesn't mean you have to stop drafting and developing. Guys, do you know who the general manager of this football team is? He found an all-pro in the 3rd round, Kirby Joseph. He found an all-pro in the 4th round, Amon-Ra St. Brown. Maybe you guys don't trust him enough. I'd give up the 2 firsts in a heartbeat. And in terms of what it will take, Diana Rossini talked to an NFC or an NFL general manager who said it's not going to take 3 firsts. It's going to take a first plus. I'd offer 2 firsts, get the deal done, and move on.
You also, okay, he wants to go to a Super Bowl contender. And so that limits the options. I don't know how much the Browns will limit their options in trying to accommodate Miles Garrett. And maybe they get an extra first that they wouldn't get from a team that's not necessarily a contender. So if you're just talking about the Raiders, is this year's, what do they pick, 3rd? I can't remember what it is.
It's funny, we don't have to worry about the draft.
Right. But I mean, a top 6 pick.
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly. They're 6. Yeah. I said that because I thought they were 6. Yeah. So you'd have top 6 pick. Next year, probably not going to be in the upper 20s, but better than they are now. So,
but they're not chasing a Super Bowl. They're not a destination.
Right, but okay, do the Browns have to accommodate Miles Garrett?
I guess they don't have to, John, but
he doesn't have, as we understand it, a no trade clause. He doesn't have to agree to actually go. Now, maybe he can, he could put a power play in place where, no, I'm not going to show up. I'm not going to play for, this team, whatever team that might be. But so if they do go and say, we're going to trade you to a team that has the ability in the next couple of years to win a Super Bowl, also has to be a team that has enough cap space to handle him. Now, his cap number is not
let's go over
out of this world.
The team that trades him, Cleveland, is going to bite a lot of the bonus money as a hard cap hit for them. The cap hit for Miles Garrett next year is $19 million. Super easy for the Lions to squeeze that in. It's $20 million the year after. That's when Goff's deal hits and St. Brown's deal hits, and you'll restructure some deals.
And he probably wants an extension as well.
And then that's where it gets a little messier. But I would contend it was always going to get messy from that point on. So take your swing right now. And still draft and develop with your seconds, your thirds, your fourths, your fifths. They have capital beyond their firsts. I can't take you seriously if you don't want to win the Super Bowl. Like, what's the point? Some people want to win their third Super Bowl before they win their first. Well, I'm sorry that we're not prioritizing the 2028 Detroit Lions today. I feel like it's your responsibility to strike while the iron's hot and win a Super Bowl so you're not left feeling the way we're feeling, where you fall just short. How many years are we going to do this before we decide, you know what? These first-round picks aren't worth it. We need the all-pro. We need maybe the best pass rusher in all of football.
So I bring up you got to have the picks, you've got to have the cap space to fit him in as is. And if you throw in there teams that are going to be contending for a Super Bowl title, it limits the possibilities for Cleveland to make those trades with. And that's why, did I say New England? For Cleveland to make those trades with. I'm looking at the cap space because the Patriots have the most cap space. He is one of the teams that was in an article that I read that might be in the play for Miles Garrett. They have the most cap space available. They're an awful team right now.
Sure.
New coach, although it's a coach with a defensive mind, it's a coach with Terrell Williams, we know is a really good defensive line coach. So maybe there is a pull to New England. And the fact that they could not only accommodate his cap number this year, next year, they could also accommodate a very healthy extension.
Yeah.
The Raiders have the second most cap space. Commanders, the third most cap space. And this is where you start to get a little bit worried because we talk about Jaden Daniels and having to go, face him on a regular basis in the playoffs to be able to reach the Super Bowl. We already lost to him once as a rookie. I think he's going to continue to improve.
John, on that note, that is the fear. If the Lions don't trade for Miles Garrett and he ends up on a contender, you will face him in an elimination game in the playoffs.
You know who else also has plenty of cap space, effective cap space going into the 2025 season? A couple of, I think, possible landing spots.
Yeah.
The Bears.
Okay. Not a Super Bowl contender.
The Vikings.
Sure.
You want to face them twice?
No, I don't want to face them twice. The Packers, another team that could add him, right?
Well, Packers are just under where the Lions are in terms of available cap space. They've got $4 million less, but they still have plenty of space.
They could swing.
Niners.
Sure.
You think they would swing for the fences?
Well, and they have a higher first-round pick because they underachieved this year.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, there are some concerns that even if you offer 2 firsts and you throw in a third, you try and sweeten the pot as much as possible. The Browns right now need as much cheap talent as possible. The best way to get cheap talent is in the draft.
Especially because they're probably going to have a rough 2025 year. They're going to wait for more of this money to get off the books.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe have a new general manager sooner rather than later. You're going to want the draft capital to rebuild this thing.
How about the Chargers?
Yeah, I saw them mentioned.
They're a team that has, they went through a little bit of a cap decisions last year and got rid of offensive talent. And now they are sitting with $55 million in available effective cap space going into this offseason.
So you brought up the Bears.
Mm-hmm.
I know, Jim, they're not a Super Bowl contender. They do have the 10th pick in the first round.
Mm-hmm.
They've got a young quarterback. They're not paying him yet, and they own picks 10, 39, and 41. I don't think the Lions can offer that.
No, they can't. They're not even nothing close to that.
No matter what you try to do with capital, the Bears' offer is going to be better. I think another alarming thing people better get a hold of here a little bit with the Browns is that I think there are a few players on the Lions roster that the Lions would be willing to give up and that the Browns would want, meaning a marriage that would fit. The Browns want nothing to do with anybody that has money, okay? So anybody that's getting paid, you can forget about that. They also I don't think they would be interested in Branch or Joseph. These are guys that are due money. I don't know, without getting them to agree to a long-term contract, I don't think the Browns would want those players. They're just going to lose them. To me, the Browns either want a player they've got control of for several years, and I think the top candidate on the Lions is Jack Campbell.
Sure.
Cheap.
I'd trade him.
And you can control him.
I'd trade him.
And other than that...
I don't want to be clear. I like Jack Campbell, but for Miles Garrett, yeah, come on.
Other than that, I don't think there's many attractive players. So you say, well, people are saying, let's throw in a player. Let's throw in J-Mo. Is J-Mo going to re-sign with the Browns? Why would they take that? They would rather have a pick. so that they can have that. That's what's, I think, going to be really hard for the Lions to accomplish here. It's going to take minimum 3 picks in my mind. That's where I think that GM's wrong. I don't know what players the Browns would be attracted to.
Well, it could also be a GM that's trying to be
lower
out
the
there
market.
and depress the market a little bit.
So let me just give you what 2 respected people have floated out there. The first we'll use is Adam Schefter, who cites the Khalil Mack trade when he was traded from Oakland to Chicago. The Bears gave up 2 first-round picks, a third, and a 6th. They got Mack, a second, and a conditional 5th back. I'd do that today.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, any objections here in the studio? Okay, any objections on the ticket text?
But I also think it might take more than that because I think Miles Garrett is greater than Khalil Mack at that time.
He was also younger.
Yeah.
And, boy, Khalil Mack did take the league by storm, though.
Yeah, he was
very,
a beast.
Very good. Yeah, and then there's what Diana Rossini said, which was after talking to an NFL general manager. This wasn't like, a low-level scout. This was an NFL general manager, that it wasn't going to take 3 first-round picks. So people who are going, Lions shouldn't give up 3 first-round picks and throw away their future. That is not believed at all to be what the cost would be. So the full context says probably a 1+. Not happening to the 3 1s crowd. A 1, a 2, a 1, and 2 3s, throw a player in that type of structure is what is expected for Miles Garrett. Now, bidding war, maybe it goes up a little bit, which is why I said 2 1s and a sweetener. 2 1s and a sweetener.
Right, 2 1s and Campbell. You going to do that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the guys who I wouldn't trade is a small list. The guys I would trade, it's a much bigger list. I'd trade David Montgomery. Right?
Oh, sure. I would too. I don't think they're interested. I mean, they have Chubb. They also have, 4?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Their run game underachieved this season. I'm just throwing out guys that are good players that I like for the Lions. My point, though, is they wouldn't be bolted down if Miles Garrett was available.
Yeah, we just don't know what their intention is. I mean, we're just over 48 hours from a crazy trade nobody saw coming in the NBA. You have no idea. The Browns are a franchise that have made very questionable moves with Deshaun Watson in the past. So, and other moves that maybe they're fools in this. Maybe they would take on somebody with a big contract. I just think that would be foolish. They are really a candidate to start over.
They are. Lions fans, you saw the news. Miles Garrett wants out. Apparently, it's been brewing for a couple seasons. Lions are a Super Bowl contender. He wants to win a Super Bowl. Make it happen. It's 97-1.
Hey, a personal injury of any sort, by definition, is in fact personal. Injury attorney David Feminino has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need, and trust me, you need it in this moment to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Feminino. If you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Feminino at 855-65-CRASH or go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
We all start the new year off with resolutions, better diets, workout plans, adding a 4-time All-Pro pass rusher. But don't forget about your smile. At Brightside Dental, there's no judgment. If you put off seeing a dentist last year, it doesn't have to be back-to-back years. And if it has, that's not a problem either. I speak as a guy in his 20s who was moving around post-college, didn't go to the dentist often enough. You don't have to be self-conscious. Go to Brightside Dental. That's 1-800-PAINLESS, brightsidedental.com. They're not going to shame you. They're just going to take care of you. They've got 9 Metro Detroit locations, including the newest in Trenton. New patients, $35 new patient special. That's 1-800-PAINLESS, brightsidedental.com. Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Why not Detroit? Miles Garrett wants to win a Super Bowl. He wants out of Cleveland. It's been brewing for years. 100 sacks, prime of his career. Why not Detroit? Pair him with Aiden Hutchinson. You can't double team anybody on this defensive line. You go from being a defense that has some concerns to one of the best fronts in all of football, maybe ever. I mean, it would rival some of the great fronts in NFL history to put Aiden in his prime with Miles Garrett in his prime, Aleem McNeil in the middle, and I guess DJ Reader's the weakest link. That's what we'd be talking about. For as much as the Lions have built the offensive line, and how that's the engine for what they do, same is true on the other side. If you can wreak havoc, your corners don't cover as long, suddenly that's not a big issue. Your linebackers have more room to navigate. They're not getting, no one's getting up to the second level and getting to them. Detroit's defense transforms overnight. You become the Super Bowl favorite immediately. And what's it going to take? By all accounts, not 3 firsts, 1 and more.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 firsts and a little more cherry on top. Throw in a cheap player or a future pick. The point is, these are picks 28 and 32, right? Assuming you win the Super Bowl. Or late firsts if you don't. So this is no-brainer.
To me, it feels like it's a no-brainer. And I didn't hear Carson Anderson yesterday. I'm guessing when this news broke, it was very similar to what we're talking about. It seems like a no-brainer.
A Gator is team F them picks. Right. Immediately.
Gosh, a little more cautious.
Yes. Stop me if you've heard the show before.
Yeah. And in the afternoon, I guarantee you they probably were more on the lines of F them picks.
Yeah, I mean, clean up on aisle 5. I mean, everybody's partying.
Right. So I'm curious, and we are kind of the same way, right? We've said this would be a lethal front. This would be unbelievable. This would be an opportunity that doesn't come along almost ever to be able to make something like this happen. So I'm curious out there, is there someone listening that says no? I want to know why. Is there somebody with a dissenting opinion? And why? What is it that makes you cautious or that you would say no to this trade?
Yeah, it feels like maybe we're getting a little echo chamber here. Everybody's on the same page. If you don't see it the way we see it, go ahead. That's what we're here for. Let's hash it out. Texter says 2 first-round picks, Laporta and a third. Make it happen. Mike at work. And again, no one likes to trade Laporta, but it just shows you how big a deal this would be that people would throw him in there. Texter says, the Lions have to go all in. You can't let them go to another NFC team. If you really want a Super Bowl, now's the time. Give up the picks ASAP. Texter says, the problem is I trust Brad Holmes too much. The picks you're giving up for Miles Garrett could all be all pros. That's the thing that derailed this team if you weren't paying attention. They need more depth. That's why they don't want them to give up the draft picks. John and Jim, here goes Costa getting himself worked up for Garrett, all to be in shambles when he's traded to another team. Why am I wrong to get excited? Why are we wrong to bring this up and ask Brad Holmes to do this? Are we allowed to think for ourselves? And by the way, Brad, to John's point, did call on Max Crosby. So it's not like we're making something out of nothing. Right.
And he said that the Zadarius Smith, and a question there. Does he already have a working relationship? He was able to work it for Zadarius Smith. What does this mean for him? Probably means they find a way to move on from Zadarius Smith. But can you imagine if they don't? You've got Zadarius, Miles Garrett teamed up again along with Aiden Hutchinson. Look out.
Parade down Woodward. Look, it's a dream. It should be a reality. The Lions should be active in this. Dreams have been a theme on the show today. I woke up with a very specific Detroit sports feeling. We'll get to that at 9:02. Heather's dream. We've been talking about this. 8:35.
Oh, boy.
Heather had a dream involving a coworker, and it wasn't exactly a PG.
Awkward.
First, you got to talk about the news. What's going on?
I do. Gardner White just announced that it's opening this new concept store in downtown Detroit this spring. It's called GW Home. It's going to be located on Woodward in the former Under Armour location. So the company says that it's going to offer custom selections of furniture, home decor, art, accessories, gifts, everything you need to make your home look great. This is going to mark the 14th store location in the state of Michigan. Coming back to downtown Detroit. The official opening date wasn't given. They just said this spring. So something right around the corner. I mean, It's almost here. A 19-year-old man from Southfield was arrested after carjacking a resident and then fleeing police. There's footage of this arrest, and it includes this brief vehicle pursuit before the suspect was taken into custody after being struck by a Southfield police cruiser. So happened late Friday morning. Police received a call from a man who said he had just been carjacked outside of his home, sitting in his car when this guy came up to him, demanded the keys, took the car, sped off. A short time later, officers were able to identify the stolen vehicle, chased it down. The suspect lost control, crashed into a ditch, and then took off on foot, right? So attempted to flee, but he was hit by this police officer, hit by the cruiser. And here's the Southfield police chief discussing the incident. So yeah, he was found with this ghost gun, one of those 3D printed guns. So he's been charged with a ton of crimes, including felony carjacking, which does carry a lifetime offense. So they got him. The University of Michigan is being sued by a group of students who claim the school violated their constitutional rights by effectively banning them from campus after they attended pro-Palestine demonstrations. So this lawsuit was filed on Monday. Plaintiffs say that the school trampled their free speech and due process rights by issuing these overly broad trespassing tickets, which basically say they're banned from campus. Can't even go to class, one of the students. Has to attend classes online, virtually, basically, without providing, they say, evidence of any wrongdoing. So they're asking a federal judge to issue an injunction overturning their bans and stopping the university from issuing similar bans in the future. And this isn't the first lawsuit the school is facing. In December, another group of students also sued, claiming that they were selectively targeted for attending these peaceful protests. So after Luka Doncic's, it's hard to say with the plural, surprising trade to the Los Angeles Lakers, his dad has been voicing his frustration. So in this new interview, his dad slammed the Mavericks for hiding the details of the deal and called them out for what he deemed was really, unacceptable behavior. So he said that he didn't appreciate the secrecy and the hypocrisy, he said, by the people that he trusted most. His father said that it hurt him personally because he also thought that Luka didn't deserve this. Mm-hmm. You know what? I also saw surrounding this whole trade, I saw reports that said Luka had just closed.
Yes.
Like a week prior on a $15 million mansion.
Anthony Davis had just closed on a mansion in LA as well.
Really?
So
they could swap.
Oh my, maybe.
There you go.
You like this house, I like that house. There you go.
Yeah,
but
full
man,
trade. Yes.
And that he cried when he got news of the trade. It is devastating, right? When you're obviously not planning on it.
Yeah, you're building your life in one place.
You just bought this house because that's where you thought you were going to be, right?
Yeah. Well, and he also missed out on about $115 million.
Well, that hurts too.
If people don't realize he can't get the Supermax because he was traded. Yeah, it's a huge deal.
Yeah. Finally, a woman accidentally discovered that her husband was cheating on her when she went online to ask for help on why everything in her house was turning green. her cat, her pillow, like couch cushions, not like really green, just like a slight hue of green. She was looking for some cleaning tips, said, you know what, I can't figure this out. Like I tested our detergent, I looked for mold, like none of those things are it. And somebody kind of joking, but suggested, you know what, it could be from a brand new pair of jeans, specifically Old Navy jeans. I guess like leave that, residue, that coloring on material. And she said, well, my husband and I don't wear jeans. It can't be from that. We're not jean people. Well, she thought, you know what, maybe I should investigate this further. Looked at phone records, looked at bank accounts, and discovered evidence of an affair and found this woman who he was having an affair with.
Wore jeans?
Wore jeans. Maybe not Old Navy jeans, but she was a jean wearer, and she caught him.
Oh, boy.
Red-handed.
Green-handed.
Green-handed.
Blue.
Yes.
Blue-handed.
Heather with the news. It's 97.1.
Hey, Super Bowl 59 is right around the corner. It's this Sunday. It's one game, two teams, endless possibilities, and there's no better way to make every play more exciting than with FanDuel Sportsbook. Whether you're predicting the first touchdown, who's going to take home the MVP trophy, or win the coin toss, FanDuel makes it easy to place your bets and feel the thrill of every single moment. With live betting all game long, you can jump into the action, adjust your bets, and ride the wave of excitement from the beginning to the very end at the final whistle. Plus, to make the Super Bowl even sweeter, new customers can score $200 when you make your first bet. Here's how you do it. Place a $5 bet, and if you win, you're going to get $200 in bonus bets. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
First thing Heather says to me when she walks in, I think this might be a show topic. I had a dream involving a coworker.
Oh, boy.
John walks up and here's the end of that story, which involved hand-holding and making out. We'll get to it. But, John, you also asked people, does anybody have a dissenting opinion on this Miles Garrett deal? Anybody not want him here, opposed to giving up multiple firsts and young players? Chris in Ypsilanti, you're up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, I am opposed to the Godfather deal that you guys are doing, multiple firsts and young players. I want to take you back to what Brad says. Every press conference at the deadline, at free agency, you don't want to be a prisoner of the moment. Let's go back to the trade deadline when on this show we were talking about trading 2, maybe even 3 ones for Max Crosby. And then what happened? Not only did the whole defense get hurt, but Max Crosby didn't finish the year, and we would have been mortgaging the future for a guy who would not have helped us reach the Super Bowl. Now, I don't want this to get taken the wrong way. I love Miles Garrett. He'd be a great Lion. But the most I would offer probably would not be competitive. I would offer this year's 2, next year's 1, and probably a conditional second if we make the Super Bowl, right? But the fact of the matter is that the Browns are going to want the Khalil Mack deal at least. And Miles Garrett, who's already 30 and will be on his current deal until he's 32, is going to want to get extended probably another 3 or 4 years. He's going to want another payday. So now you're talking about paying a 36-year-old edge rusher $35 million against the cap. Oh, and by the way, you have to re-sign Jared Goff at the exact same time his new deal kicks in. You have to re-sign Brian Branch at the exact same time his new deal kicks in. Cleveland's not going to want a Brian Branch or a Sam Laporta. They already have one of the best defensive secondaries in the NFL and David Njoku.
No, they want picks,
right?
Chris. They want picks.
And, they want picks. And what we have to realize is those picks are real players. They're valuable. There's a reason why teams like Baltimore are always good every year, because they know that the more picks you have, the more you can sustain your program. And frankly, Baltimore has been the best team in the NFL the last 3 years. It's just that they're in an era.
Have they won a Super Bowl?
The greatest quarterback of all time.
Well, and that's what it comes back to.
They're the best, maybe the best regular season team, but don't you want to win a Super Bowl?
Well, and that's the key. With all respect to Brad Holmes, who is back-to-back Executive of the Year, he's not back-to-back Super Bowl champion. And you have a team capable. And if you're worried about the cap in 2027, that can't be the thing that stops you from making a move in 25 and 26, and you might not keep everybody in 27. Like, Brad Holmes may be a victim of his own success. If you draft too many All-Pros, you can't have 15 All-Pros on your team. Like, win while you still have them all on rookie deals and while you're in the Super Bowl stratosphere. He hates windows. Fine. Super Bowl stratosphere. You're in the upper echelon of the sport right now. Don't let a contender get Miles Garrett. You be that team that adds him and wins. And if you're as good as you are, Brad Holmes, and I don't dispute that, if you trade a couple first, draft some All-Pros in the 3rd and the 4th round the way you did Kirby Joseph and Amon-Ra St. Brown. I don't think those are valid reasons to opt out of this.
And who are you drafting? Okay, you're going to give up a second this year? Who are you drafting that's going to have the impact of a Miles Garrett?
Yeah, I give up the first this year.
Give it up a first. You're still not drafting somebody like Miles Garrett.
Exactly. Anyway, it's part of our show today, the Miles Garrett stuff. The other thing that we've been bringing up since the day started. Heather, tell us about this dream.
I walk in this morning and I'm like, so I don't know if this is something we should talk about or not, but I had this dream, and I rarely remember dreams these days because I think I'm not actually getting into like a deep REM sleep.
Right.
Because I hardly sleep. So it's just like I go to sleep and I wake up and I never dream. I'm sure I dream, but
parenthood.
Today, or it would have been this morning, one of the kids woke up around 3. So it got me up, got out of bed, and I was able to fall back asleep because I was so tired for like an hour and a half, right? I got to wake up at 4:30. So within that hour and a half, I slept hard and I had a dream, and I woke up and I remembered everything. And it involved one of you. And in this dream, I was dating one of you. And we went to the Super Bowl together.
I'm blushing.
But it wasn't actually like the Super Bowl. It was more like a movie theater attached to like a hotel. It was like a conference center.
Somewhere to go.
I'm just saying, like, it was more of like a conference center. It wasn't
but it was
like
the Super Bowl. Dreams are weird.
But it was the Super Bowl.
It made sense
right?
in your dream. Yeah.
Yeah, this is already weird.
And like you didn't watch it like on a field, because it wasn't really like on an incline. You sat in the chair and you looked up and watched the game on a screen.
Okay.
Like it was very
It was a watch
strange,
party.
but that's how.
Sure.
But it
Okay.
was It was
you
the
alone?
actual Super Bowl. It's just that's how it was in my dream, right?
Okay.
But apparently it was boring because we got up and went and had a picnic. My daughter was there. So there was still like, you still knew, like in my head or in my dream, I knew of your wife and I knew of Colin, but we were not dating. We were no longer married to our spouses. We were now dating each other. And there
Who
was
it?
It was Jim. There was like, we were at the game, sitting watching this game on this screen, holding hands. There was a lot of like snuggling, but then there was like a lot of, so we had this, there was nobody at the game. So we had the whole row to ourselves. There was some making out.
Oh,
That's like
boy.
I know.
Oh, boy.
Heather, you're a married woman.
First of all, mad props for bringing this up publicly.
What? So I woke up and I was like, oh my gosh. And it was a very, like, because I just woke up to get ready for work. So it was right there. I actually remember, like, I remember all of the details. That's as far as, like, anything went between us, Jim, thank goodness. But I remember, like, asking you about Kelsey. Like, this is, like.
What was my answer?
I don't know. I don't remember that, but I remember, like, this is going to be weird, isn't it? Like,
Yeah.
Tom, stop making the swinging
she ate
gesture.
on the couch, so, hey, get rid of her.
Tom's doing one of these over here behind the glass. Would you stop it?
Yes.
This is Heather's
I
dream.
had no idea that the swingers lifestyle was contagious.
in dreams,
Apparently
I guess
it
anything
is.
is.
Wow.
So have you guys, maybe not you or anyone listening, ever had like
Let's go to Colin
an
online too.
inappropriate dream about a coworker, right? And I don't know why this was in my dream. One of the last things I saw before I went to sleep was your post on social media.
Oh, yeah.
About our show. So I'm like, okay, was that like some? I don't know.
Top of mind, yeah.
I don't know.
John, first of all, are you at all jealous that it's not you?
I don't know how to answer that question.
Should I be flattered?
Don't answer.
Yeah.
Don't answer.
I don't know how to answer that question. But I do have another question. So it breaks, right? Some of us it's time to go use the restroom. Maybe we go out and get a drink of water. I am now curious as to the conversation as that door closes. What happens when I leave the room?
Stop it.
Literally, I'm like, what are these two talking about?
I don't know.
I-
I don't
so,
know where it came
all right,
from,
Jim.
but there it was.
I'll ask you this.
All right, John. I'll answer this.
Awkward much?
Yes,
Yeah,
incredibly awkward. Starting to blush a little as she's telling this story.
I
like,
know. Well, I had to get it out. It was there, at top of my head. The first thing I remember waking up, and you're the first person I saw when I walked in. I was like, so I gotta tell you this. I had this dream.
to be clear, you didn't have to tell me this, but for radio
Right.
purposes,
Right.
Yeah.
hey, sure,
Uh-huh.
make
Yep.
content.
If we had a regular job,
You would not have said something, right?
no.
Okay. Any texting between you and your actual husband before you went public with
Of
this?
course not. Of course not, John. Like, I don't. No, it's early.
Content is
Colin,
king, baby.
Colin,
Oh, but I
you
am
are.
getting a text. Oh, no, it's not a text. Okay.
We need to talk.
Were there any upside down pineapples in this dream?
No, we were not swinging. I mean, we were
Kind of sounds like it.
broken apart from our spouses. Like, we were not together with our spouse. Like, because they were there though. Like, my daughter was in the dream. For some reason, she was in a high chair. She was like the size of my son.
Kim, your thoughts, or Jim, your thoughts on kids?
No, thanks.
But it's not like she was calling you dad.
I would hope not.
Was a cat in the dream?
No, there was no
She
cat.
wasn't the one saying dad.
You guys both
Oh,
like
you
cat.
stop. You stop.
Tom, you want to wade into these waters? You look interested.
Oh, boy.
I don't know what to say.
But has somebody else
Yes,
out there
right.
must have had a dream, right? Because at least maybe it depends on your job, but your coworkers, you spend a lot of time with them, right? Like,
Yeah.
we're with each other every single morning. So, like, you guys are on my mind, right?
Sure. Sure.
There has to be other people who have had inappropriate dreams about their coworkers.
I am very curious if we have any listeners who have had those inappropriate dreams. Please share.
Maybe I'm the only one.
And
You're not. There's no way you're the only one out there.
Maybe it's all about how you classify this dream. Was it a dream or a nightmare?
Ooh. There you go. It was the worst nightmare ever. No, it wasn't a nightmare, but it wasn't like, it was just a dream. It was just something that I woke up and remembered.
Was it jarring when you woke up? Like, that would be jarring.
Kind of jarring, especially because I can literally remember every single detail.
And we have not planned this. This is the second time that this situation has come up, because now I'm going to talk about the D. And that would be America's favorite place to watch football. Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools, and who knows who you're there with. You could be there with a coworker on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas. That's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
You guys do not disappoint. Tom brings in ticket text. I normally star the good ones. They're all starred. To the point that no one has called in to share a similar experience. Heather's really sitting in it today.
I know.
Oh, there's more on Twitch, too, so you start with
The more
the
I
text.
talk about it, I'm like, you know what? The more maybe I shouldn't have shared.
We're down that road. There's no putting the toothpaste back in that tube.
Heather came in, said she just woke up from a very vivid dream, a dream where she was dating one of us, holding hands, making out at a picnic, significant
At the
others.
Super Bowl, too, which is
football
quite the
theme.
first date. Yeah.
Quite the first date.
Now we're starting to label things.
And she revealed that it was me and not John. John, you must feel like a real loser. She picked cookies over you. LMAO. That's from Roy. Jim, I know you're in trouble when you get home, even though it's not real.
Yeah.
See how that
I
goes.
mean, in
Me
reference
too.
to the first one, it might just been one that maybe it's just the more gettable.
How dare you? John is
Oh my gosh.
John is sad it's not him in the dream. Another says there goes John's ego. Plot twist, it's Jim, not John. The disrespect is not okay. I got your back, John. Gilly at work.
So, on Twitch. So, I mean, okay. Sometimes they are masters of the obvious. And this one is John making it more awkward. Hello. I think that's what I specialize in at times.
Yep.
In your job description. This one says, sounds more like Heather's nightmare.
Well, it's all about labeling, that's for sure.
You know, Gator is a dream interpreter, guys.
He is.
It's one of his many talents. So if he comes in for crosstalk, what does it mean, Gator?
So I think I'd like to open this up with your permission, Heather,
Oh,
to
boy.
not only our listeners, have you had an experience like this, dreaming about a coworker? You can call in, you can use a fake name, fake business, whatever you want to do. But I also want to open it up to those that might want to interpret this dream.
Oh, no.
No.
And we do have one. I'll kick this off with one that's on Twitch. According to Google AI,
Always reliable.
Google AI dream interpretation. There's two, so bear with
Okay.
me. One, dream about, and this comes from Twitch. I didn't Google this. This comes from
Okay.
a Twitch, a comment on Twitch. Anyway, stop. Dreaming about dating a coworker often signifies a subconscious attraction or interest you might have towards them in your waking life, potentially reflecting a desire for a deeper connection and even a crush you might not be fully aware of. It could also, number two, it could also simply
the other
mean
one?
that you spend a lot of time with them at work and their presence is naturally appearing in your dreams.
That's what
I'll
I'm
go
hoping
with
for.
number 2.
All right. So
Yes.
to help those that are trying to decipher and look deeper into the meaning of this dream, give us a little more detail.
I mean, what's so crazy is that I can remember all of the.
What were you wearing?
Okay, so I remember we're going to the big game, right? Like,
Right.
what am I going to wear? Because I have no rooting interest. Do I wear my Lions gear or not? And I ended up wearing no team affiliated shirt, but I wore an orange shirt, which I don't own anything orange, but I opted for an orange like t-shirt.
Okay. So
Weird.
since you mentioned this, well, not necessarily weird.
Okay.
All right. I Googled, what does the color orange, what type of meaning does it have?
Okay.
There's a couple, so bear with me. The color orange has many meanings, including warmth, energy, and enthusiasm. It also follows up with, in North America, the psychology of orange tells us that the color has traditionally been a symbol of optimism, happiness, enthusiasm, and youthful connections.
Oh, lovely.
Some more ticket text.
Awesome.
Please tell me Colin isn't hearing this over the air.
I'm sure he is.
Can Heather verify that it's not that small? Signed, Joe.
So I also want to ask, as I continue to make this more awkward than I think you were hoping for,
My cheeks are warm.
as you're holding hands
Yes.
so lovingly, what type of, do you remember the type of feeling that you had?
I don't remember that. I just remember that we were sitting
Okay.
holding hands, watching this game on a screen.
He didn't do the yawn and put his arm around you. He just
No,
grabbed
he
your
didn't.
hand.
I had my head on his shoulder. I remember all of these details, you guys, which is what is even more crazy to me. Yes.
Texter says, even if you were a single mom, Heather, you could do better than cookies. And this one says, I'm sad that this is going to add to Cookie's already huge ego. This is a terrible development for the show.
Boy.
Wow, Jim sure got up quick to use the bathroom after that story. Signed, Chris in West Bloomfield. Is Jim a good kisser? We're going to go to the phone.
Yes, please answer that question.
Let's get to Paul in Waterford. Paul,
That's
bail
where we
us
go to
out.
the news update.
Paul, good morning.
Oh, man, you guys are... Good morning, guys. You're cracking me up right now. I can't believe more people aren't calling in on this.
Other people have had to experience this.
Oh, my God. I've had many, but I do remember... So I used to be a server back in the day, and I worked with this girl. She was beautiful. She had a lot of junk in her trunk, and it was a great trunk, if you know what I'm saying.
Sure.
So,
Yeah, we understand.
I had a dream about her, and it was a pretty vivid dream, and, we did a lot. For sure, we hooked up, and the next day I worked with her, and I was just, looking at her like, you naughty thing, all day. And I didn't say anything to her, but I told someone else that I worked.
Oh, no.
I told someone else that I worked with, and I think that somehow word got around, and it got to her, and so it was awkward. But, after a day or two, it's cool. I mean, that happens all the time, so it's all good. I actually just had one the other night, too, about someone else. But it was someone I also used to work with years ago. But it was just why are they in my dream,
right.
But I feel like it's a little win, It's cool.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Or big win. Paul, let me ask you this question.
Sure.
Are you happily married?
Yes.
Okay.
See?
So normal.
See?
All right. Yeah.
Yeah. At the time, about the one a long time ago, though, no, I wasn't happily married. I was in a relationship.
She didn't want you to say that. You were helping. Now you're not helping. We do have.
Sorry, but like I said, I just had a dream the other night, 3 nights ago, about a girl that I worked with 6 or 7 years ago.
there you go.
And I am really happily
Thank
married.
you.
And active and content with our lives, with our our situation. So it's not like
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
She's been holding out or anything like that. But.
Okay. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Paul.
Okay, Heather, someone is going to make you feel better. Are you ready for this?
Yes.
There is someone on Ticket Text who says they had a dream about sleeping with their mother-in-law. I want you to think about that. Chris Villar with the update. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. At home, the Pistons fought back from a double-digit deficit in the final 10 minutes, but gave up a game winner with just seconds remaining. Trae Young hit it, giving the Hawks a 132-130 edge downtown. Isaiah Stewart says that they have to be on their toes now that the league has noticed how much better they've been playing this season. Well, Stu had 10 points off the bench. Cade Cunningham put up a 30 spot, and up next, it doesn't get any easier. The 40-9 Cavaliers come into town tomorrow night. Another star player appears to be on the trading block as wide receiver Cooper Kupp will be dealt away by the Rams after being informed by the team, saying he doesn't agree with that decision on social media. The 31-year-old has spent his entire career in L.A., but the Rams could save $15 million in cash if they move on. Kupp has played 12 games in each of the past 2 years with just over 700 yards receiving on average, and this comes after Miles Garrett officially asked for a trade from Cleveland. And Wings fans, they are taking notice. 6 wins in a row, now in a wild card spot. They'll face the Kraken in Seattle late tonight for their next contest as they are red hot. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
It's been quite the morning.
Yeah.
Thanks for being with us.
So on Twitch, let's just jump right into this.
Okay.
So this does bring up a question. Only in America is holding hands necessarily considered sex. I don't think it's considered sex. I think it would be very awkward if you guys were holding hands and either of your significant others walked in.
Absolutely.
So I don't think it has to. I think we got a notification.
I did.
So, and then another one here. It says it could have been worse. The dream could have been about the three of you.
Oh.
You said the last thing you saw was the show photo before you went to sleep.
Yes, but the show photo is obviously, now that we know the context of it, is me holding the two of you apart.
That's not how I look at that photo, John.
No.
Clearly
No.
trying to be the separator.
Actually, you're bringing us together. You may be trying to
but
break up
I'm-
marriages.
No, I'm just trying to keep you guys separated.
Yeah.
So we did get
Barrier.
a text saying that it's Jim and not John because he doesn't wash his feet.
Oh, like
That's
versus
why.
like.
So yes,
yeah.
we're like-minded.
Now it all makes sense.
Yeah,
Yes.
I get it.
So dreams have been a theme on the show today.
We're trying to move on, are you?
Yes, I am.
Oh.
We have Heather's dream. We have the fans' dreams. Lions fans want Miles Garrett. John has asked, does anybody speak now or forever hold your peace type of thing? Because we've been getting a lot of, obviously, give up 2 firsts, and what more do you want? Let's make it happen. If you are someone who does not want Miles Garrett, please provide some reasoning. And if you do want him, great. You can join in on the fun, 248-539-9797. John, I also had shared with you when I woke up that I had a completely different realization than the one we've been talking about. You can't make this stuff up, people.
No, I mean, I like I said a little bit ago, filter. I'm working on an operating filter, and I think I've accomplished that goal for the most part.
You've done better than I thought.
Maybe I'll
you
hear
would
from
have done.
Colin later.
Yeah, anyway. I woke up from a nap yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Tried to take a nap during the day, and I woke up and I didn't feel groggy. You know, sometimes you wake up from a nap and you're like, what day is it? What time is it? Did I oversleep? No, I had this moment of clarity when I woke up from getting a couple Z's in the middle of the day.
Yeah.
And it hit me like a premonition. Heather was not involved in any way. It hit me that Alex Bregman is going to be a Detroit Tiger. I felt like
her dreams are cooler. Just say it. All right,
I
please.
understand.
Yeah.
But it hit me like a moment of clarity. Like, the Tigers are the only team that's consistently been in on this. They've bypassed a bunch of other really interesting options. They're laser focused on Bregman. Other teams have had excuses to opt down. Boston only wants to offer 4 years. Are the Cubs kind of only in for leverage? Houston only if they move Altuve. Their offer wasn't good enough initially. The Tigers have been the constant. And when Flaherty got signed, a move we all liked, there wasn't this, oh, well, that's all the money. It was, no, they're still in. And as the day went on and as I woke up and I read more and thought more, and it just hit me, they're going to add him. And I feel like they're going to add him before spring training starts February 22nd. Alex Bregman will be a Detroit Tiger. It feels inevitable. Harris, renewed confidence. This Flaherty thing was expertly done, right? You sell at the deadline. You make the playoffs anyway. You add a shortstop. You add a top 100 prospect. And then you get Flaherty back anyway. And they didn't commit some 5-year deal to a pitcher who's been up and down. It's essentially a 1-year deal. And if he leaves, you can get compensation for him. Like, to me, it was a move to win, and then to hear it reinforced with, oh, they're very much still in on Bregman, it just hit me. They're getting him. And it's a feeling I've got. It's not based on any inside information, but it's a feeling.
I hope your feelings are justified, and they're proven to be true, because it would signify a fun summer and fall for Detroit sports fans. And if you're looking at this in regards to what they have done to this point, and to this point, while, okay, signing Cobb and now signing Flaherty, you're making an investment. They're all short-term investments. And now all of a sudden, you look at this and you say, if they're able to get this done, I don't think this is going to be a 1-year prove-it deal. It's not going to be a 1-year opt-out deal. It's going to be for the long term, and it would signal making a long-term commitment at winning on a year-in, year-out basis.
So what I want to do is ask you to pick Bregman or Miles Garrett.
Oh, phew. Boy, I thought I was going to have to pick between dreams. Bregman or Miles Garrett?
Tie in the big stories.
Oh, that's easy. Miles Garrett. No question. Be way more fun. I like violence. And that would be a violent defensive front. I am excited thinking about the possibility of Aiden Hutchinson, Aleem McNeil, DJ Reader, and Miles Garrett on the front of that defensive line. It would be appointment TV every time they take the field. Every time. Now, for Bregman, I would be excited. Not nearly what a Miles Garrett to Detroit, because Bregman is it's a move to make you a better contender. It's a move that I would sit there and say, okay, I expect that they're going to be in the postseason. I expect that they would do better this coming year in the postseason than past. If you make the Miles Garrett trade, it's all in, baby. This is truly Super Bowl or bust. And the organization would be telling you Super Bowl or bust.
Both teams made the second round of their postseason this last season. Both teams would be adding a guy still in the prime of his career at a clear position of need. Which one would you rather have? 248-539-9797. If the Lions add Miles Garrett, they're absolutely the Super Bowl frontrunner. I don't care about the two teams playing this weekend. You go into next year with Aiden Hutchinson and Miles Garrett across from opposite one another, across the number one offense in football. Yeah, you're the Super Bowl favorite. If the Tigers add Bregman, no, they're not the World Series favorite. But I do think they'd be a contender. I do. The Dodgers are clearly on another level, but the Tigers would be a contender.
Yeah, but you're talking about somebody that they would face in the World Series. Yeah. We're not talking about somebody they'd have to go through. Without you could talk about Yankees. You could talk about other
there'd be
teams.
Teams in the way. The answer to me is still Miles Garrett, but the more likely answer is probably Bregman, right?
Wait.
The more likely guy to show up to the city of Detroit is Alex Bregman.
Yes.
Why is it that we have a hard time getting there with Brad Holmes?
Well, because this is all new for the Lions franchise. This is all new for Brad Holmes. Like, it is Brad Holmes making a trade at the trade deadline. He's not selling. He's buying. Mm-hmm. That was a new experience. We wanted him to do it the year before, and we were talking about other guys. Same position, but other guys that ended up going to other teams. And now all of a sudden, you are a team that is Super Bowl favorite. Insert any expectation that you had. They were widely talked about as a team that should reach the Super Bowl, and you add at the trade deadline. So, but these are all new experiences.
So what I think is happening is when we bring up Miles Garrett, we get excited, and I think there's a portion of the Lions fan base that says this isn't real. Brad would never. I would simply point out that drafting and developing can still happen if you give up 2 first-round picks for Miles Garrett, right? So much has been said about you win on day 3 of the draft, and Brad Holmes has done a great job drafting later in the draft. You're not giving up entire drafts. You're not giving up rounds 1 through 7 for the next 3 seasons. You could still be Brad Holmes draft and develop while also pursuing a Super Bowl. Holmes said for the right player, they were open to doing something. When he was asked about FDM picks, he didn't condone the mentality, but he did say, certain players, right players, will always look to add the right players. It has been typically guys like Carlton Davis for a 3rd or Zadarius Smith for a 4th, but Miles Garrett is a 4-time All-Pro, the reigning Defensive Player of the Year, 100 career sacks, arguably the best player in football at his position. Yeah, I think it would justify it. And when Brad called on Max Crosby a year ago, when Brad did a deal with Cleveland's general manager a year ago, I don't think this is some ridiculous notion that we're force-feeding into Lions fans. I feel like this is at least in play. Whether he pulls the trigger on it or not, whether he's willing to compromise some of 2027 and 2028's salary space, I don't know. But I think it's justifiable, and I think it's something that he'll consider.
Well, players like this just don't get on the market very often.
No.
And this is an organization that needs a full reset. They are in salary cap hell, and they've got to find out what they're going to do with Deshaun Watson, his contract, and how do they move forward. But it's also a guy that, as a rookie, 7 sacks. Since then, 13, and stop me when I get to a single digit, 13 and a half, 10, 12, 16, 16, 14, 14, current time.
Yeah, he's a stud.
It is, and reigning Defensive Player of the Year until, whenever they name the next one, which is within the next couple of weeks. It just, you don't have an opportunity like this very often. And the Lions, the timing of it works perfectly. When has it ever been a more perfect opportunity for the Detroit Lions to add a player like this that can actually have meaningful impact?
Yeah, again, an Aiden extension wouldn't kick in for 2 seasons. Conveniently, that's how many seasons are left on Miles Garrett current deal. Same thing, you wouldn't fully have a JMO deal kick in or a Laporta deal or a Gibbs deal. You'd be threading the needle a little bit here in pursuit of the Super Bowl. Ticket Texter says that they had a dream involving Cookies, Heather, Miles Garrett, Alex Bregman, and John all on a cruise. Scott and Carlton. More thoughts on dreams, both Heather's and Sports Dreams next, 97.1.
Hey, don't let the cold creep in. If you need a furnace service today, do what I did and call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got all the best equipment, the best prices. And here might be the best thing. Now that the cool weather, we had a nice warm day yesterday. It's cooled off again. Same day service. So if it's cold, you got to get it done right now. Give Mastercraft a call. They also offer a 5-year warranty, so you know you're covered. Save a bundle with their winter bundle, up to $1,500 in savings when you buy a new furnace, AC, and generator. Call for details or visit mastercraftheating.com.
We do have a text from Colin.
Yeah, he did respond because he heard the story for the first time on air. Obviously, I didn't talk to him this morning. He's still sleeping at 4:30.
Imagine waking up to this.
John, before she reads that, you were just talking about it. I'm the same way. We don't remember our dreams. Like,
No.
you know you do dream, but...
Well, I don't know that I do dream because, I mean, maybe science will tell you dream, but in the last decade or longer, I don't remember ever waking up thinking that was a dream. Whether I remember it or not, I just don't remember. I don't have recollection of waking up thinking that was a dream.
I think maybe because you're not getting a lot of sleep. Because I don't remember having a dream in a very long time either. Or
Certainly-
you're not getting to REM sleep or
Things that
something.
make you
I
go,
don't know. Yeah.
Certainly not as detailed as yours. Although my
No.
wife will wake up with vivid dreams too, and you said yours too,
Oh,
John.
yeah.
So I don't
Lisa
know if
wakes
is
up
it a
all the
guy
time. She's
thing?
like, you won't believe the dream I just had.
Let me tell it to you in every detail.
Yeah.
Anyway, what did Colin have to say?
So Colin texted. He said, "Hey, thought it would be John. I'm a bit surprised, LOL. For the record, I've had similar dreams about clients too. I don't know this was a good thing to bring up though. Jim will forever have this in the back of his mind now. He's always going to think he's got a shot with you, whether he's willing to admit it or not.
No.
It is a fact."
That's the dude right there. Yes.
I mean, you put that in the back of the mind of somebody that already likes to swing around. I mean,
I know. Hey, can you imagine the conversation when he gets home tonight? Hey, Kelsey, do you think Colin and Heather would want to go on the next cruise with us? How do I approach that subject? Maybe that's a Dear John.
So I did just tell Kelsey to listen back on the Odyssey Rewind to get her feedback on it. So by the end of the show, we'll have Gator's interpretation at 9:50 and my wife's reaction as well.
has she met Colin?
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah,
at the Christmas party.
Yeah.
Okay, so what if she
No,
did,
stop
what if
it.
she said I was never going to tell you this?
No.
But I actually had a
No.
dream about Colin. I mean, see, this is the door you open by bringing this up.
Or
What are you going to say?
nothing.
Oh,
What
I
are you
know
going to say?
exactly what.
Don't shoot.
Look at Heather.
John.
I just said one word.
So if you missed Heather's dream, you can use the Odyssey app and rewind. Download the Odyssey app and listen to 97.1 The Ticket for a chance at the ultimate trip to Vegas.
You don't even
Where
have to
do we
say
go
anything.
from
That's
here?
the problem.
Yes.
Just one word.
Sometimes it's a simple question. Sometimes it's only one word.
We have texts on the dream and we have texts on Miles Garrett, which has been a huge story for us today, beyond all of the dream stuff. Although it's kind of a dream, right?
Has Lisa ever had a dream about a lawyer? You'll have to ask her when you get home. See, I'm just planting all these things now in other people's minds.
I don't think it's uncommon. Like, I don't think this dream I had was like.
No, I don't think it's that.
I think people have dreams about people they work with.
Sure. I mean,
They just don't
the
share
shame
them.
of life, and I'm sure everybody that is either on their way to work or at work right now is our schedules are set up that we work and we are actually around the people that we work with in a lot of times other than weekends more than we are our spouses or significant others. And so it's not, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility to have some of these things crop into your unconscious.
Yeah, but you have to hold hands with them? I mean.
Yeah, I know.
Rest on their shoulders?
I know.
That's the part that
Yeah.
I want that guy that makes those caricature drawings of us.
Honeycutt, yeah.
He needs to do that.
No, he doesn't. James, if you're listening.
Yes.
Please
Hey,
don't.
when The Office is finally remade, that one will hold a position of prominence. 100%. Mr. Honeycutt, your order has been placed.
A text on football. Thank God we have this Garrett story. This one says, am I the only one who would be upset if they made the Garrett trade? If we were going to do it, we should have done it before the deadline last year and had him to win it this year.
So I think we go back to the comments of Brad Holmes that we heard that he called the Raiders about Max Crosby.
We know he talked to Cleveland.
Right, and we know he was in deep discussions with Cleveland because that's who he ended up, doing the deal with for Zadarius Smith. I got to believe he started with, what's it going to take for Max Crosby? They probably said at that time, no bueno. And rightfully so. They also didn't say this is something that we want.
Yeah.
Miles Garrett came public with this yesterday, or went public with this yesterday.
Cleveland has said and said at the time, we're not trading him. They're still maintaining today, we're not trading him. But Miles Garrett, this is bubble below the surface. Cleveland insiders who've been covering this team have said, oh, no, this isn't new. And now he's going public, which speaks to a new level of frustration with where they're headed. Wants to win a Super Bowl. Teams are going to line up. He's either on your team or he's going against you. And we've been talking about it for most of the show. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Some serious news. Avondale High School, as well as a neighboring Auburn Elementary, are on a soft lockdown this morning after a high school student was stabbed during a fight in a bathroom. According to police, an investigation is still ongoing, but they say the stabbing happened around 7:30. The student was taken to a hospital for treatment while police were searching for the second student involved. No one is allowed to enter or exit the high school until the building has been cleared. Yeah, scary stuff.
I know. Take it seriously.
Yep. Sheetz. We've talked about Sheetz before. It's that big 24-hour convenience store and gas station. Well, they want to put more stores in different areas around Southeast Michigan, but there are several communities who are saying, we don't want them. They're pushing back, pushing them away. Residents in 2 Metro Detroit communities say that they don't want Sheetz in their neighborhood. So they first opened their first location in Romulus.
No one wants Sheetz in their neighborhood.
Okay. At least you moved on from the dream.
no, that's why I was laughing. I couldn't laugh in the first news story because it was a serious news story. Yeah.
Yep.
And the reason I was laughing, I have to say it.
Okay, please do.
Okay.
The image just hit my mind of you guys walking hand in hand.
Well, we weren't walking. We were sitting.
Well, that's not the image that I had. So it just... Okay.
Yeah, I know. Lovely, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, so they opened the first location in Romulus. That was last August. And then there's other areas that have said, no, we're not going to let you build here. Livonia, Madison Heights, Waterford, Rochester Hills. Now, Highland Township and Royal Oak are set to decide on the matter as well. In Royal Oak, Sheetz is eyeing this area of 14 and Coolidge. But there's a gas station right across the street that says, hey, we're not a fan of this. Like, we're a small local business. This is what we do. This is how we help our family. And if this big corporation comes across the corner, we're going to be hurting. And a lot of other businesses are kind of saying the same thing. They're just concerned that this mega corporation would take over local businesses. So we'll see if they're able to find a new spot to build. In a move that seemed inevitable, Michigan head coach Sharon Moore has officially brought back a beloved member of Jim Harbaugh's staff, Biff Poggi.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Coming back.
Charlotte's head coach?
Yes. Yeah. Well, he was fired by them
Yeah.
after a very difficult season. And
he's a great offensive mind, a tremendous recruiter, and I think it's a huge plus for the program. Every time he's been able to return, they have... The success has gone up.
Wasn't he a big part of getting those guys out of like the Maryland area, Blake Corum?
Yes, he was a high school coach there, and I think he was actually Blake's high school coach. And then they brought him onto staff, and he's gone to be a head coach. You mentioned at Charlotte. That didn't work out, but he's a tremendous individual to have in your program.
How do you say his last name? I said it wrong, didn't I?
Poggi. Yeah, you said Poggi. Yes, it's not a hard G.
I've heard both.
I was going to say, you both
Yeah.
looked at me and I was like, I know I said it wrong, but I want to make sure I know.
That's okay.
Kristen Goff. She's headed back to Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue. She's going to be making her 5th consecutive appearance in the annual edition. So congrats to her. Her husband, Jared, of course, reacted to the news. On Monday, he jumped on social media, shared a photo that Sports Illustrated released, and he said, so proud of you. And then, of course, included some emojis, the kissy face emoji and several fire emojis. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because she is fire for sure. Holy moly. Let's see. Companies continue to spoil their own surprise by releasing their Super Bowl commercials ahead of time.
I don't know why they do this.
I don't like it because that's one of the things I used to really
the
watch.
Unveiling.
Yeah. And you always took note of the really funny ones or the ones that did a really good job. Now it's like, well, you can watch them all before they even air. But anyway, you can or you can't, but there are some new ones that have just been released. There's a Coors Light one that decided to forego celebrities and just apparently has sloths.
Okay.
I didn't watch it because I've heard that it's actually really good and you should just wait to watch it during the Super Bowl. Then there is a Fast and Furious commercial for Haagen-Dazs with Vin Diesel and Michelle Rodriguez and Ludacris that's been aired. Robert Kraft is in a commercial as well.
What is he advertising?
He is
Don't say it.
doing it says a powerful ad through his foundation to combat anti-Semitism.
Okay.
It's got Snoop Dogg, Tom Brady in it as well. Then there's a Meta commercial for the AI glasses that has Kris Jenner, Chris Hemsworth, Chris Pratt.
All Chris's.
All Chris's.
What could it be about?
Yeah.
All right, Heather with the news. Coming up next, we think. Good time to check in with the head coach of the Pistons, JB Bickerstaff. It's 97.1.
Hey, your New Year's resolution is to lose weight, and you can get there faster than you think with Ideal U. Go to idealu.us now, and you can lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 40 days. So whether your resolution was to lose 10 or 100 or anywhere in between, Ideal U works, and it works fast. We all like to see results. I lost 10 pounds in the first 10 days. I lost 50 pounds overall in those 40 days. And since then, because it's real whole foods and you can stay on this one, it's a lifestyle, not just shakes and bars. I am down 70 pounds since I began the program. Ideal U's weight loss coaches are going to work with you every step of the way. Your coach is there to help you lose weight. And maybe most importantly, they're there to help you keep it off. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Ideal U is a Michigan-based weight loss company that's helped thousands of people just like me and you lose weight. In fact, over 90%, 9 out of 10 Ideal U customers lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. If you sign up now, you're also going to get a $200 Visa gift card. Start the new year off right, lose weight, and get that $200 Visa gift card. Want to weigh less? Go to idealu.us.
As you wake up this morning, Pistons in the midst of a homestand. 2-1 on this homestand. They've got Cleveland coming up this week. Sit at 500. Huge step up from where they were a year ago. And it's a good time for us to check in with the Pistons head coach, JB Bickerstaff. JB, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good to check in with you. I was looking back, your introductory press conference. You said come February, you'll turn on the TV and you'll be like, that's Detroit Pistons basketball. Last night, maybe notwithstanding, are you seeing more of what you envisioned when you said that back then?
Yeah, for sure. I think the guys have a clear understanding of what exactly Pistons basketball is. And, for the most part, night in, night out, our guys compete. And even last night, we didn't have a great first half, but the second half, we came out, competed, worked our way back in the game, gave ourselves a chance. And, Trae Young just hit one more shot than we were able to hit last night. So I think the guys understand it. I think the fans can see it. And us as coaches definitely recognize it.
Well, I mean, anytime there's an injury, everybody looks at it and goes, oh, no. And you guys have kept the foot on the gas pedal. How have you been able to make up for the loss of Jaden Ivey and still continue to play better week in, week out, night in, night out?
It's been tough. Obviously we miss J.I. and what he's been able to bring. I think he was having a tremendous year. He took huge steps, but everybody just ticked up a little bit in their own role. And that's the thing with this group is, we don't ask anybody to replace somebody else's skill set. We just try to get everybody to play to their strengths and be the best version of themselves in their role. And I think that's what you've seen is everybody who's had to step up just does a little bit more of what they're best at. And they do it together. Like, that's one thing that I've been so pleased with this group is they never separate themselves from one another. They never go out, try to do it all themselves. Like, they always, dig into the team, trust each other, count on each other. And, again, that's why we've been able to, come up with some of those wins and kind of fill the void that we've been missing with J.I.
Yeah, we're trying to make sense of if you guys will be buyers or sellers coming up at the end of this week. It would appear a secondary ball handler would make some sense. Just where are you guys at? What should we expect from the deadline?
Again, that's more of a Trajan question, but, we're pleased with the guys that we have. Obviously, we're still in a work in progress, but evaluating the guys that we have is a big part of what we're trying to accomplish. Being in a playoff hunt post All-Star break and seeing how guys deal with the pressure of, meaningful basketball games, how do they respond in those moments, I think is an important part of our evaluation. But, I think our guys have earned a chance to kind of see it through. And I know, Trajan will always do what's best by the team and best by the organization, not just in the short term, but in the long term as well. But, again, we like the group we have. We feel confident and comfortable giving them the opportunity to finish what they started.
We've reached a couple of trade deadlines with some of the other teams, and we've learned a little bit about how Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes work together and how they approach the trade deadline. Same thing with AJ and Scott Harris. Now, for you guys, I'm curious, how much of that conversation are you a part of or want to be a part of as Thursday approaches?
It's a nice balance that we have. They keep me up to date with all the things that are going on, but they do all the heavy lifting, and then I'm actually on my way in now, and we're going to have a long conversation today about everything that's on the table. Trajan and I talk consistently about, types of players, types of people, balancing chemistry and change and all those things. And then, he'll present what's on the table to me, and then we'll have a conversation about, what's best for the team long term. So I'm a part of it at the end of it, I guess you could say, but we have a same philosophy on type of person, type of player, and what we're trying to accomplish here in the long term.
So Malik Beasley was pretty public about that. Trajan has told him, hey, it's a business. If a contender comes calling, I'm sure you look at it and go, boy, he's been so good for us as a shooter, as a spacer, a guy you'd like to keep. I mean, when you go to this meeting later today, what's your input on Beasley?
We love Malik. And, it's obviously, you saw what happened with Luka the other day and the trades that are happening. So, no one in this league at this point in time is untouchable, but it's going to take something really special, in my opinion, for us to move off of Malik, because he means so much, not just with his ability to put the ball in the basket, but the spirit that he has every single day. The way he carries himself, the way he works, the way he engages his teammates, and the way he goes out and competes. So, we're happy with Malik. I love everything that he's brought to this team. That's kind of where we stand with that.
I do want to talk a little bit more about Cade in a moment, but you brought up the Luka trade. What was your reaction? How shocked? What was the insiders' reaction to seeing that trade be consummated?
For me, it's a little bit different. Like growing up in this business and being such a big fan of the NBA, the fan part of me loves the NBA because you never know what's going to happen. The fan in me loves the fact that there's so many teams out there that believe they have an opportunity to win the championship, that they're willing to do, bold moves in order to get it done. And I think, you've seen over the past 4 or 5 years, there's been a different champion every year. So people believe that they have a shot at it. So people are willing to do and take huge risks in order to win a championship. And I think that's a great thing for our league. But obviously, there's some shock there. You didn't think a guy like Luka at his age, what he's accomplished, would be on the market. But, again, you never know what another organization is thinking and what their goals are. But I love the fact that people have courage, and don't just stand by and try to do the same thing over and over again. Like if you want to win in this league or in professional sports, you got to have courage. And I think both those teams showed that and a willingness to make huge moves.
Talking to Pistons head coach J.B. Bickerstaff. Been hearing some new chants at Little Caesars Arena. Those 3 letters.
MVP.
So just talking about Cade, he's an all-star, deserves to be an all-star, 40-point game the other night, 15 assists. Where have you seen him grow the most?
Again, like this being my first year with him, the thing that I've been, amazed by is his leadership ability, his ability to understand, how he can do his thing and be great, but not at the expense of his teammates. I think is has been mind blowing for me to see him at, in his 4th year, have that understanding of what it takes to do that, having empathy for 14 other guys while at the same time knowing and displaying how great you can be as an individual. There's leaders or, best players on teams that we've seen that they do it at the expense of everybody else, and they don't bring others along with them. What Cade does is so amazing because he does his thing, but he helps everybody around him become a better player also and helps the team become a better team. And, again, that's something that you just don't see regularly anymore.
Leadership aside, for Cade Cunningham, what's the best thing, and maybe it's something that your eyes have been open to since you've been the head coach here, what's the best thing he does on the basketball court?
That's tough, but, I would say his ability to get to his spot and create his shot, is elite. And that's what you look for in a guy who you want to be your number one guy, and the guy that can close games for you. Even last night, we drew up the play for him, and he was able to go find a shot to tie the game up. But that's the thing I think that's most important is being able to give him the ball in different spots. And no matter the size of the defender, no matter the double team, the spacing, he has the ability to get to his spot and create the shot that he wants.
JB, as we talk about you guys are earning more respect. You're a 500 team. You're playing some of these teams really tight, including last night. And at the same time, when we talk to fans, they're like, boy, they're not getting enough calls. And we know you're fighting for your guys. How does a team earn calls? Like, and it happens eventually. Teams are really good and they get calls, but the steps along the way, how does that happen?
You know what? And again, I get frustrated by it, and I think our guys get frustrated by it in the moment. But I mean, it's the tale of the NBA. You get what you earn in the NBA, and we just have to consistently show, that we're playing the style of basketball, that earns respect. Right? We have to continue to be gritty. We have to continue to be tough-minded. We have to continue to be physical. All those things, to be willing to fight in the trenches. And then you do it over and over and over again. You win enough games, and then you earn the respect throughout this league. And those things, start to come your way. But it's one of those things that you can't stop doing, right? You have to be relentless in your approach so that, all the referees and all the crews and, the other teams and things like that start to see that this is who you are. And then those things will come as you continue to earn them.
You've been a head coach of a team, that you inherited that wasn't a playoff team. You were able to take them to the playoffs. There's a lot of guys in this franchise right now that have never even sniffed the playoffs. What's the message to the team? Because you are at a number 7 spot from here to the end of the season. What's the message on getting them over the hump and finishing it and not having a drop off? What's the message to the team from here to the rest of the season?
It's attention to detail. Our thing is, it's just so tough because we play so many games and you have such limited practice time that the teams that end up being most successful are the teams that make the least amount of mistakes. And they pay attention to all the little things that add up, whether it's, position on a screen, whether it's, how you get the ball to a coverage and pick and roll, all those things that go down to, the minimal things that, we may overlook when we're watching a game. The teams that focus on those things the most, those are the teams that are going to have the most success when games matter. Because now possession by possession matters. You go through January to February, but once you get into March and April, the details really matter even more. And then once you get to playoff basketball, you start to understand just how important every single possession is. And that's got to be our mindset. We have to value every single possession and understand how important they are and limit the amount of mistakes that we make.
For the record, we love when you give these officials hell. Keep it up and keep up the winning. We'll talk soon.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
He's JB Bickerstaff, Pistons head coach. It's 97.1.
Hey, the FanDuel Kick of Destiny is back. 3rd year in a row. And this time, it's every Manning for himself. The Super Bowl, 2 legends will take the field in a sudden death field goal showdown. It's Peyton versus Eli, live from New Orleans. 1 kick to claim the ultimate family bragging rights. Who's going to rise to the moment? Pick your winner now in the FanDuel app. And if you back the right brother, you're going to earn a share of $10 million in bonus bets. It's FanDuel Kick of Destiny 3. Make your free pick, and don't forget to tune in to watch the showdown live during the Super Bowl 59 pregame show on Fox at 3 o'clock Eastern. May the best Manning win. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit, and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. No purchase necessary. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
That's good stuff from JB Bickerstaff. You're just tuning in. We had the Pistons head coach on. Use that Odyssey Rewind where you can listen to that interview and any of the other stuff you've missed from any of the shows on the station.
What was you going to hit the rewind on the way home? You going to relive any moments of the show?
Yeah, I'm good. I did have Kelsey listen just to get her feedback.
Oh.
What were her thoughts?
She says, LOL, followed by 3 laughing emojis.
Yes.
And then, damn it, Dream Jim. Which is, apparently I do things in her dreams that aren't good all the time. So that's how I got the reputation,
Now,
Dream Jim.
Dream Jim has infiltrated other people's dreams.
Yeah.
Infidelity Jim.
Yes.
I just hope, I said I haven't had one that I remember. I just hope that tonight's not the night. That there's some dream that he enters in any way, shape, or form. I will wake up
You don't dream about
really pissed off.
Hold on, you don't dream about me, John? I'm not
No.
a fixation of yours in your resting hours?
No, not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, I can't say that I've had you guys in my dreams, but I don't remember them very often.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just happy that Heather was so forthcoming and willing to share today for us.
Me too.
I regret it maybe a little bit, but
No,
it
listen,
happens.
it's radio. We share stuff.
What happened?
No.
And Colin was a good sport about it. That's
He
what I was
was.
most concerned about because when we do this, we sign up to put our lives out there. Our spouses less so, our family less so. You always wonder if you walk up to that line, but Colin is a great sport.
I would not have shared it if I didn't think it
Oh,
was
sure.
going to go over well.
Yeah.
So it's very good.
Yeah.
And we'll get Gator's interpretation here shortly because you were filling him in.
Yep, I let him know so he can interpret the dream and hopefully come with some good news that this means absolutely nothing.
Was he deep in thought when you...
He was.
Okay, making notes maybe? Who knows? Gator has a process.
Yes. It'll be interesting to see how that process works.
This dream topic infiltrated the show. The real big story that most people have been talking about the last 24 hours is Miles Garrett. It's the big story in the NFL. And John, you said to me, we're the last ones to get a crack at this. I know it broke during Carson Anderson yesterday. Valeni and Rico went to task on it for most of their show. We've hit it a lot this morning. Just if you could sum up for people who are just hopping in the car where you're at.
I mean, get it done. This is an opportunity because if you're looking at, which you are right now, drafting 28, there's no player in this draft, even if you were picking at 1 overall, that would have the impact that Miles Garrett would have on this franchise and this team. Same thing next year. If you are able to go get him and you put him on the same defensive line as Aiden Hutchinson, as Aleem McNeil, and as of right now, Zadarius Smith, it's by far the best defensive front in all of the NFL. And you're going to have to look at historical perspective as to other teams, other franchises at different times through NFL history who could even compete with what you're putting on the field.
The Lions win on offense starting at the offensive line. Same thing stands on the other side of the ball. You will win a lot of football games with a front that can get to the quarterback. It makes your secondary's lives easier, makes your linebackers less clutter to clean up. You can't double guys if Aiden's on one end, Miles Garrett's on the other, and Aleem McNeil is playing one of the interior spots. DJ Reader's the worst D lineman in that group, and it's not like he's a guy you want to single up very often.
Yeah, and honestly, it might even become a distraction because as an offensive lineman, there were times when I was playing with LeVar or with some other guys where you go to the sideline and you should be focused on making corrections and doing things, but you kind of got an eye on the field going, wonder what these guys are going to do now. Like when you have that much talent on the field. And right now, there's a lot. I mean, I'm sure that they do that with when Aiden Hutchinson was on the field. In 5 sacks in one day, you're like, okay, what's he going to do now?
And you brought up the point as an offense, you help them, right? You put tight end or a running back, those guys are chipping or they're staying in, and it's now instead of 5 guys in a pattern, it's 4, maybe it's 3. The routes aren't as deep.
Oh, yeah.
You've crushed and cratered the offense. I mean, it puts the Lions at the very top of the Super Bowl list for 2025. And what's it going to take? Diana Rossini said she talked to an NFL general manager who said it's not 3 firsts, it's 1+. And then for the Lions case, make it 2 firsts and get it done. I know Gators team F them picks.
Absolutely. No, I'd give up 2 first-round picks easily for it because of where they're. It's different because the Lions are going to be picking at the end of the round.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like some team. It's not like Cincinnati or not that Cincinnati's a bad team, but more in the middle of the pack, or that first-round pick is more impactful. The Lions would have to give up a couple or even a player. for that matter. But whatever it, I mean,
You do the
it's
Khalil Mack deal,
almost
right?
whatever it takes.
Yeah,
because
2
this guy
firsts
is
and change, you get it done.
Yeah, I mean, the thought of he and Hutchinson on the same defensive line coming after the quarterbacks and just wreaking havoc in the offensive backfield. You have no time to throw. You're not getting off big plays. It's just not happening.
Yeah.
And it'd be so exciting and so amazing.
Bregman or Garrett? Pick one. I know the answer is both. Let's get both, but pick one.
No, it'd be Miles Garrett.
Okay.
I
Same.
want the Super Bowl. And
Okay.
it does it.
This dream.
Yeah. But this dream's funny.
Sure, funny is that's a good way to describe it. It is funny. Yeah.
No, the variables are interesting. So the fact that Jim was taking you to the Super Bowl is hysterical. But beyond just the funny facts of this thing, you're talking about the Super Bowl. So because you guys are a morning sports show, the Super Bowl is on top of mind, right?
Sure.
But bringing Jim into it is interesting because you and Jim are similar in age.
Sure. I'll take it.
Within a couple of years. No, but you
8.
are. Was it that? Jeez, Jim, you're that old?
No.
Jim's older. I'm kidding.
Exactly.
I'm kidding. I thought you were younger than that, but that's okay.
Sure.
You look
I
great.
am. Thank you.
But the thing is, you've got a young family as well. So other things that come up when we talk about the Super Bowl, there's Super Bowl parties and what to do. And so you start thinking, and Jim does not have children.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting that there's a little back and forth with that maybe it's he doesn't want to deal with the party, and I don't think you want to deal with a Super Bowl party either.
I don't. But I also don't want to make out with Jim. So
Well, this is where we're getting into weird
too.
territory.
You think?
Yeah.
Awkward.
Now, was it a full-on makeout session, or was it just a,
It was. Yeah, it was.
Jim's hiding behind the microphone.
In the dream, how long did it last?
I mean, not that long. I mean,
Do you have to go to real HR or dream HR now? Like, which one of these? What's the next step here? Do you have to dream about going to HR? Or do you actually have to go to HR?
HR is not going to be involved because I don't really believe that Jim is going to file a complaint.
Who initiated the contact?
I don't know that.
Okay, and
I'm guessing it was Jim, though.
Did you know it was Jim, or was it just was it Jim's face, or was it somebody you were talking about? Like you were referring to him as Jim?
No, it was Jim.
It was Jim.
It was Jim.
and it was,
It looked like Jim, and it was him. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
This reminds me a little bit of Severance, to be honest with you.
Here we go.
Any outie thing?
I love Severance.
Wait. Say that
I am
again?
rewatching the first season because I can't quite remember now that
we
the second is out.
rewatched it.
The what
You
thing?
did?
Yeah, we're 3 episodes into
It's a popular television show, John.
No, I know that. But it reminds you
innies
of,
and
of,
outies.
of
Yes.
The innies and the outies in Severance.
Not belly buttons.
Yeah, you have
No.
to watch. But
All right. So anyway, bottom line
Yeah.
is, I think that anything I say from this point forward, I could get myself in trouble.
So on that note,
we have a couple fun exercises as it pertains to the Detroit Lions. JB Bickerstaff was super interesting. So for people who missed it, we'll recap some of that later in the show.
perfect. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. It is the Carson Anderson radio program. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Scott, how are you today?
I'm all right, Doug.
Yeah?
Yep.
Anything exciting last night in the Gator household?
Let's see. Anything exciting? Not terribly exciting. No. Mom stopped by the house for a little bit. And dog was all excited.
How's Mom doing?
She's doing well.
Good.
Very well. Thank you.
Good.
Good
soul on that woman.
Yes. Very
Good
very much
spirit
so.
about her.
Very much so. But no, you watch the Pistons. Right. Right? I mean, they got down big and then come back. It's the NBA, right? And just waiting for them to come back because they're a better team than Atlanta is. And you expected it, but they just didn't match it up defensively throughout the game, which is really, that's the disappointing part to me. You know, losing on a last-second shot, okay, I get it. But you give up 132 points in an NBA game?
Mm-hmm.
That shouldn't happen. You should be much better than that defensively. So this is a yuck, throw it in the garbage game and move on. But I come out of it wondering if the Pistons are simply, and nothing wrong with this year because it's massive growth. Are they a 500 basketball team? And does a 500 record, does that put you in the top 6? Or does that just mean that you're a play-in team? You know, is anywhere between 7 and 10? And I'm not sure where that is just yet, but I like the team. They're exciting to watch most nights. And last night was an exciting game, even though I hated the finish and I hated who knocked the shot down.
Do you know how there's like parts of yourself that you'd like to improve on, or things that you don't like about yourself? Or do you like everything about yourself and don't think you need any improvement?
Do I like everything about myself?
Yeah.
No, I don't like everything.
Because I think one of my least favorite parts of myself is how much I dislike Trae Young. It's unhealthy.
When this got
It's
revealed a couple of years
unbecoming.
ago, I was stunned.
I can't stand this guy.
And now, ever since you said that, like it's been like 3 years now since you mentioned it, how much you despise watching Trae Young, and you articulated it very well. And it's simple. The guy hunts fouls. That's all he does.
He's an unethical scorer.
And yet he's really freaking good at what he does. Obviously, he can knock down shots like nobody's business, like he did last night, but he hunts for fouls. That's job number one for him, is to draw fouls. And when you mentioned that a few years ago, I'm like, is it that bad, or is Doug just exaggerating? Is this his whole Dominique Wilkins take? Mm-hmm. Oh, look, it's another Atlanta Hawk he's talking about. And then you realize, no, this is a legitimate take. He's irritating as hell because all he cares about is drawing the foul.
And yet now it's gotten to the point where everything, like the celebration last night, the fact that he was given 3 when it was so clearly a 2. The scowl, like everything, I can't stand the way the man plays, and he's a
Launches
really good player.
every shot and is expecting a foul on every
There's
shot.
There's nothing like I just don't like this side of me. I really don't.
Well, the thing is, we always do this, right? Hey, if he were a Piston, how would you feel? Well, if he were a Piston, how would I feel? I'd probably love him. Because the guy gets, Cade Cunningham got to the line last night.
That makes me, if you say that and you imply that I would love Trae Young if he played for the Pistons, that makes me dislike myself even more.
But if he were or an organic Piston as opposed to traded to, if the Pistons had drafted this guy, cultivated this guy, you watched him grow and like, wow, he's so talented. He knocks down all these shots. He's quick as hell. He distributes the basketball and he draws a ton of fouls. I don't think you'd dislike him.
Look,
maybe the hairline.
We'll get into it a little bit later on. This Piston game last night. It's just an irrational part of me that I don't particularly like. But so we had that game on last night. I don't know if I told the story. I think I did, that my son is home. He had shoulder surgery, so we've got the oldest home where he's working from home this week, and we're helping him get back. So he's at home, which makes everything a little bit more exciting. There's a lot more going on, and watching games with him is funny because like you notice that a 22-year-old notices different things than a person of our age. Like, I don't know, things like the shoes the guys are wearing, or or the what the celebration is. Like I don't know, that has a name. Like
right.
It's just so.
Looking at different
It's just
social
so
media
funny.
things. To
We
do,
did flip around and notice that The Bachelor has started a new season, and they were having a basketball game, a 5-on-5, Bachelorettes versus Bachelorettes basketball game.
Okay,
Yes.
how'd that work out for you?
There was nobody in that game that I disliked as much as I disliked Trae Young.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. How'd it work out for you? I mean, there was traveling all over the place.
What?
There was terrible officiating.
Well, that's the NBA. You just watch the NBA.
I thought
A lot of Euro stepping?
Jesse Palmer seemed unprepared as a play-by-play guy. I mean, the whole thing.
Did he say count that baby in a foul?
No, he didn't.
Oh.
So, I was disappointed.
Did he say bang?
I was disappointed in the game.
Bang!
Too many replays? Bogging down the game?
It just, I was not happy with it.
Did they have Red Panda?
They did not have Red Panda.
Oh, they missed an opportunity.
Was there incessant music in the background?
Yeah, the cameramen were on the court. I mean, it was a ridiculous game.
This is how you find true love.
An absolute ridiculous
This
game, yeah.
Was Flo Rida involved?
Dude, there was one girl that attacked another girl. Like, she got mad.
Oh.
And
like Draymond Green?
like boom, to the face.
To the face?
Yeah, two fists.
Not the
push
face.
To the face.
To the face? They don't even do that in the NBA.
No.
Nobody punches anybody.
Yeah,
in the
they
NBA.
fake fight
There
the
was-
NBA. This
It
was
was
real.
just posturing.
There was a more of a punch thrown in the Bachelorette basketball game than in any NBA game in the last.
Well,
decade.
now I'm interested.
Let's see if I can find it.
Wow.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. And then I went back to the Piston game. Okay, we have a fascinating exercise with the Miles Garrett trade. I want possibilities. Gator, I wanted to tell you what we have in store here. The Athletic had writers of Garrett needy teams put together trade proposals to get Miles Garrett. They submitted them all to the Browns reporter, and he accepted one.
Okay.
I will tell you that the Pistons did make a trade proposal. The Lions, right. Lions made a trade proposal for Miles Garrett. Was it accepted? We will get to that today at 10:18 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Hey, so think about this right now. Your garage door, and you open it and you close it. Is it making crazy noises right now? Is it going a little slower than you expected it to? Well, it might need some normal maintenance, which means you should call the folks at Precision Garage Door. They're awesome. I've had them over at my house a couple of times, once for maintenance because things were just working kind of slowly. And it was then that they said, look, in a couple of years, you're going to have to replace these doors. So, but right now we can kind of maintain them through the duration, which is exactly what happened. We got some stuff to make sure that everything was working right. But I had to get those doors replaced. And when I did, I called them and they were amazing. The whole crew came by. They walked me through all the steps and all the options I had. And there were a ton of options, which was great. And I had a new garage door installed in no time. In fact, they've got a warehouse that's full of garage doors. So in some cases, they can install that door in as less as 24 hours. This is awesome. Give them a call today. Precision Door, Garage Door, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule an appointment at precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're doing well on this Tuesday in Detroit. Yes, we will get to both the Pistons and the Red Wings and the Tigers. They're all in the news today. But, a story broke yesterday that Miles Garrett was demanding a trade out of Cleveland. And the belief is this is not an effort to get himself a new contract. Like, he really wants out of Cleveland. And he has said that he wants to go play for a Super Bowl contending team. And I can think of a team.
Can you?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
The Athletic actually did something very interesting. I thought this was a fun exercise. 10 Garrett-needy teams put together trade options, and then the Browns beat writer would mull over the options and accept a deal.
I like this idea. I like this exercise.
Now, what we're not going to do is give you all 10 trade options. We would lose the audience. There's a lot of draft picks involved. I think it would get rather lengthy and boring. It appears as though he came down to 5, considered 5 of them when it was all said and done. We start with the Buffalo Bills offer. The Buffalo Bills writer for The Athletic offers a 2025 first, which is 30 behind Detroit, their second-round pick this year, which is 62, a fourth-round pick this year, their first-round pick next year.
Oh, wow.
Defensive end A.J. Epineza.
Okay, wow.
And cornerback Kaiir Elam.
That is a lot to give up.
For Miles Garrett, a third round this year.
Okay.
And a sixth-rounder next year.
That's a hefty price.
That is a hefty price.
That's 2 starters on defense, 2 first-round picks, a second and a fourth, and you have to give up a third. That's a lot. That's a heavy price.
Yep. I was like, that was one of the first offers I read, and I'm like,
that's going to be tough to beat.
It's going to be tough to beat.
Because Epineza's good and Elam's good.
Well, Elam's had to play more because of injury, but yeah, I mean, this is I would imagine that they would be playing and starting in Chicago. They would then have 2 first-round picks each of the next 2 years. It feels like a franchise
Bears have had a lot of draft
re-energizing.
capital in the last couple of years here.
Who have?
The Bears. Did you say the Bears?
No, it was Buffalo.
Buffalo, I'm sorry.
Buffalo made the trade. I'm getting to the Bears' proposal now.
That's where I was mistaken.
The Bears' proposal for Miles Garrett is their first-round pick this year at 10, their second-round pick this year at 41, and their first-round pick next year.
Wow.
For Miles Garrett. So better draft picks this year. So that would give Cleveland 2 picks in the top 10 this year.
I would do that trade over the Buffalo trade.
Would you?
Yeah, because they're higher picks.
Okay.
Much higher picks. The good thing about the Buffalo deal is you're getting the players. There's no players involved here. But it probably my initial reaction is I'd lean towards the Bears deal over the Bills deal. Next one.
Next trade. These are done alphabetically. These are the ones that also were apparently the finalists. Detroit.
Okay.
The Detroit offer, according to The Athletic, is this year's first at 28. This year's third. Next year's first. And quarterback Hendon Hooker. In return, the Lions get Miles Garrett and a 2026 fourth-round pick.
I love Hendon Hooker, but I'd give him up in a heartbeat to land Miles Garrett.
I think everybody would.
So this is 2 first, a third, and Hendon Hooker?
For
a third.
Garrett and a fourth.
And a fourth? Yeah, I'd do it. Absolutely. Because, again, all I care about at this point is winning a damn Super Bowl. This team is so talented, and you're giving up a player off your roster in Hendon Hooker that hasn't contributed to winning a Super Bowl. Not that he's a bad player, because I think he's got a really bright future. But so I haven't given up anything that's affected the Lions in this trade. And I'm getting Miles Garrett. Yep. Thank you.
Next up, the Chargers offer for Miles Garrett. A first this year at 22, a third this year, and Joey Bosa for Miles Garrett.
If I were Cleveland, I'd say absolutely not. because Bosa's oft injured, and I'm only getting one first-round pick.
You're getting a first and a third this year in Joey Bosa.
No, thank you. Not nearly enough. Now, this is what's interesting, because these are people in the media are doing this, right?
These are writers for The Athletic. Their proposal.
So remember what Diana Rossini said that a GM told her was that these people are going to, I can't wait for all the takes of let's give them 3 first-round picks. He said this is going to be a first-round plus. And so far, before the first 3 offers, Buffalo, Chicago, and Detroit all involve 2 first-round picks, correct?
Yep.
And then some, and a lot in other cases. This is the first one that's only offering up 1 first-round pick, but it's also offering up Joey Bosa. Interesting.
Next, the Washington Commanders offer for Miles Garrett.
Oh, boy.
Their first-round pick this year at 29. Their first-round pick next year. Offensive tackle Brandon Coleman. And defensive tackle Deron Payne. Wow. For Garrett, a 5th this year and a 6th next year.
Interesting. I don't think it's the draft capital is good enough for Cleveland to say, yeah, I'd do that. Deron Payne's really good, but Deron Payne's also a ton of money you're taking on. I'd probably decline that one.
Okay, so those are the 5. The Cleveland writer basically said it comes down to these 5 offers. Other teams that made, Indianapolis was in there with an offer. Atlanta was in there with an offer. Green Bay was in there with an offer. But none of them the writer was interested in. I can't remember who else was in there, but that was the 5 finalists.
So I think it's interesting because Chicago has the highest draft picks.
Yep.
And when you're talking about giving up pick number 10, pick number 41, and the next year's first, was that the other part of it? I think Chicago was 2 firsts and a third, or 2 firsts and a second. They're high picks.
Yep.
Those high picks in this draft are important, and then you're getting next year's first-round pick. So Miles Garrett on the Bears with a rookie quarterback and a first-year head coach, is that a playoff team or not? Could be. Could very well be if they do that.
So here's the thing about this is that this is not Chicago's not a Super Bowl contender. And Miles Garrett wants to go to a Super Bowl contender, right? So would that actually be in play? Can you get him to agree to that trade?
Well, that's a great point to bring up.
Yep.
I mean, look, if I were Chicago, I would sell like hell, saying absolutely we've got the right coach now. We've got all these offensive players in place. We've got great defensive players in place, and we're adding you. Yes, we are a Super Bowl contending team, but from the outside looking in, you're going to a team that didn't make the playoffs, and you're in a division that is the toughest division in football.
It's a leap of faith.
Yeah, I'll pass on the Bears if you're Miles Garrett.
Yep.
I don't think it's as hard to sell Chicago as it is other teams. I think if you have a quarterback on your team, you could sell a lot of free agents, a lot of players that, hey, we're in contention. Because I think the ultimate goal is the Super Bowl, of course, but how do you get the ultimate goal? You get into the tournament. That's what a lot of coaches, Dan Kimball says it all the time, get us in the tournament and we can make noise. You literally saw the Commanders come in with a brand new coach and a brand new quarterback more than make some noise this past year, right? And so it may seem unlikely, and I agree with you guys there. I think you could sell the Bears to Miles Garrett. It's not like selling the Raiders or someone, you know what I mean? A team that has no future quarterback or no current quarterback on their team. I think this list, though, that you're doing, Doug, and this information with these trade proposals tells you, in all Lions fans, you have competition if this guy hits the market for real. It's not just, hey, here's 2 first-rounders, it's over and done with, easy peasy.
Right.
You know, there's going to be other teams going after him as well.
All right, straight ahead, we'll tell you which offer that the Browns accept for Miles Garrett. Is it Detroit's? That's at 10:31 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, fun little exercise they did in The Athletic where all the beat writers of Miles Garrett needy teams put together trade proposals to get Miles Garrett Defensive Player of the Year, caliber player, edge rusher from the Cleveland Browns. And, these writers said, okay, this would make sense for the team I cover. And then they proposed him, and the Browns beat writer can accept one, or I guess he can reject them all. He writes, Chicago offers tempting because the Browns could immediately show their fans and ownership group a rebuild that includes 4 of the first 41 picks this year, plus a first-rounder next year. That offer is simply a lot better than many of the others. So, again, that's Chicago's pick at 10, their second-round pick on their first-rounder next year. That would give them 4 of the first 41 picks this year and 2 first-rounders next year. Yeah, that would be attractive, and you like that trade from a Browns perspective. Regarding the Detroit trade, the Hooker addition makes Detroit's deal intriguing, but a backup quarterback isn't going to be enough here. New England could probably have added Joe Milton and another player to get into the bidding. New England had a proposal that wasn't a finalist. Buffalo and Detroit's offer was a first and a third this year and a first next year and Hendon Hooker for Garrett and a fourth next year. Buffalo, this was my favorite proposal if I were Cleveland. I think. A first this year, a second this year, a fourth this year, a first next year, defensive end A.J. Epinesa, and cornerback Kaiir Elam. For Garrett, a third this year and a sixth next year. Nice offer by Buffalo, including Rousseau. Forget about the Amari Cooper swap and call us back tomorrow. For the Chargers deal, if you missed the Chargers deal earlier...
The problem I have with that Buffalo deal, for Cleveland's sake, is that those draft picks, the first round picks, it's great to get multiple first round picks, but it'd be the same thing the Lions are going to give you. It's a late first round pick. It's really hard to get jazzed about that. But they did throw in players.
Yep.
But it's just not as enticing as other teams that draft higher.
So, yeah, I like the players. And that's why I do it. I like having some known commodities along with the draft picks, which are the unknown commodities. But next up, the Chargers deal, which was a first and a third this year, and Joey Bosa. He writes, as for the Chargers, I can't see the Browns being in the Joey Bosa business right now. Then he writes, I think Washington's offer is the best, given that Cleveland also needs youth across the offensive line. Washington would be betting that a 2026 first rounder would again be a late pick, but I think the Browns certainly would want a 2026 first round selection. The Commanders might get it done if they'd also throw in a late 2026 pick and take cornerback Greg Newsome II and his fully guaranteed $13 million 2025 fifth-year option off the Browns' hands. So he likes the Washington offer the most. What this exercise does, as mentioned, is it implies that we can sit here and put together deals that we think make sense. What only thing that gets this done is being the best offer that they get.
Mm-hmm.
And so if somebody else is willing to go further, you're either A, out, or B, have to add. The Detroit picks of 2 firsts, a third, and Hendon Hooker are such a 1,000% yes for me from a Detroit perspective. I can't imagine that would be the best offer that they would get. I would have to think, if we're doing radio in Cleveland, I'd be like, this is the best offer, huh?
And this is a sort of unknown factor in this with that offer for Cleveland. Detroit is the only team that we've mentioned there that's offering up a quarterback. Now, Hendon Hooker hasn't really played much, as we know, but he does have a huge upside. The player he was in college prior to getting hurt was going to win the Heisman Trophy until he got hurt. He was awfully good. He's played very sparingly in his first couple of years in the league because of recovering from that injury, and then this year just because, fortunately, knocking on wood, that Jared Goff has been healthy for the Lions, that you don't need to use a backup quarterback. But it's an unknown commodity because you haven't seen him. You don't really know what he is. It's just a thought of how high his ceiling is. And if you're Cleveland, you need a quarterback. You're stuck right now for at least another year with a horrible situation at quarterback. And your
Deshaun Watson's contract, which is, I think, a $72 million cap hit each of the next 2 years.
Now, you could draft one with the second overall pick that you have, but I mean, I'm not in love with Cam Ward. I'm not in love with Shedeur Sanders, and I'm not in love with Jackson Dart. I think they're all good quarterbacks, but none of them scream to me like, oh, this guy is can't miss. And not that Hendon Hooker does either. But what Hendon Hooker would offer you, if I'm trying to sweeten this for Detroit's side, what he offers Cleveland is that, okay, he's completely healthy now. He's got a couple of years under his belt of sitting on the sidelines, watching a team work with, and it's a team that has the best offense in football, that you might feel better about that. And I don't have to use a second pick overall on a quarterback. I can use that on either Abdul Carter, if he's there, to replace Miles Garrett, or I go out and take, Travis Hunter, who's a two-way player, could be a great receiver or the best cover corner in college football here. I can use one of those and really kind of set myself forward.
Yeah, to me, personally, if I'm in Cleveland's shoes, Hendon Hooker to me is not a commodity. He's a throw-in. He's not a player that I would have much of I'd be like, at the end, I'd be like, also, see if you can get Hendon Hooker. I wouldn't be building have him as a real piece I think I was getting back.
Well, this is also the unknown. You don't know what another organization thinks. You don't know how highly they regarded that player. They may say the same thing you're saying, or they may be more on where I'm at, where I think he still has huge upside, but he's getting blocked here in Detroit because Detroit's got a great quarterback.
Yeah, I look at a player who's 27 years old and has barely played, and I'm not sure that I can even – I would have to have loved him out of college, but even then, to have him sitting on the bench with very little evidence of what he can do in the NFL, personally, I wouldn't have that much interest other than throw him in at the end kind of deal. Is he intriguing? Yeah, but given what they're going to want to do, I think they're going to draft a quarterback this year or next year. I think they're going to be like the Lions were when they traded for the 2 picks for Matthew Stafford. Is originally the thought was we're going to get a quarterback with one of these 2 picks. I think the likelihood of Hendon Hooker being able to answer the bell at quarterback the way Jared Goff did are very, very slim, but maybe they love him, right? So the funny thing is, as I looked at the feedback that came in, there was a lot of you've got to get Miles Garrett. If he's available, you have to get him. And I would say if he's available, you have to call. I would go that far. I wouldn't say if he's available, you have to get him. I want to take you back into the Wayback Machine to the trade deadline this year.
No, the Wayback Machine.
Yes. So we're going to go all the way back like two and a half months here. Do you remember the Mike Tannenbaum trade proposal?
I do.
For Miles Garrett? Mike Tannenbaum suggested...
I don't even want you to repeat it because it's uncomfortable.
Mike Tannenbaum suggested that Detroit, to get Miles Garrett, give up a 2025 first, a 2026 first, a 2027 first,
and
Jahmyr Gibbs for Miles Garrett. Can we all agree it's okay to walk away? It's okay to walk away. You're allowed to walk away. And I think we'd all have different sliding scale as to when you would walk away. But yeah, there's plenty of examples of walk away trade proposals. And that's why I could never say some of the feedback we saw yesterday. I mean, there were some people fully committed to making this happen, no matter what the cost. And I'm in the, it's okay to say no. Because I go back to something we said yesterday. They went 15-2 with half a defense. In theory, they're going to be getting all those guys back. Others will get hurt. They probably are going to have more luck next year with injuries. They already went 15-2, were the 1 seed and a strong Super Bowl contender without Miles Garrett. They will be better just by standing pat. They'll be better, let alone what they could do with a little bit of cap space and their draft capital. Which is why, again, I don't know that if I'm Detroit. I call, I ask, but if some of these offers come in, this becomes that make you have to really, really dig deep, I'm okay with walking away.
Well, I keep thinking about these are media offers, and if there are GMs out there saying that, look, this is unrealistic to think that you're going to get more than 2 first-round picks for the player, that it would be a 1+. I'm conceding I think it is 2 because if you're the Lions, because of where you're drafting. Just like if Buffalo is going to go after it, because of where you're drafting, it would take 2 first-round picks. But I'm okay with that. Does the thought of just the number, 2 first, trump a 10th overall pick and the 41st overall pick? And then some? Probably not. But I want to do it. I'd love to, if the Lions are in that position and Cleveland is insisting it's 2 first-round picks for Miles Garrett and maybe a 3rd-round pick or something like that, I got to do it. I got to do it because I think having a defense with both Aiden Hutchinson.
Wait a second. 2 firsts and a 3rd?
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
I think having a defense with, because that might be more realistic than what's being bandied about here from the media. But having that defense with two stud defensive ends so vastly improves what you do defensively. It's absolutely Super Bowl or bust. I understand what you're saying, and hey, just trying to stand pat with what you had from last year because everybody got hurt last year. Now, it would have been amazing to see a healthier Lions team against that Washington team, right? Would be awesome to see that.
Am I wrong for thinking if it's easy, it's not realistic?
If what's easy?
If it's an easy yes from Detroit's perspective, that it's not realistic. Like if any proposal that we come up with is an easy yes for Detroit, it's probably not realistic.
I don't know because again, I'm thrown by what that GM said to Diana Rossini.
Yeah,
that's what kind of has me going, because I think the easy part for Lions fans, and me included, is the F them picks mentality. Because I think that's where they should be at now. If there's a player that falls from the sky, that guy, hell yeah. F them picks, let's go get him. You know, the Rams had a screaming need at defensive back, and they said, F them picks, get me Jalen Ramsey. You know, go get me Von Miller or whatever it was. They tried for it. They went for it. And they got a Super Bowl out of it. And I think the Lions are in a position right now where they can do the same if that player were to fall from the sky. And lo and behold, Doug, that player has fallen from the sky. Miles Garrett is available.
Yeah, I guess I'm fully convinced if it's easy, it's not realistic. I hope that GM is right. And if he is, I hope the Lions make a move on that. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback next, 97.1.
Look, you see the red, white, and blue trucks all over the place. They're out there to help people like you that are going through a real rough time right now. If you've got a problem with your furnace, you got burst pipes, you got real problems. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they're out there to help you out. They are amazing people. They've come to my house a couple times over the last few years, and they bailed me out of some rough situations, like a water heater issue that I had and it was leaking and need to get a whole new water heater. Look, it was a pain, but they got it done. They got it done quickly, and that's what I loved about it. They're so professional. They're awesome. And listen, if you've got those problems I mentioned, now that it's wintertime, you know how difficult it is to schedule something to have it done quickly and have it done right by professionals. These guys are expert technicians. You can take my word for it, or you can go ahead and check out the A+ rating they have from the Better Business Bureau. They've got 5-star reviews on Google. They're awesome. So whether it's your furnace or your water heater or a boiler or water filtration, schedule an appointment at birminghamplumbingco.com, or you can just give them a call. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Look, I can appreciate that everybody in Detroit has peaked. The interest has peaked. Mine is as well, Miles Garrett. I just would warn for all the trade proposals and everything that people want to do, if it's easy, it's probably not realistic. Now, there is that line from a GM that Diana Rossini had yesterday that said all these 3 first-round pick talk, he thought it was crazy, paraphrasing here, that it's going to be a first plus. If that's the case, I'll be shocked. And if I were a Cleveland fan, I would be devastated. But as somebody very astutely pointed out yesterday, is Cleveland a well-run organization? Is Cleveland an organization that typically makes good decisions?
No.
Is Cleveland an organization that has been known to botch things?
Yes.
So it is certainly possible. And I am fearful of something that just happened in sports is going to change sports talk radio forever. I think people are going to come up with crazier crap than ever because of the Luka trade. I think people are going to think because Dallas gave up on Luka for what appears to be such a lopsided deal that it's only going to lead to more crazy trade proposals.
Doug, you love to operate with guardrails.
Yep.
As soon as the Luka trade happened, guardrails completely ripped off for any other trade proposals in like sports, at least for the next month here, or it's, I don't know, 6 months. I don't know, but no matter what, the Luka trade is so fresh right now. Everyone can just go, well, look what just happened.
Yep.
The untouchable just got traded.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Is there a walk away? Can you see yourself walking away from anything? Because there's a lot of people out there that are saying, I'd get them at any cost. You got to get them. Here we go. This is regarding the Athletic trade proposal and how the Lions did catch the writer's attention. The Lions proposal caught the writer's attention. And let's be clear. It was all the Athletic writers proposed a trade, and then the Cleveland writer accepted one. And he went after Washington's more than Detroit's, which was 2 firsts, a third, and Hendon Hooker. From an unnamed texter, I feel like Hendon Hooker moves the needle 0 in a trade proposal. He's shown absolutely nothing in the NFL. I tend to agree with that. What we don't know is did they love him out of college? But even then, they'd try and get him for nothing because he's done nothing. I think the perfect ones for Garrett are Washington and the Bears. That's from Mike. Washington offered, it was 2 players, O-lineman, a defensive lineman, and 3 picks. The Bears offered 10, their first rounder next year and their second rounder this year. I love when everyone wants to put Hendon Hooker in hypothetical trades. Cleveland doesn't want Hendon Hooker. They love Dorian Thompson-Robinson. They're going to love their own guy over our guy. That's from Randy and Livonia. From Dave and Graham Blank, I trade every pick I have in this year's draft and Hendon Hooker to go get Miles Garrett. Dead serious, pulling a dickie here because Super Bowl. From Brian, I would give up a 2024 first-round pick, a 2025 first-round pick, Hendon Hooker, and J-Mo. Well, that starts to get into that would hurt, and that would create a hole on the offense because they'd need a number 2 wide receiver. They wouldn't have a first-round pick in either of the next 2 drafts to go get a number 2 wide receiver. Miles Garrett would take up a whole bunch of the cap, which would make it even more difficult to acquire a number 2 wide receiver. You're really cutting into the offense, right? If you did that.
You would be, but it's that's the strength of the team is on the offensive side. I'm not advocating for this, but if I'm trying to look at the other bright sides of that, if you're doing that, that's one of the players you'd be trading away. If the Lions, did you have a decision to make down the road of do you extend him or not? And that's, again, one of those players who would fit into that group of players that if you bring Miles Garrett, you're going to have to make an uncomfortable decision. So maybe if you include him in the trade, maybe you don't have to make an uncomfortable decision down the road.
No, but if you have to make the uncomfortable decision and if they decide for whatever reason that J-Mo's not going to work out and they're not going to re-sign him and they won't pick up the option, they still have all those resources to go get a receiver, right? They still have the multiple first-round picks that they don't give up, and they still have the cap space that they would still have. But if the offense is good enough, Is the offense good enough without J-Mo? They've played a lot of games without J-Mo. I guess I probably wouldn't do that. I feel like this team is already so close. I wouldn't cut into its strength that much.
All right. Then would you replace Hendon Hooker with Jack Campbell?
No, it's the J-Mo thing that has me hesitating.
I know. I'm saying, so I'm
If I
going
wouldn't
back to
do
the original. So I know you wouldn't do it because you want to take away from the offense, which is already a good thing. I'm saying, what if you were to throw Jack Campbell in the mix? Would you be comfortable? I know you wouldn't be comfortable with
What's the trade you're proposing? I'm confused.
the 2 Lions first-round picks and Jack Campbell to get Miles Garrett. Because this person was saying to do the picks, but throw in Jamison Williams instead of Hendon Hooker.
No,
Or was
he
saying in
said
addition?
Hendon Hooker and J-Mo.
So Hendon Hooker and Jack Campbell.
Would I do that?
Because you're not taking away from the offense.
I probably wouldn't. But again, it's because of the price right now that you're paying for Jack Campbell and the number of years you have him under contract. I probably wouldn't, because I'm pretty sure they're going to pick up his last year. But I would consider it.
Kang, would you?
2 firsts, Jack Campbell, and a third.
2 firsts, Jack Campbell, and a third. Yes, as long as the money works out. Like I'm not. Yeah, I want to eliminate myself from the money issue because
that's a big.
Well, let's say Miles Garrett doesn't want a new deal. That makes things easier, right? Well, there's reports out there now that he's saying that.
The more I think about this, I probably wouldn't do it.
You wouldn't? Well, we know why, but
yeah. It's like losing a family member, you know?
Or someone even closer.
Hello, lover.
Let's go to Joe in St. Clair Shores. Hi, Joe.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
Last year at the trade deadline, I said that I would give up every single one of my draft picks in this upcoming draft and the following next year's first-round pick to get Miles Garrett. Everybody called me crazy, and I would still do the same exact thing right now. I listen. In my opinion, Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell are in no danger of losing their jobs, no matter what happens with an F those picks type of trade. We have the best general manager in football, the best guys at identifying talent. The price tag to me doesn't matter. I am going out there and I'm getting Miles Garrett because
would you do the Tannenbaum deal?
Maker. Say again?
Would you do the Tannenbaum deal? 3 firsts and Jahmyr Gibbs.
3 firsts and Jahmyr Gibbs?
Yep.
It would be a lot harder for me to part with the players. If I'm talking just draft picks, absolutely, I would do 3 firsts. You add in Gibbs too. I'm gonna bite my teeth down and not like it, but I'm doing it because our defense is instantly becoming the best in football, and offensively, we're still a top 5 without Jahmyr Gibbs.
Gibbs
I'd
is a
rather
player that
include
makes
J-Mo
everything
instead of Jahmyr.
I think everybody would say they'd rather, if you're going to make a trade, that you'd go J-Mo over Jahmyr, because Jahmyr makes everybody uncomfortable. Jahmyr Gibbs is like, that's the straw that stirs the drink with this offense. Like, Jared Goff runs the offense, there's no question about it. But Jahmyr Gibbs is so versatile with what he does. It still feels like we're just scratching the surface with Jahmyr Gibbs and how good he is.
I was listening to a national podcast during my 16 hours of driving this past weekend, and it was Ryan Russillo and Todd McShay. And they were talking about Ashton Genty and how good he is and how the running backs are. And Russillo made the comment, now, is he impact guy or is he like Jahmyr Gibbs impact guy? Like, that's how the nation, like an outsider's opinion, Jahmyr Gibbs is in the beginning stages of a difference-making, elite weapon on offense.
Is he 2,100 yards from scrimmage and 15 touchdowns good or whatever it was last year?
Dude.
I mean, that's how freaking good he was last year.
248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. After changing coaches, the Wings are red hot and now sitting in a playoff spot of their own, tied with Columbus with a wild card team at the moment after winning 6 straight games. Alex DeBrincat sees it as finally playing to their potential. And they'll wrap up their road trip with a late one in Seattle tonight. A 10 p.m. start against the Kraken. Detroit's defense and goaltending has been pretty solid, not giving up more than 2 goals since January 19th. You can hear Ken Cal's call right here on 97.1. Still in Los Angeles, but against a different team. Spartans basketball will battle UCLA this evening after falling to USC on Saturday. MSU still 9-1 in Big Ten play and a top 10 team in the country after their 13-game win streak was snapped over the weekend. If you want to see the game tonight, that's going to be on Peacock. The Pistons' next opponent going to be mixing it up in a big one tonight. The Cavs and Celtics will clash in Cleveland with the 2 best records in the East. And then the Pistons will get the Cavs on short rest tomorrow night when they come here to Detroit on the second half of the back-to-back. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
I had a story last week. Kang had a challenge in the household. We have a follow-up on it. The challenges of parenthood. We got a follow-up. We'll get to that today at 11:30. So, look, interesting exercise put together by The Athletic where they took the beat writers of Miles Garrett needy teams, put together trade proposals, sent them off to Cleveland. Detroit's did not get accepted. The Washington Commanders trade was the one that they were most likely to do, the beat writer for Cleveland. And these are opinions, okay? I don't want to overstate what these actually are, but Detroit's offer was 2 firsts, a third, and Hendon Hooker for Garrett and a 4th, I believe it was. And, you know, I mean, there were other deals that were really interesting. Chicago had their 1st and 2nd this year and their 1st next year. That's the pick at 10 and the pick at 41. They would have had given Cleveland 4 picks in the first 41 and a 2nd first rounder next year. Washington's included 2 players, an O-lineman, a D lineman, and 3 picks. I like Buffalo's trade proposal, which included A.J. Epineza and Kaiir Elam and 3 picks. But look, the question is that GM right that yesterday that told Diana Rossini it's not going to be one of these crazy multi-first round pick deals, or is this stuff more right that it's going to – there's got to be some sting to it for me to think that it's actually realistic. The other part of this is – I just can't shake this feeling that they're a Super Bowl contender by standing pat. And what they're trying to do and what they think, I keep saying, do I think the Lions can win a Super Bowl with this team? My answer is yes. I do think they can win a Super Bowl with this team. If I think they can win a Super Bowl with this team, what we're talking about giving up is the things that make it sustainable, the things that make it so you can win multiple Super Bowls and always be in the mix. But some people want to, and I can understand this because we'll get the calls of people who will say the following. I'm trying to win a Super Bowl. Great. So when you're trying to win a Super Bowl, you're willing to, quote, give up just about anything, it seems.
Well, I think there is that, but there's also, if you're just giving up draft capital, then you're adding to the team with a monstrously good player, which would increase your odds significantly of winning Super Bowl. Is this roster good enough right now to contend? Yeah, absolutely. When they're healthy, they're absolutely good enough to contend. But if I'm going to add this piece to it, it dramatically increases those odds.
It does, and it actually establishes a window that is more likely to close. But 248-539-9797. Let's go to Kyle next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Kyle.
Hi.
Hey.
I just, I was listening in, and I don't believe that we need Miles Garrett because we have such a young roster, and yes, we should be in win now mode, but look at how that's happened with other teams. Bring in older people that need, that last bit of hope. So I don't want someone like Miles Garrett. And plus, you also think that,
why don't you want somebody like Miles Garrett? What about Miles Garrett does not appeal to you?
His attitude.
His attitude?
Yeah, he has an attitude.
What's the attitude Miles Garrett has?
It's just
that he wants to win.
I don't know. I just don't think we need him, honestly.
I haven't seen anything about a bad attitude. I don't know that they need him to win a Super Bowl. He would, if the tires, my existence, if it was win the Super Bowl next year or Doug dies, I'd trade for Miles Garrett. I'd also try and trade for Cooper Kupp. I would trade for everybody I could possibly find. And but I haven't heard anything bad about his attitude.
There you go.
Kyle?
Well, I think like if we do trade for him, I don't want to trade outlandish picks. We don't need to trade our future away for a guy that we could have for maybe 3-4 years. Like I want stability.
I think that adds to the stability. If you're talking 3 or 4 years with Miles Garrett, I don't think you're losing a ton off this team on the back end of this because you can't afford to pay everybody. You might lose a player or two, but the player you're getting is the best player in the NFL on defense, or at least arguably.
Yeah, I mean, there's certain things about, and I know this isn't, it rings hollow in a town that's never won a Super Bowl, but there's certain things like overkill. Like you're paying a price to try and make yourself like 100% sure you're going to win a Super Bowl when that's not necessarily even possible to be 100% sure you're going to win a Super Bowl.
I understand that mentality if we were talking about the Lions going after Cooper Kupp. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a clear weakness on the defense, which isn't overkill. This is the defense is the weakness on this team, period, let alone it's narrowed down to the defensive end position outside of Aiden Hutchinson.
I would be on board if that was a healthy defense that got shredded. The defense was pretty darn good before they started losing pieces, including arguably one of the players that's as good as Miles Garrett.
But they still weren't they were only getting pressure from Aiden Hutchinson. They still had a problem on the other side.
And that problem can be addressed with something that's less than Miles Garrett and still not cut into your future.
Well, I'm not sure how much I'm cutting into the future if you're going to go with Miles Garrett other than draft capital.
It depends. Well, that's actually cutting into the future. That's what draft capital is the future.
You just said the word that I was just going to say, Doug, and I think like overkill is the word I was looking for as well, because I would love Miles Garrett here too. I mean, clearly, he's one of the best defensive players in the game. You put him opposite Hutch. Oh my God, right? But I think it's a lot of flash and name recognition is what is blinding people from the fact that when healthy, that team constructed last year was probably one of the, if not the best rosters in the league. They're going to come back next year, and they're going to be one of the favorites to make the Super Bowl, along with the two teams in the Super Bowl this year. Hutchinson, Kirby Joseph, Brian Branch, all those guys coming back. Aleem McNeil healthy. You have Campbell with another year, with Anzalone, right? Terrion Arnold another year on his belt. Amik Robertson, a revelation at the end of this year, kind of by being able to play outside. That roster right there is good enough to win the Super Bowl. I bet you Brad Holmes believes that as well. They won 15 games with a depleted version of that defense. So I think it is a bit of an overkill to get Miles Garrett. With that being said, I would still love Miles Garrett, but I don't think you need him to win a Super Bowl. And I'm not saying people that want him say you need him to win a Super Bowl, but it is a bit of an overkill. Aiden Hutchinson coming back healthy is almost as good as Miles Garrett. I mean, that's what he was projected to do this year. He was on pace to do that.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. A follow-up on a story we had last week. It is at 11:30. It is Carson Anderson. Interesting reporting. Somebody on the Mavs trade of Luka. He has a line that I can't believe is true, but it probably is. We'll get to that today at 11:46. Hey, Super Bowl 59, one game, two teams, endless possibilities. And there's no better way to make every play more exciting than with FanDuel. Whether you're predicting the first touchdown, who will take home the MVP trophy, or the coin toss, FanDuel makes it easy to place your bets and feel the thrill of every moment. With live betting all game long, you can jump into the action, adjust your bets, and ride the wave of excitement from kickoff to the final whistle. Plus, to make the Super Bowl even sweeter, new customers can score $200 when you make your first bet. Just place a $5 bet and you'll win. You get $200 in bonus bets. Just make sure you move the line on one of those alternate spreads and you'll be all set. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Doug and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 to take it. Tons of feedback coming in on this possibility of a Miles Garrett deal, which is still really, I mean, it's tough because, these conversations get going. We don't know what the asking price is actually going to be. If the Browns have said and they maintain this position, hey, we're not trading him, and I'm okay, cool. But if the man demands a trade, and what does that lead to? Does that lead to him sitting out if he doesn't accept the trade, or does he have no choice but to go ahead and play? And then you get into, all right, it's we can sit here and come up with reasonable deals. One team goes over the top and you have to beat that deal. And the Lions, you just know Brad Holmes is going to walk away. You just know Brad Holmes is going to walk away from a deal that would cut too much into his draft capital. It's just, you can be F them picks and you can be too much. If one team goes really, really deep into their draft capital, I think Brad Holmes saying yes to any kind of trade like that is unlikely, but I'm not sure he would be okay with some draft capital going the other direction. But I mean, he has traded draft picks in the past. He's never just done a massive trade like the kind of trade it would take to get Miles Garrett.
Well, they also haven't been in a position to do it. He was building a team. He's building a foundation, and they've done that. He was building a roster. Now the roster is built. Now you can go ahead and make a big splash if you want. But I agree with you. If the price becomes ridiculous, then walk away.
I mean, look, some of this
he's
is
going to
coming.
have his cutoff moment for sure.
How about this? The Lions should do whatever they have to get Garrett.
Well, no.
The
It's
offense
whatever
is-
they have to within reason.
Yeah, well, that's the debating point is what's in reason. This guy says the Lions should do whatever they have to get Garrett. The offense is going to go backwards. They're going to have to rely on the defense. This would be the step in the right direction. Still would need secondary help to be a solid contender. So you're going to get Garrett and get secondary help. I mean, I don't know where the cap space is coming from, but here you go. The only untouchable, this is the next one. The only untouchable for Garrett is Penei Sewell. I would trade anybody and everybody else for him. Anybody and everybody. So you're trading multiple players not named Penei Sewell.
Well, that's getting a little.
So you'd trade Aiden Hutchinson, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Just leave it at that. Yeah. You don't have to go any further because I think it's crazy territory, even though you already entered crazy territory offering up those two players.
Justin in Madison Heights says, we've also never seen Zadarius Smith opposite of Hutch. So it feels like Zadarius Smith came to Detroit, and what did we say? 5 sacks? Was it 5 sacks, 5.5 sacks?
He had 4 with the Lions, but he had, I think, 5 with Cleveland.
When he was playing opposite of Miles Garrett.
Mm-hmm.
If they have a 10-sack guy opposite of Aiden Hutchinson, is that an acceptable edge rusher, Robin to the Batman? Because that's what it feels like they would have got last year, Zadarius, for a full season. Every year, Zadarius does get a little older, and so could he do that? Do they add to the pool of edge rushers in another way, whether it be with a draft pick or a trade or a free agent signing? Unnamed texter, seems like folks are loving the name on the back of the jersey more than raising trophies / banners. That's for fantasy leagues. So you're saying they're so obsessed with getting Miles Garrett that they care more about that than winning Super Bowls? I think they tell you the reason they want to get Miles Garrett is they think that would assure them a Super Bowl.
I think that's what all fans would think.
Well, I don't think it would assure him a Super Bowl if you're giving up Penei Sewell or Aiden Hutchinson and Jahmyr Gibbs.
If you're talking about just adding Miles Garrett and what you're sending the other way would be draft picks, I think that's what people are thinking.
Lions don't need Garrett to win. Didn't need Garrett to win 15 games last season, but can you imagine what he would do for Minnesota, Green Bay, Washington, or even Chicago? We need him to for the simple fact that we aren't playing against him.
Well, would they have needed him against Washington a few weeks ago?
Oh, he would have helped.
I mean, would have helped tremendously.
So here's the thing about that is if a team in the AFC, Cleveland's going to want to trade him to the NFC. And if he wants to go to a Super Bowl contender, we've already discussed, there's a Green Bay proposal, there's a Chicago proposal. I think there was a San Francisco proposal I never got to. Yeah, there was a San Francisco proposal that the Cleveland beat writer said no to. I mean, these are some teams that could then become a problem.
There are odds out already about the next team to land Miles Garrett. And Cleveland is number one, that they wouldn't get rid of. If you're going to bet, Cleveland is at plus 300. This is according to DraftKings Sportsbook through covers.com. The number 2 team behind Cleveland are the Commanders at plus 450. Then it's the Raiders at plus 650. Then the Lions at plus 750. So interesting there, because the Commanders would be the first team outside of Cleveland. Mm-hmm. And obviously that's the NFC team, and that's a team that of course, he would do wonderful there. Be an excellent addition to any team. But to a team that got to the NFC Championship game and couldn't stop anything that Philadelphia threw at him. I mean, that was an embarrassing effort by Washington's defense.
There is a part of me that is fascinated with the way Brad Holmes has done this so far and kind of wants to see Brad Holmes do Brad Holmes things and see if he is really this good at the draft, that they are just simply around for a long period of time doing this stuff, competing for Super Bowls every single year if you just let him cook in the draft.
Well, what if I offered you this and let him cook in the draft, which, okay, so I'm not going to take away any draft capital.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to trade anybody. What if I said the Lions should just pass on the Miles Garrett stuff because the cost is going to be too high, but go ahead and make a full court press for Khalil Mack?
Yeah, I'd be okay with that. I mean, that sounds probably more up, more in the. If we're talking about what I expect Brad Holmes to actually do, it's more that than give up the farm for Miles Garrett.
Khalil Mack seems to me like that's a player that's going to be he's entering free agency. We'll see if the Chargers want to bring him back or not, but I don't think his price tag is going to be anywhere near as high as maybe what you thought of going into it, because he is further along in his NFL career, but he's also still a very good pass rusher, and that's what you'd be asking him to do here with the Lions. And you would have him and Zadarius Smith.
Yeah, I think that would be that sounds more up the alley of what Brad Holmes is thinking, and I think it could be a very, very smart move that could push them over the top.
Do a 2-year, $30 million deal or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, the second year is where it gets sketchy because of their cap situation in year 2. But if you front load it or
again, they have options of to put that off. But I mean, if you were to sign a free agent like Mack, you're not giving him like a 3 or 4 year deal. It'd probably be a 1 or 2 year deal.
Yep. 248-539-9797. More of your feedback coming in. There's a ton of feedback on Trae Young.
Yeah.
Doug, from one bald man to another, the worst thing about Trae Young is his fake hair. Yes, it's all fake and it looks terrible. That's from Whitmer.
Is it fake hair? It looks strange.
No, it's not fake. I think he's just holding on to remains of what used to be a great empire.
But he's got that front, hard, like very, very dark hairline up front, and then it gets Kramer-esque on top.
Doug probably knows this more than us. I mean, sometimes it just comes in better in certain areas than others, right? In other areas, it starts to go.
For unexplained reasons, you get this patchy isthmus of hair. Doug, you're not the only one who can't stand Trae Young. The way he plays the game is annoying and it slows the game down so much. The fact that he needs to just give up on his hair and he's hanging on makes it even worse. I didn't want to get personal with that stuff.
It's hard to ignore.
When it comes to Trae Young and his foul hunting, it was horrible last night. I took my mom to her first game, and it was great, but not a single person in my section had a nice thing to say about Trae, especially when he got that fake bloody nose whacked to the face. I can't stand him even more. He did really sell that and eventually got a tech because oh, look, I've been fouled. I should be shooting free throws. My favorite part of the game. I get to shoot free throws. Doug, I totally get it. I can't stand Trae Young. His dumb, scraggly hair and his punchable face are infuriating. Dumb shooting ability and stupid second shot making. Ugh, that's from Justin Madison Heights. I'm compartmentalizing this and keeping it completely different from what he is as a player and a shooter. Some of the shots he made last night were insane. Mike in Detroit says, Doug at the end of every show says, treat each other with respect, except Trae Young, LOL. I'll say this about Trae Young, and I'll say this about that saying. I try every single day. I'm not always successful. We set life goals.
This is true.
And I consistently fail to meet said goals, but I try. 248-539-9797. All right, last week we told a story about Kang fighting. Didn't want to get sucked into the machine of being a dance dad. We have a follow-up. Is he officially a dance dad? We'll get to that at 11:31. Do you know your water score in your home? If you're still dealing with water spots, dingy laundry, or dry skin, your water score needs to improve. CGC Water will test your water, survey your home, and recommend the Connecticut water treatment solution to improve it. They did it for us in our house. This month, save $500 on a Connecticut Premier softener and get a free Kinex salt monitor with purchase. Contact my friends at CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com today. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines. All right, we got a follow-up. Kang has two beautiful young daughters. The oldest is a 6-year-old who's into dance. She has just started once a week, runs for like 30 weeks or something like that.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a long time.
It is.
Yeah, about half the year, yeah.
I mean, if you're going to be an elite dancer, if you're going to go pro.
Yeah, well, this is true.
You got to love the game.
Get ready.
So
it's just the beginning.
So you got an email.
We'll see.
about free admission into a dance competition.
Yeah, it was like a showcase, I guess.
Yeah. And these are the ones that this is like travel. It's like going from, rec department or house league to travel dance. So you were like, okay, you knew what this was.
Oh, I knew nothing is free, my friend.
It is
free tickets.
Yeah, you go to this. You go to this dance thing showcase, and because of that, your daughter, of course, falls in love with it, and she was like, I want to do that.
Well,
and
that's what they want. Yes.
Next thing you know, you're spending $12,000 a year on things like costume and travel and lessons and costumes and more costumes.
Next thing you know, you're moving to Australia and you're changing the name to Ray Gun and you're competing in the Olympics.
One can only dream, Gator.
All right, so the free tickets for the showcase was this past weekend, correct?
Yeah.
And
where was the showcase?
In the state of Michigan, Gator.
Okay.
And you went.
Yeah, I mean, I said we would go, we asked the daughter if she wanted to go, and she said yes. And we understand. I mean, I understood right away what this was about, and just letting my wife know, hey, they're trying to suck us into the machine, right?
No.
And so, well, we'll see. You see if she likes it or not. I'm like, oh, it's fine, it's fine. So I didn't want them just to go. I had to be there for,
quality control.
Exactly.
You need to get eyes on this and see what's going on.
Exactly,
An
Gator.
objective mind.
Yep. It's not like I wanted to go,
Or
but
how about
I
even
had
this?
to
Just
go.
a flat out, I'm a skeptical mind. Right.
Dude, you weren't here last week.
You know
but-
what you were? You were playing defense.
Oh, hell yeah.
You were playing defense that
Aggressive,
whole
my
time.
friend. Yep. So I went and, we let her have a look at it. And I feel a little bad.
Why?
Because there were many times I just wanted to remind her, you don't have to do this if you don't want to.
Wait, so you would say this to her?
Yeah, there were breaks in between dances and before the show, after the show. Said, hey, if you want to just play soccer or something else instead, that's fine too. It's whatever you want to do.
So you were implying that you didn't want her to think that you wanted her to do this.
I just wanted her to know she has options.
Yeah.
I was just making it clear.
You
Listen,
can say no.
There
Yes.
are lots of new things that you can try.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be this.
You want to be a dungeon master? It's okay. We can, roll the dice here. Here's a 20-sided dice. So I'll start buying the books.
We can do things that are way cheaper.
Yeah.
And way less involved.
Origami sounds like a nice hobby.
And way less boring for Dad. What? So what's the net here? Is she in or is she?
So, we went to the showcase. She actually paid attention for the most part, which is good.
That's step one.
Yep. At the end of it, we went home, asked her as a family, what'd you think? What do you want to do next? She's not ready for dance.
Wow.
I mean, she's sticking with dance, but she doesn't want to do the competition thing. She's like, I just like things the way they are. She goes, I want to keep playing soccer this spring, which we're going to get her back into as well. So, yeah, as of right now. And then I talked to the wife, which is really important, after, just me and her. And she agrees. She's like, hey, let's give it at least another year. She's pretty young right now and see where she's at in a year if she wants to continue.
Wait, hold on.
What?
You know how these things work.
How's that?
1 year from now, she'll be 7.
That's true.
And it'll be too late.
Too late for what?
To get into at the highest level. It'll be a late start. She'll be behind all the other kids.
That's a chance I'm willing to take.
Is it?
Yeah. Okay. If the window closes, then I'm just going to
the window's closing, my friend.
I'm going to find another avenue, my friend.
No, there is another. He's got another daughter too.
Yeah,
Doug.
that's true.
That's true. You got 2 bullets to dodge here.
I'm like freaking Neo in the Matrix.
All right, so as it stands right now,
yeah, so that's how it went. All right, yeah, so we're good. We're good, man.
How far did you have to drive for this showcase?
Oh, it wasn't far.
Okay.
It wasn't far, yeah. I wasn't in like some random place in Indiana or anything like that.
Let me ask you, were you completely bored by this whole thing?
Yes.
Okay.
How long was it?
This was an hour, which seemed like 2, to be honest with you.
Only an hour.
Yeah.
Wow,
So last week I said you weren't here, Gator, when we brought this up. Like, I'm not gonna lie. A part of this is because I'm completely unfamiliar with this area of sports or whatever.
Yeah.
Like this is not my forte.
It's not an extracurricular activity I ever engaged in. Right?
Ever, like not even close.
You
to,
just freelance.
I know nothing about this world.
Yeah.
And I admit that. And so I asked Doug if he ever had to do this with his daughter, and no, right?
No,
like
she never got into.
You did
dance
stuff
at
that
all.
you knew. She did stuff that you knew. Sports.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was relatively easy.
Did she even go to a dance class?
I don't think she ever went to dance. She did piano.
That's
She did like 10 piano lessons, and it was good.
Yeah, right. And then she said, "You know what? I want to play football."
Yeah, and she actually did.
Yeah, I know.
She was a kicker. Did you look? And this is what I would have done. Did you deeply look and examine the faces of the other dads whose daughters were competing? Were you paying attention to the other dads?
A little bit, yeah. Most of them are into it. So I think some had shirts, Dance Dad, or something like that, or you know what I mean. Like they're into it, which they should be. That's their daughters up there.
Dance Dad.
I don't know, man.
Oh, man.
Oh, Gator, I was getting really good advice last week. Like do you know what a prop dad is?
Prop dad's the call.
Prop dad apparently is the avenue I should take if I ever have to go down
you get
this.
sucked into this machine, become a prop dad. Because you and the other dads like set up the props. You're backstage. You're actually with your daughter.
You're
at that
busy.
time.
You're doing
You're
stuff.
busy. You're doing stuff, and then prop dads go for beers.
Yeah, they tailgate.
Yeah. So prop dad is the.
I guess.
All right.
I'll have to take their word for it.
Yep. All right. So, but as it stands right now,
Watermelon Sharks are still in play.
yeah. Now, does this push you to say maybe I should not be an emergency coach for the Watermelon Sharks? I should actually be the head coach if it enhances this.
And that's the girls'
takes her-
soccer team.
Takes her further away from dance.
This made me want to be the president, GM, head coach, player of the Watermelon Sharks.
Okay.
If I could avoid
There it
this.
So avoiding dance dadding might have him becoming a full-time soccer coach. God, this is going to be a fun watch.
This is only the beginning. I mean, because I mentioned he's got the younger one too.
I know. She's that's the trouble right
Yeah.
there. I mean,
First one is all the characters. Oh, what are we going to do? And then the second one's wild.
the second one is
She's
the
more
Dennis
feral.
Rodman of my
Yeah.
group, dude. I don't. She might leave for Vegas. I have no idea.
She's feral.
Yeah. The first one I can kind of like. She's
Reason with.
yes. She listens.
Talk to.
Yes. The second one's wild.
Yeah, you got big issues.
Second one doesn't even like me.
God,
And Dad, not just this, but tap and ballet and jazz. It's all great. Woo!
she already doesn't like you.
Yeah.
And she's 3.
Yep.
That's right.
God, my kids didn't start really disliking me until their teenage years. And then my daughter said maybe 100 words to me between her sophomore year and her freshman year in college.
If it wasn't for text, you wouldn't even communicate with her.
No, she ignores my texts.
She leaves you on red.
She'd respond to threats. But I mean, that was in the door, straight to the room, close the door kind of relationship. Right now, my little guy has been pretty good.
That's good.
He's a senior in high school, and he hasn't gone through that phase. So
Been through so many
the
other
2-year-old.
phases
Yeah, right?
leading
Yeah.
up to this.
That's true.
There was the incident with the vitamin C tablets at daycare.
Zinc.
Yeah, it was zinc. He was dealing them underneath the play set, and that got a poison
No.
control had to get called in.
Now he's dealing crypto,
Yeah.
meme coins.
Yeah.
No, but I actually looked at
Bibles.
my daughter in the face, the younger one, Doug,
Yeah.
and say to her, I say, I love you. And she looks me right back and she goes, I love mommy.
So mean. That's
I
so
mean,
mean.
seriously, man.
That's unnecessary.
Completely, Gator.
That is so.
Like if she had done the Han Solo bit and said, "I know,"
Right?
and
I-
then, okay,
yeah.
okay, that's funny. I got it. Right? But no, she just went, "I love mommy." Yeah,
I mean,
I love my older sister.
So bad.
callously
You I
cold-blooded.
tolerate.
Dude,
Yeah,
right in the eyes.
Yep.
I love mommy.
Yep.
Thank you.
I'm plotting to kill you. I love mommy.
What are you bringing to the table?
Who are you?
I need to know more about this this relationship here. What am I getting out of this from you?
All right, straight ahead. Amazing thing being written about Dallas. I wonder if it's true. Let's preview the Red Wing game. They are back on the ice tonight trying to sweep this West Coast trip. It is Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797. Hey, the brothers behind Show Some Athletic Apparel, they grew up playing hoops on those concrete courts you see in movies, and they used to ask each other, "You going to show some today?" Well, let me ask you, are you going to show some this year? You are. I know it. You're going to run, you're going to lift, you're going to exercise, you're going to get after it. Do it and Show Some Athletic Apparel. Workout clothes built to last. I got to tell you, I really like the gear that I have. It is high quality stuff. You will like it too. Use the discount code GRIT at checkout. Go to showsome.com. That's SHOSUM.com. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. All right, a few things in the fallout of the Luka trade from Dallas last week that is still just earlier this week, was Sunday night into Monday. One of the things that this trade's being hailed for is actually something that killed Dallas. It is being hailed for one of the greatest kept secrets ever. That these two teams engaged in trade talks for a generational type player, and it didn't leak at all. The story, when it leaked, it was because the trade was done, which is virtually unheard of in the modern era. But that secrecy and the commitment to the secrecy was brutally bad for Dallas. One is because if it leaked that Luka was getting shopped around, others would have called. People would have seen this and thought, wait, what?
Yeah.
So, of course, the Lakers wanted to keep it silent. They didn't want anybody else. Could you imagine Pelinka when this thing started, when this conversation was started? Did he have to go full-on Hollywood acting skills to make it not seem like he was too enthusiastic over this trade?
I don't know, man.
Right? Did he, when they said, hey, Luka, would you be interested in Luka? Was his response like, I mean, I guess I could be. Who are you thinking you'd want back? Ooh, I don't know if we want to part with Anthony.
Right? Do you even try to start? Oh, I don't know, man. That's just
and do you
that's
start,
a big ask.
If this gets out at all, the trade's off. Do you start saying things like that? Because so Dallas, nobody knows that Luka's available. Then he gets traded, and everyone's like, wait, what? And if they'd found out he was available, offers would have come in. So the secrecy killed Dallas. It was kept so secret. This is just amazing. This might be some sort of Jedi mind trick that Pelinka pulled or something. The Lakers had concerns that Luka wouldn't re-sign with them. And because of those concerns, and because they were committed to secrecy, and they weren't allowed to talk to Luka's agent, they refused to throw in a second first-round pick. Hey, we don't even know if we can re-sign him. And we're not talking to his agent because we're keeping this secret. So, yeah, we can't throw in a second first-round pick because we may lose him.
Christie, but
I mean, seriously.
I mean, we're taking a big risk here, guy.
They were so committed to secrecy, including not even asking Luka's agent if he would be in favor or open to re-signing in L.A., that they saved themselves a second first-round pick?
I mean, that's crazy to think.
Isn't it?
It's this whole thing is absurd. I feel like you should give Rob Pelinka a call. I mean, you got that Michigan connection.
Yeah, I should. I'm fascinated with Dallas. I can't shake this. That Dallas knows something. Dallas knows something.
Well, they know Luka better than anybody.
And if Luka is out of the league in 3 years, for whatever reason, then we'll all go, oh.
I think,
maybe not for whatever reason, but
at the very base of it, it might just be as simple as this. They know that the Supermax contract that they'd have to sign him to, you're talking like $500 million or $400 million, whatever the number is, that they have to spend more than any other team in the league would have to spend because that's how the rules are set up. And that they just didn't want to commit that kind of money for whatever reason. They just thought that's too much. We need to add more to this team. We don't want to go over the luxury tax and do all that stuff. We don't want to do that. We're a relatively new ownership group because just basically bought out Mark Cuban a couple years ago or whatever it was. So we don't want to take on all that. I think it might just come down to that. It might just be a money issue that they think that they can build a team that can win right now with Anthony Davis. What they lack is overall team defense that he brings, an inside presence that he clearly brings. Now, what you're losing is Luka Doncic, right? And there's tons that you lose from that. However, you are getting somebody in place now who's not going to cost you as much long term. Now, you're going to have to do a rebuild at some point because Anthony Davis isn't getting any younger, and you just traded away a 24-year-old superstar.
So here's the next part of this, and see, you just mentioned maybe the Anthony Davis chance to win a championship this year. Writer for CBS Sports, Brad Botkin, wrote the following. I honestly believe Mavs fans would rather not win the title with Luka Doncic than win one with the guy who replaced him. If you could tell the Mavs, tell their fans right now, you win this year's NBA championship with this lineup. Or trades off. You can have Luka back.
I think they take Luka back. I really believe that writer. Like, that's a part of being a fan. It's just, you're not rational all the time. You're not. They're hurt right now, too, by the way. This is a bad time to ask.
Right. Like, are you asking, you're saying we're going to, for this year, we don't win with Luka just this year, but we can win it with Anthony this year, but we wouldn't win it with Luka this year? Like, they're like, I can take my chances with Luka because he's 24.
Chances. Yeah, they would take their chances.
That they'll eventually win one with him. That's how, I can see that from fans. But, I mean, when you haven't won, and Dallas has won.
Yeah.
So it's also easier to take for Dallas because their fans have experienced the championship, and they also know what it's like to have the superstar that they want, which is all – what we talked about this yesterday. It all sounds like we're demeaning Anthony Davis, which is absolutely not
it's just like
the purpose of
this.
It's
a stray he's catching.
Right, and he doesn't need to. He's an outstanding player, has been. But
Gator, that just shows you how generational, and I hate that term, but how generational Luka is. That makes it seem like they didn't get much in Anthony Davis.
He's so generational, there's like 5 players just like him. But I know what you're saying, right. It's the same thing with Jokic and the other guys.
So we've kind of had this debate in Detroit. This takes us all the way back to the Darko pick, right? Had they taken Carmelo, which was the consensus at the time was that Carmelo was going to go behind LeBron. And if they'd taken Carmelo.
Until those workouts, dude.
If they had taken Carmelo, Tayshaun Prince might not have got as much playing time, and he was a critical cog to them winning the championship.
They may not have traded for Rashid.
They may not have traded for Rashid. Like, we're trading a title for the unknown because we like the player in the draft better than the player that they got.
Which is why you and I think are in and I think Kang is as well. We're in lockstep with this.
You can't ever trade in a championship. So in the Dallas fans' case, if I tell you win this year's NBA championship with this roster, or you can undo the trade, which would you do? This writer for CBS Sports says they would take Luka. He thinks they'd take Luka back.
I think this is interesting. Like, if we went back and thought about this with Grant Hill. Now, Grant Hill, when he was playing with the Pistons, was not as good as Luka is now. But it's sort of comparable because that's our young guy.
Yep.
Pistons fans did not want to trade Grant Hill. But Grant wanted out. Grant wanted to go to be with his wife and towards where the recording industry was and all the action in Florida and all that, and that's what he wanted to do.
Yep.
So he left us, and we were like, oh, that sucked, because we had that guy, that young superstar type player.
Yeah.
Although Luke is much better than Grant Hill was at that time, and it was tough for Piston fans to accept. Now, winning the championship because of what you got, because you did the sign and trade that allowed you to get players. Like Ben Wallace and others. Yeah, I mean, it makes it easier to take, and it also a heck of a lot easier to take when you realize that after that trade, Grant Hill was a shell of what he was because of injuries, which was sad with his career. I understand the feeling of it. You don't ever want to lose your superstar. Red Wings didn't want to lose, and the fans did not want to lose Sergei Fedorov.
Well, if you win a championship in wake of an unpopular move, and because of the unpopular move, to me, it's always worth it. Because championships are hard to come by.
So hard.
You feel like you're going to win a bunch when you may not even win one when you have that great player. And in Luka's case, he went to the NBA Finals last year and lost.
Yeah, I mean, Mavs fans, they're in their feelings right now. And to ask them that question, I actually agree with the writer. But championships, if they just calm down and they let it settle a little bit and you told them, hey, man, you get a championship. And these things, I know you won one with Dirk, but they're really hard to come by. Wow. And you're going to lose Luka. But because losing Luka's not losing a player. He is so beloved there, and he's not just beloved. He is great at such a young age. All that put together, I mean, that's why it was so shocking, and it's especially shocking to a Mavs fan.
The one thing about this is that we're presuming to make this an argument, you have to presume that they win a championship this year, which is not a safe presumption.
No, not at all. And that's another reason why they're so upset. Like, it's not like they got guaranteed a championship this year. They don't even feel like, they're better, but ish.
Would this be like if, in 1992, that the Lions would trade Barry Sanders?
Yeah.
You come off the 91 season, it was a great season. They fell short, and you've got the best running back in the history of the game, and all of a sudden there's a trade overnight that nobody saw coming that sends him wherever for whatever.
The Cowboys.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like at the Green Bay or someone like a team you hate.
How about this? They send him to the Cowboys for Troy Aikman. And so we get Troy Aikman, and the Lions go out and win a Super Bowl because of it. But I think if you polled fans at the time, they'd rather try with Barry Sanders than win without.
It's a crazy, uncomfortable place to be, and that's where Mavs fans are. But I'm kind of rooting for the Mavs now.
Well, both teams play tonight. You got Dallas plays tonight, and the Lakers play tonight in separate games. But this is the first time in a while that I'm interested in an NBA game that doesn't involve the Pistons.
Well, it's also the Red Wings are on the radar. They play tonight. We'll get to them today at 12:02. Also, straight ahead, this is coming to Detroit. It's actually here, Detroit. What are you going to do about it? We get to that at 12:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
You don't have any more of those almonds, do you?
I do.
Well.
Yep.
I'm going to look for him today.
Are you?
On the way home, yeah.
Or he might rob you, Doug. Be careful.
I think I need to.
I think you got somebody a little itchy.
A little addicted. The first hit was free.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's all in.
Mm-hmm.
First taste is really good.
It's really funny. Kang, what was the feedback when I brought it up when Gator was out, the elote, Mexican corn almonds? What was the feedback like?
The feedback was not flattering to your taste, Doug.
Yeah. So do you think it's just a predisposition? If Doug likes it, it must suck? Or do you was some of this with people who had actually tried it and thought they were terrible?
Yeah, I think it's mostly because you like it. People are just assuming straight off the bat, like this can't
gotta be awful.
I mean, you got a bad reputation. You look at your resume, things that completely go away once you decide you like them.
Mm-hmm. There's that. There's a long list.
Yeah.
Plus, you're just when we do, are you going to eat that? I think you show your cards right away.
I do.
Yep. So they don't have high hopes for your stuff.
Well, it's all good. Like, I mean, everybody can like whatever they want to like, and I'm not offended if somebody doesn't like what I like. I'm a little surprised that when somebody does, and in this particular instance, the Blue Diamond elote corn, Mexican street corn flavored almonds. Great.
3 for 3. Me, Gator, and Kenny.
All like
thumbs up.
Which is great. Fantastic. But yes.
Maybe Blue Diamond's just doing it right. Aren't they the ones that had those blueberry flavored ones?
They are, and those are good. Those are desserty.
Yeah.
These are more snack foody. But like a salty treat, more like a pretzel, like you do, watching games. I feel like the blueberry ones that Valenti's a big fan of. Those are more
great.
desserty. But
great.
All right, so you heard the update there. Red Wings back in action tonight. I still get a kick out of just clicking on the wild card standings and seeing the Red Wings in the postseason. All right. Even if it's one of those things I want to stare at it long enough, burn it into my retina in case anything changes in the next 24 hours. I'll still have that image in my face. It looks great to see them in a wild card. It looks great to see them knocking on the door of getting into third place in the division and getting out of the wild card spot. Is it sustainable? And, it looks like it more and more all the time, really. Every game that they play with the wheels not coming off, McClellan looks like a genius. And I know that invariably when we bring up these topics, and I feel like it's a waste of energy to do this. If they'd done it earlier, they ... Well, here's the thing about the NHL did they do it in time to impact the playoff run? Yes. If they're good enough to make the playoffs, which there was clearly time left to make the playoffs because they've already played themselves into a playoff spot, that it's good. Then they did it in time to make a impact on a playoff run, right?
Yes.
So the timing wasn't killer.
No, and I know people have said that, hey, why didn't they make this move sooner? And they really screwed themselves because no, they didn't screw themselves. And the season is long. They still have time to further solidify, or they could slip off. If all of a sudden this is a little bit of fool's gold, maybe they're not as good as we thought they were, and they could revert because it is a packed conference from top to bottom. You've got the Washington Capitals with 75 points, and that's 7 points clearer from any other team in the conference. Everybody else is fighting for the next spots. So it is incredibly competitive. I don't care that they did this 19 games ago. Should they have done it at the end of last season? I don't know if you'd have the same impact. I love the impact we've had, and you can't guarantee you would have had that right away. Like maybe you really had to suffer like they were suffering. You had to go through it where you looked so disinterested on the ice that you needed to have that moment, the lowest of lows during the season, to have this kind of impact when he changed over with coaches. And remember, the first game that Todd McCullough took over as Red Wings head coach, they gave up 5 goals in the first, 30 minutes of hockey against Toronto? They were down 5-0 before you could sneeze. because it was cold out and rainy out and gross that night.
Mm-hmm.
But then they ended up scoring 2 goals late in the third period, and then they went on a 7-game heater. So I'm not worried about when they made the move. I'm just happy they made the move, and here they are, the number 1 wild card team with 59 points in the 53 games played. And, Ottawa won last night, so they're 3 points behind Ottawa for third place in the division. Toronto is in second in the division with 64 points. That's only 5 points. This team is right there. It's continuing what they've done. They've got a 6-game win streak right now. I don't know how much longer this is going to. Maybe it ends tonight against the Kraken. I don't know, but I do think that they've established themselves as a team that plays a pretty good brand of hockey right now, responsible defensively. They've got a really good power play and penalty kill going right now, and they've scored some goals. So all these things are working in their favor, that you would think that this is a team, okay, it's 19 games, but it's a good sample size. Is it sustainable enough where you see this being a much better than 500 hockey team moving forward? Because winning 14 out of the 19 games is impressive. I think it's very impressive. I don't know if they can win at that level, but can they win, more than 500 winning percentage the rest of the way? And if they do, they'll find themselves perhaps in the number 3 spot in the division, and maybe even better.
I'm going to make a bold-ass prediction.
Love it.
Right now, Lucas Raymond is at 20 goals. I think he's scoring 40.
Wow.
I think he's scoring 40. If you look at his slow start and the fact that he's come on the last couple months.
29 games left.
Yep. I think his production, I think his
20 and 29 games is what you're calling for.
Yep. I think he's scoring 40.
That's
if you look at
saucy.
If there's 2.5 months left.
29 games.
And if you look at his December and January, I think he had 8 goals in December. And we got this weird break with the Four Nations thing. But I hope he doesn't lose any momentum there. So there you go.
Well, he's playing like he's a top 15 player in the league right now.
Mm-hmm.
He is, and he kind of did that at the end of last season. He was willing that team to wins. Remember, he came up with so many huge, it was overtime wins or goals at the end of regulation that forced the overtime. He was fantastic to finish the season. Weren't sure what he was going to be like this year, and he struggled to score out of the gate. But he was racking up tons of assists, but wasn't scoring goals. Now he is scoring goals, and he's still racking up tons of assists. He's way better than point a game right now, which is awesome. And he looks like he is. Dylan Larkin's the captain, but Lucas Raymond's a leader on this team too.
Red Wings in action tonight against Seattle. You heard here on 97.1 The Ticket. Great 10 o'clock start. West Coast trip. The hardcores will be up for this one tonight.
I'm with you, Kenny.
Against the Kraken. Straight ahead, it's come to Detroit. Are you going to do anything about it? We will get to that today at 12:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Cold weather really can wreak havoc on your garage doors. You got springs and rollers, a whole bunch of moving parts. They're made out of metal. When the temperature drops, they can break, and that's troublesome. You don't want that. If it does happen to you, you need somebody that can come out there and repair those garage doors for you. This is why I recommend Precision Garage Door Service. They've helped me out a number of occasions, whether it was just general maintenance or was selecting brand new, spectacular-looking garage doors. They went through all the options, and I've got the best doors that I can ask for. They're awesome. But the fact that these guys came out when I needed them most, that's what's most important to me. So here's what's great for you to know. They can install new garage doors for you in as little as 24 hours, depending on what kind of door you're looking for. They got a bunch in storage right now at a warehouse, and they can make that happen for you. But if you just need the service, they can come out and help you out immediately. Give them a call, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can schedule at precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. As always, good to be with you. If you missed J.B. Bickerstaff this morning on the morning show, wow, was he interesting as it pertains to the trade deadline. Hear what he had to say coming up today at 12:35. In the meantime, we got some Red Wings discussion going. We've talked some Lions today, a little more Luka fallout trade. But a box gets checked here in Detroit, as today is the day that Raising Cane's fast food chicken joint opens on Ford Road in Canton. Gator, are you familiar with Raising Cane's?
I've heard of them. I've never had it.
Okay.
Another chicken place, huh?
Interesting. So this one is really super limited. It's basically chicken fingers. And chicken fingers only, but really good chicken fingers and an elite dipping sauce. As you know, fast food is not necessarily my thing, but if I have a choice, Raising Cane's is in the rotation. There is one in East Lansing. I was up there for a baseball game a couple summers ago, got on the app and ordered it. I was so glad I did it on the app because I went and picked it up between games of a doubleheader. When I got there, the line looked like it was about 35 minutes long. There were so many people lined up. I had ordered ahead, walked in, grabbed it, and got out. This line, there was a line already today. I guess it was like a chance to win free chicken for a year or whatever.
Oh, that'll do it.
I got it once in Arizona, Gator. It is probably once or maybe twice a year. It is a meal served to the traveling party of the Michigan football program, which is very popular. This is a rare case where, Gator, I have had something that you have not, and I highly endorse the Raising Cane's. Kang, where does Raising Cane's rank for you?
Oh, it's up there. It's up there. I first had Raising Cane's in Las Vegas a few years ago. Actually, more than a few years ago. But it's simple yet effective. You know, simple yet delicious. It's chicken tenders, right? You think, how good can chicken tenders be? Well, they can be pretty good, especially with that dipping sauce, you know, and that Texas toast goes right with it. Then you got the lemonade and iced tea. Simple stuff, but if you do it well, damn, it's good. So as far as where it ranks, Doug, it's right up there as far as chicken tenders, top 4 for sure. Mount Rushmore of chicken tenders for me.
This is unbelievable to me. Like they
don't have much on the menu, Gator.
I mean, their menu is literally it's French fries, coleslaw, Texas toast, chicken fingers, and a sandwich. And a sandwich isn't it's 3 chicken fingers
on a bun
with lettuce. Like that's and sauce and the cane sauce.
Yeah.
That's literally all. So they don't have patties. They don't have wings. All they have is
nugs.
Chicken tenders.
Yeah.
Chicken fingers, they say. So I'm amazed that this is look, keep it simple, stupid, right? And if it's great, it's great. Like I love Chick-fil-A because the chicken sandwich to me is so simple, but it's consistently great. That's why I like it.
So our question is, what are you going to do about it? And what we mean by this is in Metro Detroit, in our listening audience, where will you travel from to go to the Detroit First Raising Cane's?
So to the one in Canton.
Yeah. Where are you going to road trip from?
I mean,
have you made up your mind already that this is a junket, a mission that you will go on? You will trek to Canton for Raising Cane's. If you've made that commitment already, now that we have one here in Detroit, 248-539-9797, where are you coming from? Because here's the thing about a place like this, too. If you're going to travel to get there, you know what you don't really care about is the line. Because if you've already made the commitment to drive across Metro Detroit or from wherever you call home, you're not going to let a line stop you. You're not going to turn around and go home. You know, you're not going to hit the Arby's drive-through next door if you came all that way, with all respect due to Arby's. But I'm intrigued at how much this impacts our community. Raising Cane's in Canton. 248-539-9797. You tell us, how far will you travel? And when are you making that commitment? Like today's day one? And there was a live shot. I can't remember what network I was watching this morning. I apologize. We've been bouncing around in the morning. One of the local news stations had a helicopter over Raising Cane's where you could see people in line. And then, the other thing is it worth it? Is it worth it? I would say it's worth it.
Man, Canton gets everything.
Well, what else they got?
IKEA.
Oh.
I think they still have Mongolian Grill. I think they still have one of those original.
Do they?
I think they got a Boston Market.
Doug might move. Yeah, but you know what? The thing about Raising Cane's is it's going to start spreading throughout Metro Detroit. Like that, the IKEA, yeah, I doubt it. That's just going to be there. But Gator, it'll come to an area near you at some point.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm watching the news last night, and they were talking. It was another story about the Sheetz gas station being shot down.
Yeah, people don't want those in their neighborhood.
No, I think it's kind of funny, and yet I understand why, because everywhere they want to put a location at is like directly across the street from another gas station. So they interview those gas station owners, and they're like, it's just the traffic could be so. I'm like, look, dude, I get it. It's competition that you don't want, and you're a mom and pop operation. I totally understand that, and I support that. But I wish that maybe Sheetz would not target areas directly across the street from another gas station. But this is why they've gotten shot down in, I think it's Livonia, Farmington Hills, and now there's a location that's like Royal Oak at 14 and Coolidge that's getting shot down. It's kind of funny how they're all getting shot down, and we're still waiting for that. But Raising Cane's is different. It's just it's chicken place.
Well, there's supposed to be one put up by where I live, but I think they're getting some resistance because of traffic and things.
Well, right, because not a Raising Cane's.
No, a Raising Cane's.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, there was some resistance to even Chick-fil-A because in some places because of all the massive traffic. We know the one over at Telegraph and 12 Mile, that when that first opened up, the traffic was kind of insane there. And then, in Popeyes, who's right across the street, when their chicken sandwich came out, that really disrupted traffic because people trying to get in there. It can be a mess. All that for freaking chicken. And this isn't even options. This is just chicken fingers. Is all Raising Cane's has.
Dude, if you don't know, don't even talk. Don't even talk.
I'm not.
Don't even talk.
I'm not disparaging it because I want to try it. I do want to try it. It seems crazy.
If anybody's driving past it and the traffic is something, let us know. 248-539-9797.
Taking frozen stuff and dropping it into a fryer. Right?
Again, Gator, you don't know.
Not up in here.
Brad is on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Brad.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Brad.
Hey, so I just was calling it. I'm very, as far as the chicken joints go, very sauce driven, and so the new place here that's in town in Canton, it has the best sauce in my opinion. Chick-fil-A's, right there because you got kind of the smoky sauce, but Raising Cane sauce is just kind of next level, so I really like that. And then I wanted to also say, don't sleep on this other place called Bojangles. If they bring a Bojangles to Michigan, people will go crazy. Have a great day, guys.
Brad, are you planning on going to the Raising Cane's in Canton?
Yeah, I'm from Canton originally, so I still go by there every now and again. So if it's available, I'm not crazy about the big lines though. So I'll wait till it dies down a little bit, and then I'll definitely stop by.
Where do you live now?
Brighton.
So you will make the trek from Brighton to Canton for Raising Cane's?
Easily.
Right.
Well, listening to you guys, it'll be a quick trip.
There you go. Hey, appreciate it. Thank you, Brad. 248-539-9797. Eric is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Eric.
Hey, how y'all doing?
What's up, Eric?
Hey, man, I'll drive from the moon for Raising Cane's.
Well, fortunately,
I'm kind of confused. I hear you say Canton. I hear you say Detroit. Is it in Canton or is it in Detroit?
It's in Canton.
Oh, okay. So why we keep saying Detroit?
I said Metro Detroit. I said, how far will you drive in Metro Detroit to get where in Metro Detroit do you live, Eric?
Commerce Township.
Commerce Township.
It's not too bad.
Well, you'll make the trip
Just
from
go
Commerce
down
Township.
275 and you'll get there.
Yep.
Hey, if I'm on Eli Musk shuttle at the moon, I'm flying back to get the Raising Cane's.
All right.
As long as you're on the right side of the aisle. Dennis, you're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Dennis.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Okay.
Good. First time I tried Raising Cane's, we just dropped our son off in Boston for college, and he said we got to try this place. And I am not a huge Chick-fil-A fan. The first time I had it was like, it's okay. But Raising Cane's, next level.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. I'm with Eric. I would drive from anywhere. I live in Metamora, and I would definitely drive to Canton to dine there.
I got to try these.
Fantastic.
I mean, because I like chicken fingers, right? I'm not a big. I don't like chicken wings. I just like to easy and let's not get messy. Just dip it in the sauce. Bingo, bango. There you go. And I think there are lots of great places that offer chicken fingers. So this would have to be epic for me, and that's why I want to try it, because the way, Doug, you're describing it makes it seem like it is epic.
Yeah,
and is it all based on the sauce?
Getting to know you, I don't want to oversell it because you push back. But I'm just, you know me. If I would drive out of my way to go to Raising Cane's.
That's why I'm curious about this, because like Soroki's has really good chicken tenders, and you look at Savvy Sliders, I think has a great chicken tender. And they both have multiple different kinds of sauces that you can get. And, obviously Chick-fil-A has great chicken tenders.
Dude,
I'm dying to know what this is like now.
Okay, so first of all, Metamora is the longest somebody's said to go. It's an hour. I think it's an hour and 8 minutes is what it registers at. The one thing about Cane's, and I don't know, I'm not sure about this, because now that I think about it, I don't remember when I've been a part of the traveling party and we've got the Cane's, they come with these big, giant, thick slices of bread.
Texas toast,
Texas
man.
toast, yeah.
Yeah, and that's on the menu, right?
Oh,
yes.
yeah, you get that.
Yeah, that's on the menu.
You're
I like Texas
I don't
toast.
want to oversell it, Gator, but I feel like this is so right up your alley. I think between the toast, your problem with bread, it is a big issue with you. You're an addict. You're going to like the bread as much as anything.
It goes great with the sauce, man.
Dude.
How much better is this sauce than the Chick-fil-A sauce,
It's
or better
better.
than any other sauce you
It's
get?
better.
It's right there. It
Okay.
is right there.
I'm
If not
saying,
better.
I want
If
to
not
try
better.
this. I really want to try this.
Like
But I have a
Chick-fil-A is
feeling it's
kinda-
going to take forever, because it's going to take a while for it to die down.
Yeah,
I
you're
don't
gonna
need
have
to wait in line
Yeah.
for an hour.
You'll
That's not
wait.
happening.
You'll wait. But, like Chick-fil-A, I think they're also known for their chicken sandwiches. Like, Cane's, I think, might be known more for their sauce than their tenders, and their tenders are really good.
248-539-9797. JB Bickerstaff, the second half of this hour, you hear the best of what he told the morning show, including interesting stuff about the trade deadline, which is Thursday. And the Pistons having discussions at this hour. He confirmed it. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Kang, you'll like this. During the commercial break, Gator quotes a price on 144 chicken wings from Raising Cane's.
It was on 100, but yes.
I thought it was it 100?
Chicken tenders, not wings. They don't have
Yeah,
wings.
sorry, tenders.
I'm always looking.
Chicken tendies.
100 and how many?
Well, 100, but I was
100?
Yeah, but I was always thinking about the parties that I have if I were to have.
And for us, apparently, right? Is that what you're doing? Thank you, Gator. Return the favor on the almonds?
I share.
I gave him about $100 worth of almonds.
I think so, yeah. Those are not cheap.
248-539-9797.
How many of those tenders do you think you could put down in one sitting? Not competition, just normally. What would you go for?
5.
Yeah.
Kang?
In one sitting?
Well, yeah, not like you're doing competition. Just I'm ordering it, feel like getting some dinner. What would you do?
I'm impressed by Doug's 5.
5, I think, is
right.
a lot.
I feel like you were pushing it for Doug.
There's no question that when I was done, I was like, I am so full, but that was so good.
I could 6. 6. I feel comfortable about that.
Kenny, have you had the Raising Cane's?
No, I haven't. But if it lives up to the hype, I think I go double digits. I think I could put down. I know it's big talk.
That's
I'm not
big
trying
talk.
to. I'm not trying to do the big talk thing. I think I could put down 10.
Here's the thing about it is in some of these, like
I'm going like 4 or 5.
You're leaving the stadium and you're going to the bus and they have boxes filled with these things. And I'm not that guy, but there are offensive and defensive linemen that are taking like 2-3 boxes. They're loading up on the Raising Cane's.
They're hungry.
That's good.
I mean, after a game, been through 3 hours of war out there on the field, and you haven't eaten in probably 7 hours. You're hungry.
Build up an appetite.
I mean, I'm also talking about you got fries here, you got coleslaw,
the bread,
the Texas toast.
Then Gator, you're gonna love the Texas toast. You're
I
a
think
bread
the
man.
Texas toast.
I like Texas toast.
I actually think seriously. I think the game changer for him might be the Texas toast.
It's really garlicky and buttery.
It's really good. It's thick.
Well, it's Texas toast.
Yeah. 248-539-9797.
Doug's selling point. It's thick.
Logan is in Canton and on 97 won the ticket. Hi, Logan.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So I just drove past it about 5 minutes ago. Just curious on my lunch break to go see what it looks like. And they have the Ford Road portion knocked off, so it's just you can only enter through the Sheldon Road. And it's starting to become a madhouse there. It's basically 2 lanes through the drive-through all the way back to the IHOP off Sheldon Road.
Wow. And was it disrupting traffic?
No, it wasn't. They have police guiding and directing traffic there, so it's going pretty smoothly. But I can imagine it's got to be close to an hour and 20 minutes to get your Raising Cane's for sure.
A way you know it's a big deal is when they have police out there directing traffic. Crazy.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it. Bobby is next on 97 won the ticket. Hi, Bobby.
Hey, guys. First off, I just want to leave real quick is F those picks. We got to go for it this year.
All right.
So I want to leave with that. And then I live in Canton. I live at Ford and Sheldon. And I had to there's a BJ's over there, and they have gas. So I had to go north. I had to go north on Sheldon. I couldn't make right on the Ford because the traffic is nuts over there. So I had to drive around, go north on Ford, drive into the strip mall, behind the buildings. And once I got up to make a left to go over to BJ's, it's all blocked off. And then there's a Lowe's behind that, and the people are parking in the Lowe's parking lot is a quarter of a way filled towards the back. The Walgreens parking lot is packed. It's an absolute zoo over there right now.
And it's all people that are parking and walking to the Raising Cane's?
Yeah, parking, and they're walking over to the restaurant. I personally have never had it. I've seen them from traveling down south and stuff like that. I hear it's really good. But yeah, it's only going to get worse later as more people get off work and stuff like that.
Yep.
So it's a zoo over there right now.
There you go. I'm not surprised. Well, Gator, at some point in the near future, I hope you get a chance.
I'd like to. I'm going to, make an effort when things kind of die down and it becomes reasonable.
Okay, we promised we'd get to this, and that is J.B. Bickerstaff, head coach of the Pistons. He was on with the morning show guys, And they brought up the trade deadline, and he kind of gave the sort of typical trade deadline answer before he got more in depth. But here was their first question with the trade deadline looming Thursday, and the Pistons, a rare team that is in a position to add cap space without going over luxury taxes or aprons. Here's what JB said. Okay, that feels like sort of the standard coach PC. I'm backing the guys on the roster. We can win. Our GM though needs to do what's in the best organization, for the best interest of the organization. Then they asked him, "Are you a part of the conversations?" And they asked him, "What about Malik Beasley saying that Trajan told him there are contenders interested?" His answers got more and more interesting as he went along. We will play that for you coming up today at 12:48 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's ladies' night at your favorite Twin Peaks. Tuesdays are the day for you. Grab your friends and join them every Tuesday at Twin Peaks for ladies' night. $4 Happy Dads, Twisted Teas, Mimosas, Long Islands, Margaritas, Sangrias, $5 Lemon Drop Martinis, green, white, orange tea shots, 10-ounce draft ciders, 20% off all food, half off wine. Be sure to check out their awesome mimosa flights or buckets of bubbly, sure to turn some heads. Those great specials run all day, so take advantage at lunch or come by after work. And don't forget, Twin Peaks has everything to elevate your Super Bowl party. Party packs are available to reserve now for the big game. Incredible house-made queso and freshly fried and salted tortilla chips, fire-roasted salsa, and rich and creamy avocado smash, and the perfect dips. House-smoked ribs, chicken thighs, and brisket. Let's be honest, the big game isn't as special without wings. The best boneless wings and tenders in the state, all hand-cut and breaded and fried to order. Bone-in breaded, and house-smoked wings with 14 sauces and rub options to choose from, and the best house-made ranch and blue cheese to pair it with. Upgrade your party today. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so JB Bickerstaff on the morning show. Really interesting stuff about the trade deadline. He kind of gave the standard generic answer at the beginning there, and we played it for you. I asked a follow-up. The follow-up question was, are you involved in trade deadline discussions? This is this morning. Driving into the LCA, here's what JB Bickerstaff said. Okay, so there's a few things in there, obviously, to react to. One is, that was like 9:45, 9:50 this morning. So conversations are going on today. Maybe they've wrapped up. Maybe they're still ongoing. He says, I'm part of it at the end. So here's Trajan. He knows who's out there. He knows what the cost is. Now they're bringing in the coach today to maybe get his thumbs up and thumbs down on a potential move. I find this very exciting to think that it's going on potentially right now as we speak. But long conversation about what's on the table at the trade deadline. So very intriguing to me about whether or not JB Bickerstaff hears something that he likes, and does that mean they pull the trigger? Obviously, the trade deadline's Thursday, so saying we're at the end is no great revelation. It's kind of now or never, but it sounds like all the discussions have taken place, and now it's a matter of, is there any move out here we want, and do we pass on everything? Do they pull the trigger? What goes down? We might find out soon.
Well, from a schedule standpoint, they don't play today or tonight. They play tomorrow against Cleveland here at home. Then they have Thursday off, which is the trade deadline. Is it Thursday or is it Friday? Whatever.
Thursday.
Thursday. And then Friday they play at home against Philadelphia. So they're here. It's not like they have to do these negotiations from outside. I mean, he's here. So that's good news. Will something happen? I can't imagine anything happens with the Pistons at the trade deadline other than being a dump site for other teams, because I don't think they want to disrupt what they've got going here for this season. I don't think that they're going to be buying players. I don't think they're going to be selling guys either. I think they like what they have and want to see this thing moving forward. But I think that they will be a place where other teams will call to try to park some of those contracts. And if they're going to do that, then it's going to have to come with some draft capital.
Yeah, I've always been, since the season has moved along, and pleasantly surprised of how much they're winning, how much better the team looks, how well Cade's playing, that I want the Pistons to add if something comes up available. I know it takes two to tango, though, so it's, just because I want them to do something doesn't mean something doesn't present itself. I just think that you want to keep this momentum going, and you just want to let Cade know which is your superstar, that, hey, man, we're here for you. We're trying to make this thing work. We're trying to win. It's, we're not. I feel like he's been carrying so much on his own that finally some relief, and it doesn't just end here. We're not going to stop here. So hopefully they're more than just a facilitator for other teams to make trades. But like I said, that's only if something presents itself, and we'll see what happens here.
So the one thing that came out last week was when Malik Beasley said that Trajan Langdon had mentioned, because he's shooting it. He's lights out. He's fun to watch. He's been really, really good for the Pistons. But the Beasley mentioned that Trajan Langdon told him that there was calls from contenders that wanted to add his perimeter shooting. And, Beasley says he likes it here. He'd like to work something out, but he can't sign an extension till the season's done, given his contract. With that said, JB Bickerstaff was asked about that. Malik Beasley says there are calls coming in for him. Here's the head coach's opinion. I would have think that if they got a trade offer from Malik Beasley that had them say yes, I almost feel like our response to that would be, oh, well, you kind of had to do it for that.
Yeah, I'm with you on it, right? I mean, he would be a highly sought-after piece, I would imagine. I mean, this guy's averaging 16 points a game with the Pistons. He's not a starter. He comes off the bench and does that in less than 30 minutes a game. He's shooting over 41% from three. That's a player teams want. He can flat out shoot and knock down those shots, and that's what the NBA is all about right now. So, what kind of a price is that? That's a big price, I think. So make it worth the while. Otherwise, it's okay. They like him. They can hang on to him.
Yeah, not only do I want to add, I want to keep Malik Beasley.
Yeah.
And he's not just been great on the court for the guys. He's been great in the locker room. Like, you could see the chemistry he has with Cade and everybody else. They really enjoy each other as teammates. And I think he's been a positive influence all around. So I want to keep Malik Beasley and add some other way, I guess, somehow.
He's over 50% three-point shooting their last 7 games. He has been lights out. Absolutely lights out. More from JB Bickerstaff about what it takes to make a playoff run coming up next hour. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Mike. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Mike. Mike, are you there?
Hey. Mike.
Go ahead. Keep your radio off.
All right.
They don't hold all that time. 248-539-9797. All right, so let's get to the playoff thing now then. What is it going to take for them to make a playoff run? Here's what JB Bickerstaff told the morning show. So, you were talking about a 500 basketball team earlier. If this is who they are, can they make a run? Last year, there were 2 6 seeds that made a run, but they were well over 500. Like that's the sort of the issue is this year you can be a 6 seed and be a 500 team. Last year, the 2 6 seeds, Phoenix and I think it was Indiana, they were well over 500 when they made their run.
Yeah, Indiana was 47-35 last year.
47-35, right? And so that's a team that's winning more and feels a little bit more capable of going on a run. Some of those lower seeded teams that make runs, like a couple of years prior to that, Miami was 6 games over. They were a play-in team and they made it to the NBA Finals. I have to go back and look what the particulars were with that team. Didn't they just start shooting it absolutely lights out? If I recall correctly, Duncan Robinson went crazy and Jimmy Butler was unguardable. So can Malik Beasley be Duncan Robinson and Cade Cunningham be Jimmy Butler? That team was 6 games over. Did Butler get hurt that year too? If I recall correctly, I'm trying to remember. Usually there's an extended. Yeah, he got hurt that year and came back. 2 seasons ago. Well, maybe not. Anyway.
But the Pistons are what they are. They are literally a 500 basketball team. Mm-hmm. You look at their points per game versus the opponent's points per game, the difference is a point. Yep. They're -1. So, but they made great strides this year. can they continue to make strides and play better than 500 ball the rest of the way? And I think they can. I'm not going to, pound my fist on the table here and say they will, and they'll be that team that goes 47-35 like the Pacers did last year to secure the 6th spot. But it's not out of the realm of possibility. I mean, this team has way exceeded expectations to this point, which is kind of fun to watch.
Okay, coming up, another big name is available. Do we have any interest here? Does it affect us in Detroit? We'll get to that today at 105 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
The Red Wings are back in action tonight against the Kraken. Pregame at 9:45 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Detroit hunting for their 7th straight win. Seattle just 23-28-3 this season, about 8 or 9 points back from the last wildcard spot on their side of the conference as well. The newest Laker, Luka Doncic, spoke with the LA media for the first time today. Ex-Packers kicker Mason Crosby, who stands as the franchise all-time leading scorer, is officially retired. Crosby did not play for anyone this season. The Pistons also have the night off. They'll match up against the Cavs tomorrow at Little Caesars Arena as their homestand continues. Tip at 7 there. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for Morgan at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Another name in the NFL is available. We'll get to that coming up in a minute. It is Bregman Watch Day 37. Still nothing to report on Alex Bregman. Season's coming. We always look at the pitchers and catchers deadline as a time where a player, wants to be there, but he's not a pitcher nor a catcher, so it's a few days after that. And then the reality is, if he's a veteran player and he's working out on his own, does that even really matter when spring training starts? I mean, you'd think just naturally a player would want to be there and start with his new team, but it might not even really matter. He might be a guy that doesn't need an entire spring training. If he wants to take his time, is he worth the wait?
Well, I mean, I think he's really good. The other thing the Tigers could do is just wait until the trade deadline to add another bat. See how things go for the first couple months of the season.
Mm-hmm.
And you're saving money. But the difference is you'll have to be trading for an asset rather than just spending money.
But you know what's interesting about that is it actually might be the smartest thing to do to see how the team's performing.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't think it's not lost on anybody that they could pull a Jack Flaherty trade all over again. And I don't think they'd want to do that unless they're competing. So they're in this great spot where they could, if they're not having a great year, which is possible, the excitement is legitimate. The respect, the talk about them contending in this division is very legitimate and justified. But when you do have so many young components, there is a chance that it's not a straight line up, and there is a chance that maybe some people played over their head not last year. And I'm not conceding that. I don't know that that's the case by any stretch of the imagination. But we have to admit that it's a possibility. And if that's a possibility, then, we're discussing a trade moving on from Jack Flaherty and strengthening your team like you did a year ago. As long as Flaherty's pitching well. So much is dependent on that. So I've warmed up to the idea of Bregman. Short-term Bregman is potentially here worth long-term Bregman, if you know what I'm saying. The back end of that contract, which might be suboptimal. However, if they don't get him, there are other paths to getting another bat.
Well, I saw that Will Birchfield had an article the other day on 971theticket.com.
Where Champ and Chump are posted. I'm glad you brought it up. Thank you.
And he kind of echoed what I said earlier about, well, now it's been like a couple weeks because I was out all last week. But when you look at Alex Bregman and his numbers last year and how they were down, they were down significantly because of the slow start he got off to. He got off to a horrific start.
Yep.
And then things got back in order, and he was Alex Bregman. So if I don't want people to get too hung up on looking at the numbers dropping, the season-end statistics from year to year to year, and maybe just look at it a little closer and see what was there. And the other thing I'd point out is that the number one reason his numbers were down was because his walk rate was down. He wasn't getting on base. And when that on-base percentage drops, there goes the OPS. And you're expecting to get a guy, if you get Alex Bregman, you're expecting an 800-plus OPS guy. And that'd be well above average. And I think the Major League average is around 723 or something like that. So it'd be well above that. And that's obviously a piece to this puzzle that they need, let alone that he's good defensively. I like the idea of adding him, but I don't think it's the end of the world if they don't, because they would be able to trade for somebody. When you're trading for somebody, let's say the Tigers are off to a good start, they're leading the division, you get towards the trade deadline, and now you want to add. Well, what you're getting at that point is somebody else's really good player, and you're not having to pay the free agent price, which could be through the roof. Instead, you're giving up talent in exchange for that player, and the player you're getting might come at a reasonable price financially. Now, there's a price to pay because you're giving up players or prospects or whatever, but financially, it might even make more sense to wait.
So he did hit below 220 for the first 2 months of the season, but he also hit 17 of his 26 home runs in post All-Star break, I believe it was. So he did come on, and At his age, I don't expect his numbers to get better. At this ballpark, I wouldn't expect him to get better. His defense, though, should be pretty comparable to previous years. And people talk about his leadership. So, look, and it really, for the short term, it isn't even about that. It's about, is he better than the alternative? Would I rather have Alex Bregman at third or Matt Veiling? Would I rather have Alex Bregman at third or Jace Young? At this point, it's Bregman. And so if they're trying to win a World Series now, and if they get Bregman, I mean, it would really be a team that goes in with realistic high hopes.
If they don't sign Alex Bregman, if he goes elsewhere, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Jace Young to show that he belongs here. That there's a reason they drafted him in the first round, that he's a quality player. They can hit for power and average. And, I mean, it's a lot to ask of a guy who got a little cup of coffee with the Tigers last year and didn't show much, showed nothing in power, but did show an ability to draw some walks and got on base and seemed like he was going through some things, but didn't look like he was a complete failure. I mean, it's a short sample size. But there's a lot of pressure on him to be the guy if they pass on Bregman, because what would tell me as a player is, okay, they could have signed him and they didn't. And a lot of that is because they believe in me. Now, you can look at that as pressure, or you can look at that as support and confidence in what you do. But Jace Young has been a guy that's dropped out of top 100 prospect rankings. Now he's like right outside the top 100, but before he was well inside the top 50. So they're just rankings. But it's, again, this is other people coming up with data that want to put players where they're at. I'm curious to see what happens. I'm still hopeful they can get something done with Bregman, because I think it's, a lot like when we talk about Miles Garrett for the Lions. It just makes them better right off the bat. And this is a free agent signing, so we don't have to talk about compensation.
All right. The player that we would have to talk compensation for the NFL, Cooper Kupp. It has been learned, because Cooper Kupp has said it. The Rams have told him he is going to be traded. They're actively going to try and trade Cooper Kupp. So, as always, we ask the question, how does that impact us? Well, Cooper Kupp's been dealing with more injuries. Cooper Kupp, I believe, is 32 years old. Let me double check that. He will be 32 before next season starts. He hasn't played a full season since 2021. He has had his touchdowns went from 16 to 6 to 5 and back to 6 this year. Still seems like a good receiver, but he feels like a depth chart receiver now. Is he a guy that would make some sense here in Detroit as a replacement for Tim Patrick? I feel like he's more than that.
Absolutely not.
He doesn't make you absolutely not. He's more than that.
No, absolutely not. He doesn't make any sense, because you'd have to trade for him, and the Lions don't need to add to the offense, and it would cost you something. Now it's not a first-round pick anymore for Cooper Kupp. Oh God, no. But what are you talking about? A third-round pick? Cooper Kupp's really good. I like Cooper Kupp a lot, but he doesn't make sense for the Lions. It's like it's kind of a non-starter for me. Don't need the receiver. I need to look elsewhere. I need to improve the defense. I need more corners. I need an edge rusher. I don't need another wide receiver of that caliber.
They have 4 receivers under contract next year: Amon-Ra, J-Mo, Khalif Raymond, and Antoine Green.
They could draft one.
They could draft one, but I don't know. Without putting a high draft resource into it, it might be hard to draft one that could be a third wide receiver. They could make Khalif Raymond the third wide receiver and hope that the draft candidate becomes the fourth wide receiver.
Or they sign a free agent.
Or they could sign a free agent.
Well, they definitely need a receiver or 2 or 3, because I don't even know what's up with Antoine Green. Like, what you can even count on him for. And I'm not saying go get Cooper Kupp, but you're going to need a couple veteran receivers in here to go along with a potential draft pick or 2. Like, you cannot just rely on Leaf, J-Mo, and St. Brown. If they don't bring back Tim Patrick, there's a huge hole there again at the third wideout position. Now, I don't know if Cooper Kupp's the guy to fill that spot and do all those things they want the third wideout to do, because they're clearly looking for a type, right? Yep. Like when Josh Reynolds left, I think they waited, and Brad Holmes was rewarded with Tim Patrick. kind of seemed like the perfect third receiver for this team.
His patience was rewarded.
Yeah. So I don't know what happens with Cooper Kupp, but I do know that he won't command a lot in a trade. If the Rams really do respect him, they will send him somewhere he wants to go. But it sounds like to me the Rams just want to get rid of him. They're just moving on and they're done.
Well, I would think that this would be a place he'd want to go. I mean, that doesn't mean Detroit has to take him, but his cap hit next year's contract, I believe his cap hit would be $12.5 million, and that's a lot to pay for a third wide receiver, which is I think the role he would play here.
Well, he may and he may not. I mean, he might be number two because of he's a hands guy. He seems like he's always open, and I think J-Mo has turned into this really nice player to have that they were hoping he would. He's a big play guy. But if you've got Jamison Williams, Cooper Kupp, and Amon-Ra St. Brown, I don't know who the two is. I'd lean towards it being Cooper Kupp, but does it matter? You're just talking about who gets targets.
Yeah, I think it matters because you're talking about the financial commitment to the position takes a pretty big step forward. I think that's the issue is, do you have too much money sunk into that position to help yourself elsewhere? And my instinct tells me that would be too much.
But if it's just for 1 year, because he's a free agent after next year?
I don't believe so. I think he's under contract for 2 more years. But I'm going to have to double check that. I'm trying to see what Patrick made last year because I don't think Tim Patrick made a ton of money. He made he made less than $1 million. So you'd be looking at adding $11.5 million to the position. That feels awfully extensive for a player that is declining, but he would help them for
He's
sure.
really good.
He's still really good. He goes from 12.5 this coming season to 14.85 the year after. I think those reasons alone say it's just not a match. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, open lines, 97.1 The Ticket. FanDuel Kick of Destiny is back, and this time it's every Manning for himself. This Super Bowl II legends will take to the field sudden death field goal showdown. Peyton versus Eli live from New Orleans. One kick to claim the ultimate family bragging rights. Who will rise to the moment? Pick your winner now in the FanDuel app. And if you back the right brother, you'll earn a share of $10 million in bonus bets. Share of $10 million. It's the FanDuel Kick of Destiny 3. Make your picks for free. And don't forget to tune in to watch the showdown live during the Super Bowl 59 pregame show on Fox at 3 p.m. Eastern. May the best Manning win. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Doug and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. No purchase necessary. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. So, Gator, I'm not there yet at a place where during games I suspect shenanigans or that the fix is in. But it feels like every day I get a little bit closer. The most recent story of a Major League Baseball umpire who has been fired for betting on games and having associates that were betting on baseball. And I don't even know how this happens, but reading from the story today that Major League Baseball opened an investigation in February of last year upon receiving information from a licensed sports betting operator that this umpire had opened a sports betting account in his own name. Okay, so Pat Hoberg, umpire, sports betting account under the name Pat Hoberg. And that the personal electronic device associated with the account was also associated with a legal sports betting account of an individual not covered in MLB's policies who had bet on baseball. So somebody from his phone on their own account, the way I understand this, had bet on baseball.
So the way I understood this was they share an account that's attributed to him, to the umpire. Is this correct?
This says
because
he has his own account in his own name, and that a personal electronic device associated with this account was also associated with a legal sports betting account of an individual not covered by MLB's policies.
So someone else, a different person altogether, uses his phone or his device that he uses to gamble on. They both use the same device to gamble on?
No, I think they use the same app. Like, you have to sign in with your username and passcode. They both share the same information to use the app. Because a lot of times
I don't even know what that means.
Yeah. Okay, it's like a proxy. You know a proxy? Like, for example, the story is like I don't know what app he used, but it's in Iowa. And you have to be in Iowa physically to make bets. So whoever's in Iowa, they log in because they share the same account, and they make the bet through the app who's in Iowa.
Okay.
Through the device, if it's on their phone or tablet, whatever.
So wherever Hoberg is located, betting must be illegal.
Exactly. If he's on the road or whatever and he needs to place a bet, his buddy's in Iowa, hey, place this bet for me under our account or whatever.
And they were betting on baseball on that.
So
not Hoberg, apparently.
Right. So again, sharing the account.
Yes.
So this is what I don't like. Why would you share an account with somebody?
Because that person's in the state where it's legal.
Exactly.
If you are not in the state where it's legal, then you need somebody in the state that's legal to make the bet.
Then how dumb are you? Because this would just send up red flags everywhere, knowing that you're in the business you are, and everyone's looking at you to begin with. Why on earth would you share an account with somebody if you're an umpire in baseball?
Dude, the whole why on earth thing, why on earth would players shave points? Why on earth would players think they're going to get away with it?
Because the answer is because you're doing something illegal.
Yeah, but
it's not illegal. Well, it is in his case because he's an umpire.
Yeah.
You don't share your account.
Yeah.
I meant in general to have a proxy.
Yeah, all this stuff all of it's a why on earth. Like you're not going to get away with this.
Like
you think you are, but you're not. And as a Major League Baseball umpire, he clearly should know better. But back to the whole thing, the original thing I said, it's slowly happening for me. Everybody I know, people think games have been fixed forever and think we're monumentally naive for not believing the same thing. But Gator, I can see this erosion in my own personal faith starting to happen a little bit at a time. Little bit at a time. And it sucks.
It does suck. And look, the gambling apps they're fun. I use them. You use them. Most people use them here in the state because it's legal here. But when there are rules that you have to abide by the rules. If this company said, "Hey, you guys can't gamble," guess what? I'm not doing. Not gambling. App gets removed from my phone.
Yep.
it's. I mean, baseball they got to be furious about this. Like, how can you put yourself in this position? They're furious about a lot of things, not just baseball, but all sports. Everybody's very concerned about this. You don't want to get into a Tim Donaghy situation. The NBA referee that got busted for this. And because and now because sports gambling is legal in most states, you really got to watch it. I just I understand that people would have their faith eroded a little bit, like you. Day by day you hear more stories like I don't like it.
It's weird because it doesn't come into my head when I'm watching games at all. I don't start having those thoughts. But I got to admit, these stories, the way they're piling up is really becoming concerning.
Well, and keeping it just to baseball, with replay assist, it's hard to kind of fix that game except for what they do, which is balls and strikes. And this is all this does, which I actually now I'm welcoming this because what this is going to push for is the robot strike zone. We're going to get there. We're going to get there a heck of a lot sooner than we would have if this story wasn't there. So I'm all for it because I get fed up with the horrible, horrible calls. There's borderline calls you're going to have to live with. But when you get pitches that are a foot outside the strike zone and some umpire decides I'm lazy, I'm not paying attention, I'm going to call it a strike, and it's ridiculous and egregious, it needs to be corrected. Now it's going to be corrected. But at the expense of umpires, and at the expense of a human element, and I know some people, the purists, are going to be upset about it, but this is what happens. This is the evolution of the sport where we're getting to, and now that you throw in the element of gambling and the improprieties, implied or otherwise, it's a problem.
Well, we've always taken calls. People think the fix is in. And now we're getting evidence that there's reason to be skeptical. And I've said at those times, I don't even know why these people watch sports that think the fix is in, that always thinks everything's fixed.
Well, but then you hear a story like this, like, aha. And people still think that the whole Shohei Ohtani thing, there was a cover up there. And now you've got the biggest game in sports coming up on Sunday. And people half jokingly, but it's only half jokingly, will reference that it's all fixed for Patrick Mahomes.
Yep.
Because they're half serious about it.
Yep.
And then you have people, who was it? Was it Terrell Owens that just came out and said that now he believes that there's a script for the NFL, and because he thinks that Mahomes gets too much?
No, he didn't. Did he?
One of the wide receivers. I thought it was Terrell Owens. I could be wrong on that. At which point I feel terrible about it. But I just saw that yesterday.
All right. We'll get back to some NFL stuff. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket. regarding the ump, just fired from Major League Baseball, although he can reapply next year. I don't know if this sounds like a suspension or whatever, but here we go. Feedback coming in. This is so repetitive. I'm not complaining, but man, this is not the first time that we've said all this, shaking my head. This umpire's so dumb. Is Major League Baseball umpiring not enough? Well, I mean, look, well, here's the next text, and maybe this describes it, maybe answers it. Jerry in South Lyon says, betting is addicting. Ohtani was even involved. The guy's worth hundreds of millions. He has no reason to gamble on anything. If he did, that hasn't been proven.
Well,
I know the
interpreter was the one who was busted.
People are super suspicious, but this guy was certainly not fixing games. In fact, he might have been the best umpire in the sport, calling balls and strikes. Bonehead move for sure, but unfortunately, that's possibly the MLB's best umpire, and he's now gone. That's from Mike in Westland.
Yeah, that's the bummer of it, is he was a very good umpire. But don't do stupid things. Even if it's by association.
Yeah. Before we get to something else, Gator, I want to ask, we haven't had a chance to talk at all about the Royal Rumble over the weekend. Did you watch it?
I did not.
Oh. Kenny, did you watch it?
I did.
And?
Any surprises in the world of surprise entrance? Because it's one of these things with 30 wrestlers that get involved, and men and women,
30
separate events that they're.
It's 30.
I'm asking.
Most of the surprises you kind of already knew about. There was a streamer guy that showed up. I think his name is iShowSpeed is his name online.
Oh, great.
Yeah, which is exactly what we need more of in wrestling is more streamers.
Yeah.
And Trish Stratus came back for the Women's Rumble.
Oh.
Love Trish.
She's great.
She's great. The Men's Rumble was kind of meh. She's kind of meh.
It's mid.
Very mid, as the kids would say. Yes.
Very mid.
The women's one was pretty good.
Who won it? Roman Reigns won it?
Uso. Jey Uso.
Yeah.
Main event, Jey Uso. Yeet, as the kids would say.
Do you have, I mean, based upon this review, I suspect the answer is no. Would you have considered going back and watching it?
No. When I watch, I'm a big wrestling fan, but I of the two companies, WWE and AEW, I tend to watch, I definitely watch more AEW than I do WWE.
Yeah, I barely watch WWE at all
I understand.
anymore.
I understand.
Your viewing patterns have changed, Doug.
It has.
Yeah. I mean, and look, before I get judged, I understand there's plenty not to like about AEW, but I just like something a little bit different. And they are different, but they're struggling at times. And I get tired of the same old with WWE. I mean, you tell me Jey Uso won. Great. Bloodline guy, whatever. I mean, I've never been terribly impressed by what he does. Like kind of nepotism there with what's happening with the family members. But hey, it is what it is. Doug knows.
You didn't deserve it, Gator?
I don't know if he deserved it or not, but
Is this just like Bronny and LeBron?
Kind of. Like, hey, Rock.
You'd almost think it's scripted.
Hey, Uncle Rock. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like it's scripted, Doug. Yeah. Well played.
Speaking of things not all the up and up, huh? Are they allowed to gamble?
Gator's getting suspicious, guys. He's getting suspicious.
No, the reason I love the storylines in wrestling. I love because it's what it is. It's a story. It's all fiction. I get it. And I enjoy it. And it's live action stuff.
But you balk at the fiction being set up for nepotism.
Yeah, because it's politics. That's behind the scene politics is what that is.
You don't think it was before?
I'm sure there always has been. Yeah. And I can call it out then and I can call it out now. When Arn Anderson got pushed back in the 80s, like what the hell is Arn Anderson getting pushed for? He's boring as hell. But you know people, and that's what happens. You get the push.
Arn Anderson?
That's right. When David Flair got a push with WCW in the late 90s. Why? Well, because maybe his dad is Ric Flair, even though David Flair has not 1 ounce of ability. Sure. There's always been nepotism.
But now it bothers you.
Or cronyism. It's always bothered me.
But you used to watch.
I still watch.
Well, you didn't watch his.
Well, I didn't watch the Royal Rumble. Like I said, I haven't watched much WWE. I catch it occasionally. But now that you can only watch you have to watch it on Netflix, right? For
Raw is on Netflix.
Raw.
The pay-per-views are on Peacock, and SmackDown is on the C-Dub.
Yeah. I don't watch I don't watch SmackDown on Friday nights. I don't watch that. No, never really did.
He's too busy on Friday.
I got things to do,
that's
man.
right. Yeah, I know. Yeah, we're picking up what you're throwing down.
Yeah, but Monday Night Raw is Monday. I watch. I used to watch, but now it's not on. Now I got to go through Netflix to watch. I don't care.
All right, Gator.
I can always rewatch it. Okay.
Two.
Oh. Okay.
Two.
All right. Okay.
I got a 2-round mock.
Okay.
Now, what I'm asking is for people to text us the pair of Lions that they walk away with. We will put you in the chair of Brad Holmes, and you will get to make the selection if the board falls this way. Not in just the first round, but the second round. So you get to pair two players together in this version of a Carson Anderson mock draft. And we start, Gator, with the top. As per usual in round one, Tennessee selects Abdul Carter, edge rusher, Penn State. At 2, Cleveland goes Travis Hunter, wide receiver, cornerback from Colorado. Cam Ward, the quarterback from Miami, goes to the Giants at 3. Mason Graham, Michigan D tackle, goes to New England at 4. Will Johnson, Michigan corner, goes to Jacksonville at 5. Now we'll give you not every pick, but ones that might be interesting, including the quarterback Shedeur Sanders going to the Raiders at 6. Jalen Walker, edge rusher from Georgia, goes to Carolina at 8. Guys that might be on the Lions' radar, should they fall. Josh Simmons, tackle, Ohio State, goes to San Francisco at 11. Who else we got here? Tyler Warren, tight end, Penn State, goes to Indy at 14. Mykel Williams, edge rusher, Georgia, goes to Atlanta at 15. Shamar Stewart, edge rusher, Texas A&M, Cincinnati at 17. Other players that might be interesting to Detroit in the local audience. Colston Loveland, tight end, Michigan, goes to Denver at 20. Ashton Genty, Gator, goes to the Chargers at 22. Josh Connerly, some people think the best tackle available, goes to Green Bay at 23. Walter Nolan, defensive tackle, Ole Miss, goes to Minnesota at 24. The guard from Bama, Tyler Booker, goes to Houston at 25. The Lions are on the clock, Gator, at 28. One of these names is the pick. I will give you the names that are available. Cornerback Benjamin Morrison from Notre Dame. Guard Donovan Jackson from Ohio State. Edge rusher Mike Green from Marshall. Edge rusher James Pierce from Tennessee. Defensive tackle Derek Harmon from Oregon. One of those is the pick. If the board falls this way, Gator, who is your selection?
All right, say those names again.
Benjamin Morrison, Donovan Jackson, Mike Green, Derek Harmon, James Pierce.
Well, I'm looking more for a edge rusher. So I like between the two of Pierce and Green.
You know who Doug likes?
I know who Doug likes. Pierce is bigger. Green is the one who seems to be more heralded. I'll go with Green.
Gator selects Mike Green, edge rusher, Marshall. Kang, who would you take?
I like James Pierce. I think he's more prototypical size for the NFL. As of right now, I'm going to go with the guy who was he the SEC Defensive Player of the Year this past year? I know he was up there. I'm going James Pierce. Obviously, a position of need for the Lions.
He had 7.5 sacks this past season.
It's a good player. I think he projects well to the next level, Gator.
Had 9.5 the season before, so that's 18 sacks in the last 2 years.
All right, we continue into round 2.
17 sacks.
We've all made. Oh, and I do take Mike Green, edge rusher for Marshall. Everybody else out there, though, write down who you would take: Pierce, Harmon, Green, Donovan Jackson, Benjamin Morrison. The mock draft continues. Other interesting names: Kansas City takes Kenneth Grant at 32. Get into the second round here now a little bit. All the guys that I mentioned, by the way, go sometime either to the Lions or between the Lions' first and second picks. Jackson Dart, quarterback, Ole Miss, goes to the Saints. Tyleik Williams, defensive tackle, Ohio State, goes to the Bears at 41. Quinn Ewers, quarterback, Texas, goes to the Jets at 42. Gray Zabel, center, Nodak State, goes to San Francisco at 43. Who else here? JT Tuimoloau goes to Cincinnati at 49. The defensive edge rusher from Ohio State. Caleb Johnson, running back, Iowa, goes to Denver at 51. Nick Scorton, edge rusher, Texas A&M, goes to Green Bay at 54. The Lions are on the clock at 60. Here's who is available. Center Jared Wilson from Georgia. Edge rusher Landon Jackson from Arkansas. Tight end Terrence Ferguson from Oregon. Cornerback Sebastian Castro from Iowa.
Seabass.
Wide receiver Trey Harris, Ole Miss. One of those is the pick. You took Mike Green with your first pick. Who do you come back with your second pick?
I'm tempted to double down and grab Landon Jackson from Arkansas. I'm tempted. But instead, you know me, I love the offensive line. I will look at Jared Wilson, the center from Georgia, and that's who I would take.
Okay. Kang, you got James Pierce in the first round. Who do you take in the second round?
I was also tempted to go the double tap there, my friend. But instead, knowing nothing about this guy, I'm just going position of need at cornerback, Iowa.
Sebastian Castro?
Yeah, that's right.
He's elite with the football in his hands. I'll
That's
tell you
right.
that.
I know
Sounds
that.
like Cooper DeJean.
Yeah, exactly.
And I got Mike Green in the first round. I will come back with Jared Wilson, the center from Georgia, in the second round. So text us right now. Who are the pair of players that you got? And we'll tell you who the Lions get coming up today at 150. 248-539-9797. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They care more, you win more because they specialize. Michigan Auto Law has recovered more $1 million auto accidents than any other lawyer or law firm in Michigan. If you do your research, you'll see it's the truth. They've got the largest auto accident settlement and the largest truck accident settlement. If someone in my family, they need a lawyer for a car or truck accident, I'm sending to my guy Steve and the fine folks at Michigan Auto Law. They care more, you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, Kang's behind the glass. All right, so we let you pair two guys together. This is Matt Miller of ESPN did a 2-round mock draft. We put you in Brad Holmes' seat, and we gave you who we all took under those circumstances. Dave in Royal Oak took Mike Green, edge rusher Marshall, and Jared Wilson, the center from Georgia. Marlon White Lake says, I'm running up with the first pick. Mike Green, it's a no-brainer. Please be there. My second-round pick, I'm taking Jared Wilson, the center. That's my dream draft. Bob in Trenton says Green from Marshall in the first and Wilson from Georgia in the second. Harris writes in Green in the first, Sebastian Castro. 4 picks the last couple of years. Took one back to the house as well. He says Sebastian Castro in the second round. Tony and Truck says Derek Harmon in the first round and Landon Jackson in the second round, the edge rusher from Arkansas. Jeff in a Truck says I would take Mike Green and Jared Wilson. The picks are in here, according to Matt Miller.
All right.
With the 28th pick of the first round, the Detroit Lions select defensive tackle Derek Harmon from Oregon. They write, the Lions have had hard decisions to make in free agency with guard Kevin Zeitler and defensive tackle Levi Onwuzurike, both on expiring contracts. But general manager Brad Holmes should beef up the interior D-line whether Onwuzurike returns or not. Harmon would be a perfect replacement or even work well in tandem. The Michigan State transfer had 6 sacks, 35 pressures for the Ducks. He is the right build at 6'5", 310 to play the 3 technique or shade the center. His power to handle double teams in the run game, plus his ability to command attention away from Aiden Hutchinson would make this a slam dunk pick.
I don't hate it. I mean, it's the I want to build both lines, defensive and offensive lines, and he's a lot of upside with him. And of course, once you get to the draft, we'll know what they've done in free agency and who they've lost in free agency. See what they have to do. So, I don't hate this.
Detroit kid gets to come home and play for the Detroit Lions.
No, I like it. I mean, look what happened when Lee McNeil went out. Like DJ Reader is more of a space eater, and I think you can never have too many quality defensive tackles. But this would also say what happened to Broderick Martin, and I guess they're not going to bring back Levi Onwuzurike possibly. So I mean, I don't think you let those guys deter you from drafting the next DT. I'm just saying. You can't always bet, you're not going to bet 1,000, right? The draft is hard, but he's done a better job than most. So if you went with DT again, I'd trust him. And I like Harmon.
All right, at 60, the pick is in. And with the 60th pick in the NFL draft, the Detroit Lions select center Jared Wilson from Georgia. This was a very popular pick amongst the fans. And Gator, you and I both went that direction. He writes, the Lions could use reinforcements at center as there were retirement rumors surrounding Frank Ragnow, plus prior to this season and his long-term futures in question. Wilson has been battle-tested in the SEC and would be ready to step in immediately if a starter is needed. So I haven't really gotten into my Senior Bowl takes, watching practice in the game. I am ready to respond to the market. The market, to me, is loaded with 2 positions in particular. One is edge rusher and D-line. D-line looks loaded to me. And I really like the tight ends. I don't really do anything with the tight ends, but I try and load up on D-linemen and, conversely, O-linemen to combat those guys. Lions have a very strong offensive line, and I would very much like to see them maintain that position against the wave of players that is coming. And it's obviously critical to this team's success. It's the strength of this team. And Jahmyr Gibbs, Jared Goff, all the pass catchers, everybody, David Montgomery, everybody benefits from this strong offensive line. So if this draft, they go all trenches, which is kind of a thing that you do when you're doing this stuff. You go, I just do defense the entire draft. I just go trenches the entire draft. If I'm going to do something the entire draft, I will commit to trenches.
I'm not opposed to that. I'm a big trenches guy. I'd throw in the secondary as well. You can't have too many corners in the National Football League. So those are 3 areas I would definitely concentrate on: offensive line, defensive line, corners.
Mm-hmm. We have some breaking news in the world of fast food. And I don't know if this guy's going to be allowed back in the country, but apparently Grimace is reuniting with his Irish immigrant uncle, Uncle O'Grimace.
I didn't know there was an Uncle O'Grimace.
There's an Uncle O'Grimace who hasn't been around since the 80s. It's all part of a promotion bringing back the Shamrock Shake.
Yes.
So the Shamrock Shake is coming back. And again, we'll see what happens with Uncle O'Grimace. But if all works out and he checks out,
is he allowed here?
We could see Uncle O'Grimace coming to a McDonald's near you. How do you feel about the Shamrock Shake coming back?
I like the Shamrock Shake. I always have. It's the mint flavor. I know Kang's not down with it, and that's fine.
I was about to ask you because I've never had one.
Oh.
And I do like mint.
And I think you'll like it.
Do you?
Yeah, it's really good.
I might bend again a little bit my dessert stipulation. If it doesn't look better than a Dairy Queen Blizzard, why am I doing it? Because I'll just go get the Blizzard.
Blizzard is different than a shake.
I know.
Yeah.
But if it doesn't look better,
I understand.
It doesn't matter if it's a piece of apple pie. I'm getting the Blizzard instead. But where does this rank? And is it Jamocha Shake good? Is it?
I'm not going to put it up at. Jamocha Shake is that's the thing.
Standard
right?
setter.
It's tough to beat a Jamocha Shake, but it's pretty good. I think the Frosties are very good. As far as the McDonald's shakes are concerned, though, you got chocolate, you got vanilla, and then you basically have your Shamrock Shake. You have the Arctic Orange or whatever that they had years ago. I think this is. I would probably put this right behind the chocolate shake from McDonald's.
Okay.
Of what they have to offer in terms of shake.
Okay.
Where would you rank this amongst seasonal things that come up? You know what I mean? Seasonal food
if
items,
I hear
drink
that they're bringing it back, I don't know if it's been brought back all the time. I don't know if it's an every year thing. It feels like it's been a while, but maybe it's just because I don't pay attention to it as much. But I do get a smile.
No, with pumpkin spice, whatever, and then apple this, and now Shamrock Shake.
I mean, it's below pumpkin because I love pumpkin flavored stuff, and it's the spice thing. You get the apple, cinnamon, spice, nutmeg kind of combo. He goes with pumpkin, so it's behind that, but it's nice. I mean, let you know. Oh yeah, okay. So you're starting it now because Shamrock Shake to me, I always associated with
March.
Yeah, absolutely with March, and here it is. It's February. Getting ahead of time.
Well, you will be getting one at a McDonald's near you very soon. Rico Beard has made his way in studio. And of course, Mike and Rico coming up next here on 97.1 The Ticket. And Rico, it's good to see you. What do you guys got on the agenda today?
All right, on the agenda today, more of the Miles Garrett talk, proposed trade that's out there.
Mm-hmm.
For Lions fans, that I guess.
Did you see what The Athletic did?
I think we're talking about that.
Yeah, it was very clever. I thought neat exercise.
The 4 teams, or
well, it was beat writers for teams of Miles Garrett needy teams proposed trades, and then the Cleveland beat writer accepted one, considered a few, and accepted one. And the Lions were one that got considered.
Was that the one with Hendon Hooker?
Yeah, it was 2 firsts, a third, and Hendon Hooker. Yeah, but
never thought that Hendon Hooker would be a commodity.
No, I think he could be, but I think he would have to play a bunch and prove.
Well, I think that at that point, it is the unknown.
Like you start thinking
he
about
has not played. It's Schrodinger's cat. He's either great or he's awful.
Yeah, I mean, you were hoping if you're the Lions, you're hoping if he ever does get to play, he does what Scott Mitchell did, which is he tears it up.
Yes.
And then there becomes a market for him. Matt Flynn tore it up. There was a market for him. Who was the guy from the Patriots when Brady got hurt and came out and had a really good season?
Jimmy Garoppolo?
Was it Garoppolo? Yeah.
Matt Castle.
Matt Castle did it too. I mean, so you can build a market, but you have to play to build said market. And right now, hasn't
unfortunately,
been
none of those guys were any good after they got their chance.
But it might, I guess.
You got to go. Kurt Warner would be the big story, I guess.
Yeah, that's a good one. Anyway, so Miles Garrett talk. What else?
Got a little Miles Garrett talk. Also, gambling. The problem we have with gambling.
Jesus.
Umpires. Yeah.
Cut it out, people.
College hoop teams.
Be smarter than that.
that type of stuff.
All right, well, have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. The Red Wings are back on the ice tonight at Seattle for Game 3 of 4 of their road game tilt. Here, if Detroit can snatch their 7th win in a row right here on 97.1, the ticket at 9. The off-air conversations are interesting right now. NFL reporter Albert Breer predicts Detroit is the top landing spot for star defensive lineman Miles Garrett. According to The Athletic, the WNBA has filed a patent for the name Detroit Shock. The Pistons announced last week they put in a bid to the league to bring a franchise back to Detroit. Baseball analytics site Fangraphs posted the following today. The quote, the Tigers are in a position where the extra wins they get from Bregman would translate into a huge playoff probability boost, and though Zips thinks Jace Young would be solid at third, signing Bregman would trigger a roster shuffle that would tighten up right field and the short side of Detroit's DH platoon, the team's two weakest positions, according to Zips, end quote. Now, Zips is a player projection system developed by Fangraphs. According to the model, their playoff chances would increase from 31% to 43% after signing Bregman. Former Piston Quentin Grimes is on the move again. Dallas has traded him to the 76ers in exchange for Caleb Martin. Micah Hyde has also announced his retirement officially from the NFL. Hyde re-signed with the Bills late last season after sitting idle but never appeared in a game. The safety had 24 picks in his 11-year pro career. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, it's Tuesday, and we're opening with something I can't even believe we have to open with, but here we sit. Look, I thought the Miles Garrett thing was pretty straightforward. Thought it was like pizza. Miles Garrett good, pizza good. I like Miles Garrett. I like pizza. Just didn't seem to be a big deal, but much like barnacles at the bottom of a boat or annoying fungi in your backyard, you do get a piece of the fan base that I guess doesn't want Miles Garrett. Kenny Cott assaulted the show sheet. Kenny also screens calls for the midday show, and Kenny was, well, fun word, gobsmacked at the phone calls he was screening about people who don't want Miles Garrett, don't need Miles Garrett, or use the ever-annoying phrase, let Brad cook. I can't believe we're here. I want to give you a chance to tell me you lied to me, and I can move on to things that to me are much more interesting. But I'll play the Albert Breer stuff after I talk to Kenny, Rico. But before I go to Kenny, why am I here? What is this?
You're here because the people want to hear what you have to say, Mike.
Here's my message.
It's the other side of the coin. Not everybody feels like you need Miles Garrett. There are people who believe, you know what? We have all the pieces in place. We were just, injuries away. This goes back to the stages of grief. You're still in that whole bargaining stage. If we just had all of our pieces and nobody got injured, we would have been okay. We would be playing, and we'd be beating the Chiefs.
Well, that's a great opinion. Unfortunately, season's over. So now, how do we get better? He's a Hall of Fame player. It's a six-time All-Pro.
It's a no. Here's how you know
people are stupid. The fact that I'm sitting here and have to have this conversation.
I was going to say, here's how you know that it's a big deal. When pretty much every city, not named Cleveland, is trying to come up with some type of a package in order to get this man.
And more specifically, every Super Bowl caliber team, you have people saying, easy move. You make the phone call. Yeah. Whether it's Kansas City, Baltimore, Buffalo, whether it's every NFC contender. Albert Breer, before we get to Kenny, said Lions are the number one destination. Take a listen to what Albert Breer, why he believes that. David? It's Albert Breer, and I agree with him. Whoever you draft as your first-round pick won't start for this team. You got a couple extra picks from the Aaron Glenn hiring process, a couple of thirds. Well, what are we doing here? Kenny, you screen the calls. You've ruined the start of the show, so I want to start the show with you.
I'd like to start out by apologizing for ruining the nature of the show, this goodly show. But I wish I could tell you that all this is a lie and that these people, that some certain sects of this fan base weren't calling in and saying these things. But they are. There's the let Brad cook crowd, which I know you don't like to hear, but that's a very real part of this fan base.
Because it's dumb.
It is
It's
dumb.
like adults who believe in Santa Claus. It's dumb.
I agree. And then there's also this is the bigger narrative that comes, is when Hutch comes back, when the defense gets healthy, we won 15 games with a banged-up defense. So we can win 15 games when they get healthy because they're going to be better. One problem. You lost both coordinators. And by the way, who's to say that this defense is going to be immediately healthy? David had a good point the other day when he said this is not like Madden. When your defense, when players get healthy, it's not just a snap of the finger. Oh, we're 100% now. We're back to running order. It doesn't work like that.
Also, everything you said can be true, but here's a news alert. None of that has anything to do with acquiring a first ballot Hall of Famer in his prime.
But
with
the point,
2 years left on his deal.
The point that they would make, not me, them would make is they say, why waste draft capital when you can be a 15-win team?
Can I ask how it's a waste for the dumb people in the crowd? How is it a waste to acquire? There are 2 comps for Miles Garrett in my lifetime, Reggie White and prime Michael Strahan. Maybe J.J. Watt. Okay?
Yeah, scoffing at this.
How's it a waste?
Scoffing at this makes no sense to me.
It is not me, but it's a waste because you believe that every year Holmes is going to go out there and get 5 or 6 starters out of every draft.
Oh, you like Terry Arnold?
So,
like Rakestraw?
Yeah.
Like Broderick Martin?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, got it. Like Manu? Yeah, you want me to keep going? How about Hendon Hooker? Look, guys, it's not perfect. He's the best GM in football right now, and it's not perfect. It's Miles Garrett. It is a gold jacket player, not at age 34, not at age 32, not at age 30. He's not a drunk. He's not a bad guy. Christ, he was up for the Walter Payton Man of the Year award. He plays the piano.
Just leave opposing helmets around him.
22 tackles for loss, an average of 15 sacks a year. Pull your head out of your ass.
What you are seeing, it's we have all the pieces in place.
Okay.
We only got hurt because of the injuries. If we didn't have the injury factor, plus, as Kenny said,
but
if
happened.
Hutchinson comes back, but see, that's still a big if because you don't know how healthy he's going to be.
But that's the problem, too, is you can't guarantee no injuries. Injuries happen every single year to every single team.
Kenny, the fact he broke his leg, you don't know if it's going to be 100% when he comes back.
How about Elaine McNeil might not be back for the start of the year? Anybody want to talk about that?
Am I wrong for saying it like this? I don't care if he comes back healthy or not.
I
You
want
still
Miles
go
Garrett.
get Miles Garrett.
Okay, you know what? F it. I stand with David Hull. I don't think any of the reasons these nimrods are bringing up have anything to do with this. Okay, baseball. The Tigers have a really nice pitching staff. But if somehow, some way, or the Dodgers are the perfect example, what's better than more? More. I have Aiden. You know what's better than Aiden? Aiden and Miles Garrett. None of these things mean anything. I saw a trade proposal today under an article titled Miles Garrett trade proposals that actually make sense. The Lions would give up their first and second round pick this year in Hendon Hooker. Where do I send the postage? It's not even debatable. Players like this don't get moved. They don't. And unlike Luka, there's no drinking. There's no laziness. It's not like Miles Garrett showed up to camp fat. It's not like Miles Garrett dogs it on a bad team. I just don't understand what it is in this town. Kenny, to hell with you for making us do this topic to start the show. I would like to start the show by saying, here's a ticket text from me. Go to hell.
David's got a couple of interesting ones. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to start it like this.
I'll throw the number out and we can hear the ticket text. But how could you not want Miles Garrett? How? Hey, let me ask you a question there, Spank. Who's starting opposite Aiden? Who? You want to go to the free agent market? Get yourself another Davenpoop? Oh, what do you want to do? You want to go draft a rookie? Maybe they could be another Rakestraw and just not play. Or, hear me out, crazy idea. Guy already enshrined in Canton at the peak of his powers. And all he wants to do is win, and all your culture's about is winning. Gee, I don't know, man. I need some time to think. You would create the most dominant pass rush duo in modern NFL history. Full stop. Think it over. It would be on par with the Super Bowl Broncos. Yeah, you're right. Let Brad cook. I cannot even believe we are on the air having to do this. Yesterday was a good show. We all wanted Miles Garrett. It was a conversation of how far do you want to go to get him. Now you got people saying a 1, a 2, and a 4, or a 1, a 2, and a player could get it done. 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 Even if I gave all of that up, never extended him, had him for 2 years. Done. Hell, tell you what, I'd trade it all for 1 year of him. 15 sacks, 22 TFLs, and never once this year, never once would he be singled up.
You also would do it because you got a brand new defensive coordinator, and it's going to make his life so much easier that if you could put those two on the defensive line and just say, okay, guys, go get quarterback, go meet that quarterback.
The principle of it all has been defined by Rico's team in the NFC over the last 5 years. Our 4-man rush cannot be blocked by your 5 or 6-man protection. End. That is the system. I'm not demeaning Robert Saleh or D'Amico Ryans or Steve Wilkes or whoever or now they brought Saleh back. They have a system. Do you know why they can play cover 3 the way they do? They don't have to go man. They don't have to bring a ton of heat. Our 4 is better than your 5.
Mike, how do you think the Eagles had their resurgence? You know what? We're just going to come after you with our defensive line and say, who are you going to double? Who are you going to stop? Now, theirs comes from the interior, but same principle. You can't stop both of these guys. You got to pick your poison. I'm with you.
I know you are. I'm not mad at you. David, go ahead. Kenny said, take a text. I'll listen.
I just think that
I don't get it.
For some people, it's almost that Detroit versus everybody. We don't need anybody else to come in here.
Yeah, newsflash, you do.
We cut our own grass.
It's kind of how we went from being one of the most powerful cities in America to not in the top 5. Yeah, we do need some help, okay?
Guys, let's see how Brad cooks in the draft and free agency before making any moves. Plus, the defense will look different with the new coordinator. That's from Jim C.
Yep, your brain is cooked. You know what you are? You're Ray Liotta at the end of Hannibal.
Wow.
You're eating your own brain, Jim. What? Hey, let's do a live look at Jim C.
That was only the first text.
Here, Jim, want another bite of your brain?
We just need to.
If you don't get the reference, it's a terrible movie. Don't waste your time with it.
But yes, he does eat his own brain at the end.
Well, he's being fed his own brain. Yes. Go ahead.
Here, have another piece.
Here you go again. I would rather trade up in the draft to go get one of the Michigan interior linemen. Football is a young man's sport, especially with injuries and the salary cap. Not trading the best safety in football, Brian Branch. Garrett is 29, maybe if he was 25.
Then you don't trade Brian Branch. We're not having that discussion. I gave you what today's offers look like. The Niners would deal their 1st and 2nd. You would deal your 1, your 2, and Hendon Hooker. I you know what? Fine. Everything's fine. You're right. I forgot. When's the parade? Oh, wait, there isn't one. But that's okay, because I can lay the Lombardi trophy down next to me on my pillow. Let me just reach in your trophy case. I can't.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
Yes,
You know what this is? Straight up Little House on the Prairie from you people. Yeah. Let me know when you want to move to the big city. Bunch of hillbillies.
Yeah,
oh, that's just that's just my Brad Cook. Morons. I'm not doing this. Be curious.
Let me do mine.
Yeah,
first.
yeah.
Okay.
You know what, Rico? You said it best.
All right, David. Let's run it back. The big game has.
I don't want a Hall of Famer. Let Brad cook.
The big game has arrived, and fans are excited to see who's going to be hoisting the trophy in New Orleans.
Let him cook.
You can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. ESPN Bet's big game giveaway promo is offering a chance at $1 million in prizes. 25 winners will walk away with $10K in cash, and 7,500 winners will walk away with $100 in bonus bets. No deposit or bet required. Download the app and opt in today. Odds and lines subject to change. Got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Buy a car, will you? Moran Chevrolet, great deals. Let's get down to business. A 25 Blazer EV, $299 a month, 24 months. A 25 Trax, $249 a month, 39 months. Only $999 down. And yes, new stock arrives daily. They have whatever you're looking for at Moran Chevrolet. If you need the service, you already know you're getting the free loaner. You go about your day. You're not going to sit in some waiting room. You do what you got to do. So score your best deal, MoranExpress.com. On Gresham, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Here's Rico.
Okay.
I cannot believe this is what I'm doing with my day. I had so much good stuff.
And we still are going to get to that, all of that good stuff, Mike. It's still going to happen. I think that this is the minority of people who feel this way. I'm not going to denigrate Lions fans out there, that most of them are smart enough to know
I don't think they are, though.
No, David. I'm not doing that.
I don't think most of them are.
They are.
They only know Lions. They don't know the NFL.
They are smart enough to know that they are now sitting at the big boy table. And at the big boy table, you need a jacket, you need a tie on. Yes. You know, that the bowl of water that comes in there, you don't drink that. That's for your hands, okay? You're at the big boy table now. We're going to act like we're at the big boy table. Plain and simple. Well, there's lemon in the water. You don't drink it. It's for your hands, okay? They know Miles Garrett will help this team out. Most people know that you do whatever it takes. The fact that instantly 31 other teams are coming up with different proposals.
And the best part,
and including the Chiefs and the Eagles.
You're one of the blessed few that Miles would consider because he wants to win.
Yeah.
2/3 of the league doesn't even get a seat at the table. But you're right.
And he probably could call up his buddy Zadarius. Hey, is it great? Yeah, it's pretty freaking nice. Come to Detroit.
I made a Super Bowl ring even though I didn't win nothing.
Well, we're not going to get into that, but
I made a captain's necklace, but I'm not the captain.
Not gonna get, maybe he was doing it because he knew something.
Let Brad cook, huh?
You have some people who just want to do this all organically. I don't understand why.
There's no such thing as an organically won Super Bowl.
These are people who don't realize that, guess what? There are going to be some bad drafts. Every team will have a bad draft where you're going to draft 8 people and 2 make the team and 6 are at Walmart.
They're in a position where only 4 could make the team this year. If you really look at roster construction, you don't need all the damn picks.
Yeah.
And if you get Miles Garrett, what do I care? What do I care?
Huh?
So you take the calls whatever way you want. I'll make a decision whether I want to rejoin the show. Rico, I'm too damn old and I've had it. This football team getting good may be the worst thing to ever happen to us because what it did was it laid bare the unsightly ass of a huge amount of this fan base because it is insufferable. Whether it's the stupid discotheque stuff, whether it's the let Brad cook thing, even in the face of a generational player, or anything in between, I can't. I'm not built for it.
No. You're correct. You're not built for it. And after Lions fans lost to the Commanders, your innocence is now done. I was okay with all of that because it was a brand new experience. I told Cookie, no, David, everybody grows up at different times. And for Lions fans, they had never experienced this before. And I'm not talking down upon, but 15-2, you felt like you were on top of the world and everything was going to go your way. Now, we all knew it's not that easy, but they had the innocence of, well, everything else is falling into place. What do you mean? We threw 5 interceptions and won a game on the road. We're invincible. That's not how this works. Now, after you lost, that was that come to Jesus moment. I have your attention now, don't I? Okay. Guess what you don't have to do if you bring in a Miles Garrett? You don't have to worry about outscoring everybody because you can shut down the other team's opponent. You don't have to worry about the mobile QB because you had a great pair of defensive ends to go after the mobile QB. So I think now we have their attention. I am not going to let the 10% of the people ruin it for the other 90. I'm not going to do that. So that's just me.
Take a call.
You don't have to agree.
Just take a call.
Jerry, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Jerry.
Hey, I was just saying, and you can give up any kind of draft picks. You're not going to find a Miles Garrett. He's generational, man. You're never going to find a Miles Garrett in the top 10 picks, much less where Detroit's picking. Obviously touching a little bit on yesterday, there's a couple players on there I wouldn't give up, and that's just about you can't teach effort and you can't teach unselfishness. And the Lions got a couple really good players that fall into those categories for me. So, but as far as draft picks, give up whatever you want. Get this guy because I said they were talking about mid-season, and I said get him then. It's not about this year; it was about the future years because you put him on the other side of Aiden, and oh my God, it's going to be nasty. Automatically, your backfield gets way better. I mean, you only got
everybody gets better. Aiden gets better, if you can believe that. Ali McNeil gets better.
Your corners,
Everybody
your
gets
safeties,
better.
Everything.
It's just
your new defensive coordinator, your new defensive plan gets better. See, Jerry's one of the smart ones.
I like Jerry.
Jerry, I thank you, Jerry, for proving my point.
Yeah. Hey, but you guys hung up on me the other day because
What happened, Jerry?
the screener didn't like because I said the English guy said that he didn't understand why the Lions we were disappointed, and he said he'd been here for 40 years. And I said, well, if you've been here for 40 years, you should understand why we think the Lions disappoint us.
Kenny, why were you rude to Jerry? What the hell did you do? I mean, honestly, what's the deal?
I didn't do anything to Jerry. I was talking to Jerry.
Well, there's an accusation. You hung up on the man. Jerry, listen, don't worry about it. Next time you call, just tell Kenny I said put you on. We'll take care of it.
Thanks, Mike.
You got it, Jerry.
All right, buddy. You guys have a great day.
You
I'm
too.
some golf balls right now.
Thank you. All right. Everybody calm down. I'll get it together.
We're here to 6.
It's a blessing. We don't need Miles Garrett. Why would I want to give up a 1-2 and Hendon Hooker for Miles Garrett? I mean, let Brett cook. Huh? I can't.
Yeah, because here's the thing. For those who are even still wondering, should we give up the first round pick? If I told you that with the first round pick, you would get somebody who has the credentials of Miles Garrett, you would jump up and down and say, yes, I'm all in.
Those are the people who don't want Miles Garrett.
So, yeah, that's why you trade that pick, because he's a proven commodity. Anybody that you take is unproven, and you don't know. And newsflash, guys, most rookies aren't ready game one. Harken back to Hutch, first year, looked lost out there until he finally got it together middle of the year. Look back at, Terrion Arnold. He was Mr. Pass Interference at the beginning of the year, and then he got it together near the end. It takes some time. Your clock is ticking. Your window is closing. You don't have the time and availability to wait years and years and years. You want to win now. You have a team built for now before you have to play the whole game of who we got to cut. Because trust me, Detroit, that's coming down the line. So be ready for that. But that's a different show.
Be curious.
All right. Unlike my partner over here, Planet Fitness is offering a judgment-free environment where you're free to get strong your way on your time. Feel your strongest, your best self in a gym filled with equipment, whether it's a full workout, strength training, cardio, stretching. Planet Fitness has what you need to get started on your new path. It is very simple. A lot of them have brand new strength training equipment, brand new cardio equipment, treadmills, Stairmasters, you name it. And they have convenient hours to fit your schedule and your routine, meaning there's really no excuses. And on top of that, $15 a month. Now through February 13th, $1 down, $15 a month. And oh, by the way, free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who can focus specifically on you. Head into your local Planet Fitness right now to get started, or you can go online at planetfitness.com, or you can sign up on the app. Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone.
All right, straight to the people. What are we talking about? Kenny Cott. He ruined the show. Basically, everybody calling the midday show, they didn't want Miles Garrett. To which I just can't believe I breathe the same air as these people. I don't understand it. I don't want to understand it. When a player like Miles Garrett becomes available, I don't care what team you are, you take a look at it. You're the Detroit Lions. You desperately need pass rush help. With or without Aiden, you desperately need pass rush help. Miles Garrett is a Hall of Fame player. He's got 2 years left on his deal. He's 28 years old. He's a 6-time All-Pro. You make the deal. One of the proposed trades that's out there, a first, a second, and Hendon Hooker. Yeah, where do I send the postage? It could be 2 firsts and a second and Hendon Hooker. I'd do it. So if you don't want him, I'd love to know why. Or if you know somebody who doesn't want him, unfriend them.
Let's go to. You want to hear what the Bears proposal is?
I don't care.
Allegedly.
Sure.
I'm going to need some energy out of you.
Just, you know what?
Bears first round selection, second round pick, and a 2026 first round pick.
It's a lot. I mean, it is. It's a lot.
Yeah.
And are the Bears in a position like the Lions? No. But I'd still do it. That's how much I think of the player.
Why? Because if you have a great defense, then that kind of nullifies everything else.
Yeah, they need, well, much like you, they need someone opposite Montez Sweat.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Mark in Rochester, 97.1. Mark, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how are you doing?
Good, pal. What's up?
Yeah, you got to remember, like, you can never underestimate the power of stupid people in large groups. In the words of George Carlin, think how dumb the average American is. Half of them are dumber than that.
Indeed.
This is a no-brainer. I can't believe that people are not all for this. But, you know, when I heard the news and somebody texted me about it, I didn't get excited. I didn't jump for joy because I know what's coming. I know what to expect. I know the Eagles are going to lose the Super Bowl. Hy Roseman is going to go, okay, we don't have enough, and he's going to spin the death meter and go add another star next to Jalen Carter. I mean, Brad Holmes, I want it. I don't think it's going to happen. I've gone through this circus already.
I'm with you. I've largely, I've tempered expectations across the board about big moves in this town. It feels like everyone's reading the, how to run a team handbook of patience and draft and develop. Yeah. You're right, but geez, Mark, it's the NFL. You're in your Super Bowl window. You desperately need a player like this, and simply put, you're not finding one in the draft.
And Mark, what bothers me was that interview that Holmes did a few weeks ago where he, was kind of asked by the media, are you into that all? Are you going all in? Not necessarily F those picks type of mode, but it didn't sound like he was ready. It was more of a we have a plan and we're going to stay the course type of thing. This would not fit with what he said a few weeks ago. This would break that mold. I would love for him to say, guys, things changed. I didn't know this was on the table. But I'm kind of with you, Mark. I want this to happen. I'm not expecting this to happen.
The other thing, though, is it's not necessarily F them picks, and I hate that phrase just getting thrown around. I mean, F them picks is attributed to the Rams trading a first for Jalen Ramsey and then trading 2 firsts for Stafford. That's not what we're asking. We're asking, okay, at pick 28, let's say you grab one of Ole Miss's D tackles or you go get that DN from Tennessee. They're not going to be 30%, 25% of the player, best case scenario, then walking in Miles Garrett here. And all the fans that think that they know what they're doing, listen, look back over the past quarter century. Look at every Super Bowl winning team. They either have the superstar quarterback or they have superstars to go kill the quarterback. I mean, the Joe Flacco won because they had the Ray Lewis defense. Tom Brady getting killed by Brandon Graham in 2018 by the Eagles. I mean, you can go over and over again, but you have to have one of those two things, and maybe Aiden is it. Maybe he can do it, but why risk it? Go get the Dominator. Go build DeMarcus Ware, Von Miller. It's infuriating to me. Thanks, guys.
I'm with you, Mark. To me, what's the downside? Oh, it didn't work. And? Did we do all we could do? Yes. The Lions should be the first, second, third, fifth, 10th, 100th phone call. I don't care. Make Cleveland block Brad Holmes' number. There's nothing else. You just look at every Super Bowl champion. Go ahead. Look at the teams that make the Super Bowl and then look at the moves that get them there. Sorry, it's not just draft, develop, and sign. It's not. You got to make bold moves.
Splash moves.
So, yeah, this, for a pass rusher, 100%. I'm in.
I mean, look at the Eagles. Splash move. Saquon. Let's go and get them.
It's every year for them. Think about it. It's every year. The A.J. Brown trade, They go out and they get Saquon. They go out, oh, look, they just drafted a controversial player. Oh, look, they just went out and acquired X. And you're like, how? How does Howie Roseman do this? Yeah. Here they are, third Super Bowl in a, 7-year span?
I mean, you look at San Francisco. Basically, you could put anybody back there and the running back game works. Let's just go get the best running back at the time, which was Christian McCaffrey, and we'll worry about the future later. That's where you're at right now. Detroit, 1 year, I can say that you're probably still at the top of your game. 2 years, but you want to make sure you take care of next year. Go get the best pass rusher. And here's the thing, you already got an in because you got Zadarius Smith, who I'm quite sure is already in his ear saying, hey, pretty nice here. We can win a Super Bowl if you come here.
Let's go to Mike and Troy, 97.1. Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Rico, you said yesterday about trading players. Excuse me, my voice is out. To me, Mike, like I told Kenny, I'm giving up Jahmyr Gibbs and a first and maybe more.
No.
Guys, that's why I call it stupid Lions fans. You don't want to trade for this. You don't want to trade it. This guy's a generational player. He's a stud. Nobody knows if Aiden's going to be right. Nobody knows. He got hurt. This guy will come in. He's clean. He's great. You got 1 year window, maybe 2 to win a Super Bowl. What do you guys want to do? You know everything. Defense wins championship. Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
When you played the Patriots, you had all those defensive lines rotating. What did they do? They buried Brady every time. That's why you won the Super Bowl. Defenses win championship, guys. Sorry, my voice is out.
No, you're fine, Mike. You should be sorry for the Jahmyr Gibbs plus first round picks thing. But I'll let it go.
He just wants to make sure.
Yeah.
That's why I look at that. Okay. He just wants to make sure nobody's going to outbid us.
No. And he's right. I mean, again, look at Philadelphia and Kansas City and look at their fronts. And even if your defense is healthy, yes, Hutch makes a difference, clearly. Yeah. But you don't have an answer opposite him. Aleem's off of another catastrophe of an injury. I don't understand the downside.
Mike, look at the one time where the Chiefs looked mere mortals in the Super Bowl.
Tampa Bay pass rush?
Yeah.
What was that, Shaq Barrett and JPP?
Yeah.
Was that what it was?
Yep.
That was a horrible
Super Bowl. Vita Vea in the middle.
Yep.
And I mean, he was running for his life the entire game.
You hate to see it. Let's go to Steve, 97.1. Stevie, what's up, pal?
Hey, guys. I listen to everyone on, you guys are talking to, which is actually a luxury to have when you're on hold, so I like that. But, guys, I look at this like Reggie White. Green Bay was good, but when Reggie White got on there, they were great. And he wasn't just a difference maker. He just changed that whole defense around, and it was incredible. And the guys that you guys are calling saying, we can't do, these are the same. I don't know, is moron a really harsh word to say, but really moronic, because these are probably the same people that said we shouldn't have done anything or maybe just something little during the trade deadline. And that really jerked me then. And right now, the problem I see right now, guys, is the longer the lines wait. You had that one ticket text that, let's wait till the draft. That's another moronic suggestion because he will be gone. No one's going to wait until the draft to get draft picks. So I'm just, the Lions are Brad Holmes. I really do sometimes. I think he thinks sometimes maybe he's smarter than he really is. And this is an opportunity. The guy wants to leave. They want to trade him. And the last thing, guys, that really it would just put the icing on the cake of putting the nail in the coffin is he'll go to Green Bay or he'll go to Chicago and screw us over for another 2 or 3 years. Mm-hmm. And everyone's saying, what happened? What happened?
Yeah, it'll all sound like Kelser.
Moron.
There you go. What happened?
I mean, yeah, and I get and Rico, God bless you, man. I love you. I love you because, man, you talk about food on here sometimes. I know Mike doesn't as much, but you do. And I love cooking, smoking, doing all that good stuff. But sometimes when you're on here, man, it's almost like you're trying to encourage people to get smarter, and you can't sometimes. Sometimes people are just going to be dumb, and they're going to sit there in their own little hole thinking that, hey, this will get better because we got Brad. We trust in Brad, or we trust in Eiserman, or we trust in whomever. Guys, if we don't do this, it just saddens me, and it makes me less want to watch. All right, guys. Hey, have a great day.
All right, Steve. I appreciate you. Yeah, it's my fault. I try to encourage people
to be smarter, but you know, oh well.
It's why we butt heads sometimes.
You're right. I don't care.
Yes, you don't.
248-539-9797. I just thought it was such a no-brainer. I just didn't give it a second thought.
The biggest reason why it is a no-brainer, I'm going to reiterate this. When this news came out, 31 teams, all the GMs and everybody all started coming up with a plan how this could happen. That should let you know this moves the needle.
And you're only one of, say, 8 teams that has a real ability to convince Miles Garrett this should be home.
Yeah,
think about that.
Yeah, the Titans, we're not taking that phone call.
Hey, it's Joe Shade from the New York. I mean, that's the truth.
Yeah.
All right, Super Bowl 59. No better way to get involved than FanDuel. FanDuel makes it easy to place a wager, especially with the SGP stuff. Cookies and I just did a wild SGP type, prop bet pod. Good God. Some of the things you can bet on are ridiculous. Well, FanDuel's got it all. Place a $5 wager. If you win, you get 200 in bonus bets as a new user. So it's FanDuel, 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Get a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right. Surprise me. Hit a button. Let's do some form. What is this going to be? Can we say that, or are we doing some kind of blitz? Oh, Christ. All right. Super Bowl Shenanigans by David with music presented by Kenneth G. Cott. Go ahead.
Yes, it is a Super Bowl blitz here. We're going to go through some Super Bowl facts regarding the game.
Fact. Taylor Swift runs the league.
Players, records, different things like that. So let's start with the most passes intercepted. So the quarterback that's thrown the most passes in a Super Bowl.
I will say Kerry Collins, 2000 against the Ravens, where he looked like he owed the Mafia money.
Is this one specific game or total?
One game. This is just a single
Collins
game
had
record.
5, Rico.
See, I thought it was Neil O'Donnell because I felt he threw 11,
That's
but
a
he
good
only threw
call.
3.
Collins had 5.
Well, he is tied with Rich Gannon at 5.
Forgot about Rich Gannon, but I remember.
You
was
can't
against the
unsee
Bucks.
the game I watched in
That
2000.
was against the Bucks.
I would have rather been in Ray Lewis's limo.
Now, Rico, this is for you. I think you know this answer, so I'm just going to throw it out to you. The most touchdown passes in the Super Bowl.
That would be Steve Young.
That was Steve Young against the Chargers.
Bobby Ross.
Was it 6?
It was 6.
Yeah.
Was the first pass of the game an 80-yarder to
It
Rice
was.
right up the seam?
Yeah. I don't know if it was 80 yarders, but yeah, first play. No, I think it was the second, but yes. And ball game was over. Rice is going in there with his arms extended.
Privilege. David, go ahead.
Last Super Bowl they won.
Save the flavor.
It is privilege.
That was the last one they won, David.
Just let Carmen Policy cook.
Yeah, you guys have each seen the Super Bowl and won it since.
Let Eddie DeBartolo cook.
Oh, until
Let
his
him
sister
cook.
stole it from him.
All right.
Was that George Seifert?
Yes, it was Seifert.
Most receptions in a single Super Bowl.
I got to guess. And I think it was for a team that lost. Would it be Terrell Owens out of the hyperbaric chamber with a broken leg?
No.
He had a huge game off
He
that
did.
broken leg. Okay,
He did,
I'm out.
but it's not him.
It's not Owens?
No.
Is it Rice?
It is not Rice.
All right, that's it. We're 0 for 2, and Kenny doesn't know anything before 2015.
It is James White in the Falcons comeback game. He had 14 receptions in that game.
And he scored in overtime to win it.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
See, that was a trick question.
It was.
Yeah, you know me.
Damn it.
So let's get to the single play records. So a single play. The longest completion in a Super Bowl. It involves, I'll give you a hint if you need it.
No, is it the Steelers?
It is not the Steelers. That is not the longest completion, no.
All right, let me listen again. Hold on.
Here's
Just wait.
the hint.
Yeah.
It includes a former Michigan State player.
Oh, okay. Michigan State receivers.
Wide
who
receiver.
Won Super Bowls.
Oh,
Blacks?
Hussein
No,
Muhammad.
no, don't think one Super Bowl. Just think being in a Super Bowl.
Okay.
Hussein Muhammad?
Yes.
Wow, good on you.
Yes.
I was gonna
85 yards.
There's like Mark Ingram. There's Moose. There's Plax. There you go. What was that? The Jake Delhomme
Jake
Super Bowl?
Delhomme. Yes. 85-yard reception there.
Nice job by State, by the way. Couldn't get his kid to come to school. Really
Well,
bang up job.
Well, there's a reason why. And if you take part of that statement, that's why.
Oh, no. Well, let's move on to the longest rush. The longest run in
I'll
Super
see
Bowl.
myself out.
Longest run in Super Bowl history.
Longest run. Is it Timmy Smith?
It is not.
All right, I'm out. Remember Redskins? The guy who
right.
he never to be heard from again.
No.
He had the most rush yards in Super Bowl history of 204, but not the longest run.
Give us a hint.
Terrell Davis?
It happened in Detroit.
Not Jerome Bettis.
Sean Alexander.
He couldn't run by the time he was in Detroit.
Jerome Bettis was in a wheelchair for that Super Bowl.
It is-
Who was the backup QB? Running back for
It is
Pittsburgh?
Willie Parker.
Yes.
Yes, 75-yard run in Detroit.
You know where Willie Parker went to school? Just for fun.
Wake Forest?
Close, North Carolina.
I was going to say East Carolina.
I'm giving you half a point for
Thank
that. Geographic bonus. Go ahead.
The longest
Tobacco
field
Road.
goal. This is for you, Rico. The longest field goal in NFL history.
Is last year, David. You know what? Your mother.
Wow. Jake Moody, 55 yards?
No, he had the record.
No, it is.
He had the record.
did.
And then
Bucker hit a 56 yard.
Yes.
That was just for Rico there.
They set the record, and then it was like, yeah, okay.
Just for
You
you,
proud of
Rico.
yourself, David?
Harrison Butker
You
in
proud of
last year's
yourself?
Super Bowl. I am. Longest pick
Check
six.
the building fund.
Longest pick six. I think we all know this one.
We do?
The longest pick six.
We do?
I thought, yeah.
This was
down the sideline.
Yeah, this was the Arizona.
generally how pick
was
sixes
this the Arizona
work.
Pittsburgh.
James Harrison.
Yes, Arizona Pittsburgh. Yeah, James Harrison took it like 99 yards
down the sideline. What other kind of pick six is there?
You could be in the middle of the field. You intercept the ball. Yeah.
Arizona was going in for the score, and then he took it all the way
100
back,
yards.
100 yards.
I remember two things about that game. How much I wanted the Steelers to lose, and Santonio Holmes was one of the greatest catches I've
That
ever
was
seen.
amazing.
I wanted Arizona to win.
And how Fitzgerald almost single-handedly won that game for
I know.
them in the fourth quarter.
I'll always remember that one for the parade afterwards, and the reporter sitting there talking to Santonio Holmes saying, "So Antoine," and it's like, I'm not Antoine Randall.
Oh boy,
I'm actually Santonio Holmes.
The longest kick return touchdown. Longest kick return.
That would be Desmond Howard.
No.
What?
No, it is not.
Okay, enlighten us.
The last time, well, not the last time they were in New Orleans, but it was in New Orleans. Think lights going out.
Ravens?
Oh my God, he's dead.
Jacoby Jones.
Yes, he just died.
108 yards to start the second half.
Yes.
Oh my God, that was 13 years ago.
Yes.
What the hell?
Yes.
Beyonce
Exactly.
shut down the stadium.
And then he.
Oh, is everybody happy now? She won her album of the year. Can everybody just shut up now?
Well, you know who didn't win? Anything.
What?
Got shut out.
Who?
We'll talk about that later.
I didn't watch the Grammys.
I didn't either. I just found out later.
Prince is dead. He couldn't win. Yes, David.
David Reed.
The longest punt return. Mike, you would love this answer. The longest punt return in the Super Bowl.
I quit. I don't know.
Penis cancer. Former wide receiver.
Kadarius Toney?
Yes.
Oh, man. The Kyrie Irving of football. But you know what? He did. He flipped the game.
65 yards, yeah.
He did.
Yeah.
He's a horse's ass, but for one night, he shined like a diamond.
Now, surprisingly, and I thought there was one, but there's never been a punt return touchdown in the Super Bowl.
That is surprising.
Yeah. I thought there would be one, but it wasn't.
Really?
Yeah. Largest win for a team, single game, largest win in a Super Bowl.
Is it Cowboys over Bills?
No.
Like the okay. God, they
It's
beat them
either the Bears over the Patriots.
Oh, wait a minute. What about the
Or-
Doug Williams Super Bowl? They sandblasted Denver.
I was about to say, I know
That was the most points in a half, but they did not have the largest win. They
Is
had
it-
35 points.
Is it Niners Broncos 55?
It is
team?
Niners Broncos. Yes.
Privilege.
45-point win.
Wow. What is it like just cruising to a Super Bowl like that? That's why you're paying for it now.
And then, of course, they also had the most points in Super Bowl history, 55 points in that game.
Damn.
So
That's like a college score. Michigan 55, Eastern Michigan 10.
Well, here's this one, and I'll close it out with this one because you talk about college.
Well, David, actually, I got one before you close it out then, Mike.
Yeah.
Since you only quarterback to play in multiple Super Bowls with no interceptions.
Eli? I'm kidding. I don't know. I
Ben Roethlisberger.
Joe Montana.
Oh, privilege.
Of course.
Never threw a pick.
But you talked about college.
Yeah, well, when every pass is 4 yards, it's hard to throw an interception. The West Coast offense. We're smarter than everybody. I'm Bill Walsh.
Hold on for a second.
Wah.
I'll close it out with this. Basically, this is a college number here for the most yards by a single team in Super Bowl history in a game, and they lost the game.
It's probably got to be the Falcons then. Not the Falcons?
No.
Most yards.
It includes the team that the
Seahawks.
Falcons were playing against.
Patriots.
It's the Patriots in that first Eagles or that second Eagles game where they lost with the
Philly Special.
613 yards in that game.
And that was the game that Bob Quinn, you signed the numbnuts player from the Eagles, Vitae or whatever his name was. He gave up 9 pressures in that game. 9. And there was Bob Quinn priming his pump. We got to sign this cat.
Come on over here to Detroit.
It was one of the worst single performances by an offensive lineman in history. Boop. We'd like to offer you a contract. You remember?
I do.
Halalala Ramadama Ding Dong Vitae.
I don't even know how to pronounce the first name. So that is your Super Bowl fact.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Astros GM Dina Brown said, quote, "We're missing out on Bregman," end quote, a few times in his luncheon with the media today after he spoke in a scrum addressing why he used the past tense version of that. The NFL Referees Association Director Scott Green supported Roger Goodell's comments about the Chiefs yesterday. Quote, "It's insulting and preposterous to hear conspiracy theories that somehow 17 officiating crews consisting of 138 officials are colluding to assist one team," end quote. The Red Wings are back in action tonight against the Kraken. Pregame at 9:45 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Detroit hunting their 7th straight win. Seattle just 23-28-3 so far this season. Earl Cureton Court officially unveiled at the corner of the St. Cecilia basketball facility in Detroit. Today marks the one-year anniversary of the Detroit Mercy Hall of Famer and Piston ambassador's passing. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. We've been rapping about Miles Garrett, but in a different way. I thought we had left yesterday in the past. I thought it was obvious. Miles Garrett's available. You go after him, period. Well, Kenny ruined the show sheet and was like, guys, you're not going to believe this, but I am screening dozens of calls to Doug and Scott of people who don't want Miles Garrett. Now, we're yet to hear from one of those people, namely because we're not going to dignify those people with airtime. They're idiots. They're just functioning idiots. Miles Garrett is a first ballot Hall of Famer in the height of his prime. He takes immaculate care of himself. He is a Walter Payton Man of the Year candidate. He's a guy that on aggregate will get you 15 sacks and 20 tackles for loss. He'll absolutely cause at least 3 fumbles a season. He's a dominator. And when you look at the teams after him, I continue to tell you, okay, it's going to be the teams you got to go through. Mm-hmm. But even more than that, you need him, opposite of Aiden. So here's my thing. How can people be this stupid? Oh, let Brad cook. What is he cooking with a first round? What is the first round pick at pick 28? What are these picks even doing?
That's the best available player at that point.
Okay, so here's my thing. He's insulated the offensive line. Christian Mahogany was a 6th round pick. He's probably your starting right guard. Mm-hmm. Good, cheap, young, controllable. Manu, another year of development, probably slots more as a tackle someday. Needs to learn how to play football. But
they're pretty much teaching him the playbook.
But you have him, okay? You have depth. You have 2 running backs you like, maybe 3. You have depth at wide receiver. You have tight ends. Everything is set on offense. No rookie is walking in here and playing. Agree?
Agree.
Okay, let's go to the defensive side of the ball. You could draft a corner, but then you'd have Terrion Arnold and other corner. Right. You want that? Your safeties are locked up. You're never drafting one. Your linebackers are locked up. You're not drafting one. And no matter what you do at D-line, it is not going to be someone who will be 25% of Miles Garrett. So what in the F are we talking about? Why do some Lion fans not want the guy? Because everyone we're talking to is all in. Here was a trade proposed today. Bleacher Report. Adam Schefter has talked about it. He's talked about the Bears being a destination. Look, it'd be a 1, a 2, and Hendon Hooker.
Because
that deal's done on the phone.
Yeah, because the only person that you would draft at 28 would be if like one of those linebacker / edge rushers happened to fall, and he's sitting right there, and maybe you can insert him in there. But I will say this, Mike, and I didn't even think about this, and someone on social media sent this. Daniel, a different way of thinking about this. The anti-Miles Garrett talk, maybe it's pre-cope. No one dislikes the move. They're just preparing themselves for a letdown of it not happening.
Well,
so you kind of talk yourself into, well, we didn't need him anyway. We didn't want him anyway.
Then go find a different sport to watch. If you're that scared that you get a generational talent of failing, go find something else to do with your time. I'm sick of those fans. I'm tired of hearing from them.
What was the point of the team getting good, Kenny, if people were still going to act like bitches?
Right. I'm sorry, but this is what good teams do. This is a move a good team makes. Don't
wanna
be
win a
afraid of
Super Bowl.
success. What are we talking about
And
here?
again, it's a different conversation if we ever got to the point where all of a sudden it comes out Buffalo is offering 3 firsts plus, and you're going,
a little too rich.
Do we want to go that far, etc.? To say you don't need them, and for you guys running around in your little let Brad cook undies, you know what? Go somewhere, figure it out. I can't help you. Let Brad cook. What does that even mean? Like he's made the team. Albert Breer, we have the audio. The Lions don't even need their first-round picks.
No, I mean, when you broke it down like that, Mike, your first-round pick starts. Where's a spot that, unless, like I say, one of those top edge rushers somehow falls because stepdad puts a bong pitcher out there and he just keeps sliding down, there's really no one's going to start in any position. Your O-line is there.
It's all done.
Yeah.
So now you go all in. And again, if Cleveland doesn't like what you offer, they don't want to trade him to you. Maybe Miles hates it. Maybe Miles doesn't want to be in the Midwest anymore. My point is, you pick up the phone, you call, and everyone should be in agreement. You go get the player.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. And hey, Za'Darius, go pick him up from the airport. You two talk in the car on your way to Allen Park.
Go to Rick, 97.1. Rick, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike, Rico, David, and Bad Kenny. What's going on, fellas? I got
Good,
a lot of comments and a couple questions.
Sure.
All right, my comments. David's right about the fan base in Detroit. 3/4 of them are they just don't know the NFL. They just don't know. They jumped on recently, whatever it is. David's right on that. I got a problem with Costa this morning. You got Miles Garrett, and you're going to give up another defensive player like Jack Campbell was proposed with the morning show. Give me a break, Costa. What are you're building a defense, but you're going to give away defense? That don't make sense.
No, hold on now. Now listen. Here's what I'll tell you. You don't have to like the deal, but I mean, right here, Rick, if they got a call from Adam Berry or Andrew Berry in Cleveland, and they want a Jack Campbell, a 1 and a 2, it would simply be, Jack, where do you want the postage stamp placed? I'm not kidding you, Rick. I'm sorry.
Mike,
You got to give to get, brother.
Mike, you got me there because I'm all in on getting the get. But here's my question. I've been looking at a highlight film all day at Trey Hendrickson. How old is Trey Hendrickson compared to Garrett? And what would you think of maybe getting a Hendrickson over the Garrett deal?
Age-wise, I got to look it up.
He's 30.
Okay, there you go. So he's 2 years older. I like Trey, but bottom line, Miles Garrett's a superior football player. He's superior in every way.
Seriously, I mean, that's the only way you got to go is you can't win your second or third Super Bowl unless you win the first one. And the only way you're going to win the first one is by taking the big step and getting the player, the stud, to get you the first Super Bowl. I mean, I just don't understand the fan base in Detroit, how these people are saying, that's why we're at where we've been at since I'm 59 years old. And it's the same old people. Oh, no,
Well, it's also I don't think people understand how the NFL works. Rick, the bottom line, you don't get to stay good forever. And whether you take a step back for a given year and you retool and go all in, we've seen Philadelphia do it. We've seen Baltimore in this Lamar Jackson arc have this 2-year window. They missed the playoffs only to go all in multiple times, fall short. I'm sorry, you're in this window now. You got to make the move. And again, whether it's a Trey Hendrickson or Max Crosby, Miles Garrett is the one who demanded a trade. It's in a statement yesterday. That's why we're focused on Miles. Again, a 6-time All-Pro. Takes immaculate care of himself. He's a 3-down guy. And he's built in a lab. 6'7", 270. I have seen him in the same game sack the quarterback, recover a fumble, and block a field goal and murder a running back. And you're just like, what? You can't do anything with this guy. Put him opposite Aiden and ask yourself, all right, first and second round pick, what's that getting me? It's insanity. I just, okay. 24853.
I'm with you.
Bump back with the Albert Breer sound, will you please? Just for fun, for bleeps and giggles. We'll get to the people. I do want to do other things today, but you guys are passionate about it, and it is football. And candidly, I mean, look, Pistons are playing well. Red Wings are playing well. Hey, guys, here's the reaction. Ain't nobody care. Sorry. Personal injury of any sort. It is personal. David Femininio's dedicated his career to getting results and fighting for his clients. If you call David, he answers. Personally. It's very simple. If you're injured in an accident, you have one injury attorney you got to call. David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH. Or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com.
The holiday season is behind us and the football playoffs are here, and I need high-speed internet that is reliable. That's Xfinity. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. Along with the great price, Xfinity offers the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. And when I'm taking a break from all the football action, Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. So don't miss out on your favorite shows or all the scores and stats. Call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or simply just drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed, based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
That's Albert Breer on Miles Garrett and the Lions situation. Here's the other thing, and then we'll get straight to the phones. Do yourself a favor. If you're one of the people who called midday saying you don't want Miles Garrett, go look at your schedule next year. Tell me what you see. You lost a village of coaches. Aleem may or may not be healthy to start the year. Aiden's coming off a broken leg. Go look at that schedule. And then ask yourself again. Oh, yeah, you let Brett cook. And it better be a Miles Garrett stew. You at least got to try. And the way his deal is structured, from everything I am seeing, it will hurt the Browns more than it will hurt you. Any form of extension, once again, me and Rico are going to sound like Milli Vanilli. The salary cap ain't real in a synchronized dance move. Like, you sign him to an extension, you do what needs to be done. I'm just unequivocal about it. I don't care what happens past 2026. You got a 4-year rip. Go get it. And you've already blown 2 of the chances. Let's go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, what's going on, bud?
Hey, Mike. This is Jeff out of Cleveland. I'm a longtime Lions fan. I'm 69 years old, and I want to trade, and the reason why I want to trade is because of Goff, and I can explain that easily.
Sure.
The trade I would make would be 2 first-rounders, this year's, next year's, and I'll part with Jameson Williams. I think we can handle that. The reason why we need to make this trade because our defense has to get better because of Goff. And the reason why I blame Goff, he's a good quarterback, but he's Moses. Moses gets him to the promised land, but Moses is not allowed in the promised land.
I'll have to confer with Rico on that biblical reference.
Yes, he is correct.
Take my word for it.
Okay.
He couldn't enter the promised land. So the defense is going to have to drag him into the promised land, and the only way to do that is get Miles Garrett, 2 first-rounders, give up Jameson Williams.
Can't give up Jameson.
And we're in the Super Bowl next year.
All right, listen.
No doubt about it.
Miles Garrett playing the role of Joshua. Gotcha.
Sure, I'll look that up too. Look, Jeff, here's what I tell you, brother. I can't give up J-Mo. You guys have to look at one thing. You can't rob Peter to pay Paul. While I am willing to give up the draft capital and certain players on this team, frankly, a vast majority, Jameson Williams has blossomed into something that is a difference maker offensively for you that helps your quarterback. I don't want to be in the business of hurting my quarterback. So, no, I just don't want to do that. Now, yes, candidly, I have said I'm not extending J-Mo. I'm not. I'm not even sure if I pick up the 5th-year option. But I don't want to trade him because I'm in the window. I don't care about J-Mo 2027. I care right now. I cannot take my offense apart. I don't. If you disagree, it's fine.
No,
I don't.
Criminal.
I don't. Just
Can't do it. No, I think that you have to do everything you can because I do think your window after this season, everything's going to get a lot harder.
It'll continue to get tougher. That's the whole principle. So right now, if I can add Miles Garrett, does it allow for certain things? Listen,
because you still have young quarterbacks on all your divisional teams that you have Goff, and he's going to be either better than JJ or Donald, whoever they pick for the Minnesota Vikings. Love, does he bounce back? I don't know. Caleb, okay, new coach, new system, may not be ready for prime time just yet. That's why this next year is critical for you.
Let's go over to Robert, 97.1. Robert, what's up, buddy?
Man, I don't know what to say behind the biblical boy. Whoever even chimed in on y'all show and said something about they wouldn't take this generational talent, this AKA alien. There's only 2 aliens in my eyes. That is Josh Adams, that just destroyed the Lions, and this guy. He jumps over center, block punts, or extra points, or field goals. Come on, man. These people got to think about this dude. And he looked like Lee Haney, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Oh, let me say this. Kenny, real quick, Robert, hold on. Kenny, I mean, how many dozens of calls to Doug and Scott were coming in on they don't want Miles Garrett? Answer Robert's question.
There were. I mean, it was a pretty consistent stream throughout the day. It wasn't. Amazing. It wasn't none. It certainly wasn't
10 or more.
It was more. Anytime anybody wanted to talk about Miles Garrett, I'd say 75%.
It was one too many. It was one too many. That's what it was. It was one too darn many.
You know what, Robert? I'll tell you what we need to do. We need to blame Kenny. I think it's Kenny's fault. Kenny allowed him on the air.
Caller.
Yeah, and then he upended this show.
Listen to this. And listen, me and the GM, we're going to be doing the Rob Pelinka and Harrison deal. You want 1 and 2? Hooker? Man, I'm going to give you sweet and low. You can have Campbell too. Flat out. He is not getting away from me. I need him. I want him. And we got Darius Smith that can get in his ear.
That's right.
How much he loves being here. Okay, we're going to call it nepotism in a different nepotism. How about that part?
You know what, Robert? I love it. Robert is a runaway train. This is fantastic. And I think we've settled on it. This is all Kenny's fault. It is bad, Kenny. Kenny, let me ask you.
It's my fault what people call me and say.
But why didn't you gatekeep Doug and Scott? Why didn't you just not put the people on the air?
I gatekeep as best as I can, man. But at the end of the day, they need calls. I got calls.
Wait a minute. So you're saying anybody calls up with any nonsense, you're putting them through to Doug and Scott?
Oh, no, certainly not any nonsense.
Well, you let them call up saying they didn't want Miles Garrett.
That's what their point was. I don't agree with everything I put on with Doug and Scott or with you guys or anything else.
I'm going to tell you.
This isn't North Korea.
I think you did a disservice to Doug and Scott. Now, did Doug and Scott weigh in on these people? What was their reaction?
No, they didn't have an overwhelming reaction to it. It was just, I was surprised at the volume of people that were anti-Miles Garrett, which I just can't figure it out, man.
Now, do you want to share? I know you're never comfortable, but you did say something in the break. Can I say it on the air?
I don't know what you're referring to.
Yes, you do.
He said a lot. I said a lot during the break. I don't know what you're getting at here.
I'll tell you what, out of fairness, my favorite F word. I'll confer with Kenny before saying this.
Not your favorite F word.
248-539-9797. I want to get to the people, shall we?
Let's go.
Let's go to Mark. 97.1. Mark, what's going on, bud?
Yeah, Mike, I'm with you 1,000%. What the hell is wrong with these morons?
I don't know.
When you have an opportunity to get a guy this good, Hall of Fame guy, you get him whatever it takes. Your window of opportunity to win the Super Bowl is getting slimmer and slimmer. You go get this man. These people are morons. When I heard that, I was so pissed off.
And you know what? In turn, Mark, I think you should be mad at Kenny.
I know he took the calls, but that's not the morons calling.
Okay. I just think the only person worse than the moron is the person who empowers the moron. That would be bad Kenny.
You got to wake up, man. You want to win a Super Bowl? This is your chance. Get this man.
I'm with you.
Period.
And look, there's different conversations, Mark. If we ever got to the point where you go, wait, Team X offered what? Then we can have a different conversation. In the here and now.
I'm 58 years old. I want to win a Super Bowl before I hit the promised land.
I hear you.
This is the time.
I'm with you. I'm totally with you,
man.
And Mark, I think
Wake up, people.
What people don't realize either, they had, despite the injuries, this schedule played out pretty amazing for them when you really look at it. Dallas ended up being trash. Houston was average. Like a lot of these games you thought were going to be real difficult. Ooh, we're going to San Francisco on a Monday night. Rico's team was too busy on the toilet. Like, you look at it, it really played out pretty okay. Now, you were owed that based on the injuries. But this year, go look at the schedule you drew.
Nobody thought your, third toughest game was going to be the Vikings at home. Final game of the year. Nobody saw that coming.
No.
So,
how about a few ticket texts from David? Yeah. We are lacking. We have not checked in on them. David, what would you like to say?
Someone says, am I crazy to say first, second, and both of the thirds you got from AG leaving and Hooker?
It's probably a little much, but I'm not mad at you.
The only reason you would do something like that extreme.
Bidding war.
There. Right.
Sorry.
Well,
Rico made a great point, and I stole it, and I'd like to apologize.
You know what, Mike? You said it anyway. I heard Mike on the radio say that.
Why are we doing this again?
We need Garrett. Our division is stacked and have one of the toughest schedules next season, whatever it takes.
See, that's the thing. The schedule next year, and I know that some teams that we think are going to be great aren't, and some teams we think are going to be bad are. But looking at it right now, 9 games on the road. It's like the football gods found every mobile QB and said, oh, Detroit, you're going to play them, and you're going to play them on the road. Good luck with that.
Gary from Detroit says, this mentality to just have a chance and make the playoffs idea is garbage. There's a window, and it may be open, but it might be shattered any day. Learn how to win now. This isn't a 401k investment with sports.
No, I'll tell you what it is, and people don't want to hear it, but too bad. You're acting like a small market. You act like small market hillbillies. That's the problem. Okay? Oh, it's Cincinnati. I just like being competitive. That's not what we're doing here. It's one of the great sports towns in America. You don't have a trophy case because you don't have a trophy. Not one. Not one. Go get one. Who cares about a pick or 2 or 3? We're not asking you to be on the cover of ESPN, the magazine, in a wedding dress, giving up a whole draft. But at a certain point, what? It was okay for Brad Holmes to trade a 3rd round for Carlton Davis, who might just bolt? Well, weird. Traded for a hurt corner who got hurt at the worst possible time. Let him cook.
I'm with you.
Let's go. Let's get this guy. He's a dominator. But I still blame Kenny.
Bad Kenny.
I just feel like you could have protected Doug and Scott. You could have made their day better.
All I'm saying is this: they have an open line system, as David once famously said. All right, if all opinions are welcome, this is not North Korea.
Yeah. Well, guess what? Our borders closed at 2. We don't deal with any of that open stuff.
There's jokes to be made that will not be
Nope,
made.
not happening. I'm making a point. We have
248.
We have security for idiots at 2:00. I ain't doing it. Doug and Scott deserve combat pay. Open line system. You get people calling saying they don't want Miles Garrett. You might want to change your protocols. And you're at fault. You're a problem. Get your Super Bowl together. Hungry Howies. Mix and match, $6.99 each. Kenny, your girlfriend home tonight? You just going to go out, get a little food again? Party?
Sounds good to me.
She's gone again?
Yeah, she's gone
Wow,
again.
boy. Kenny's the happiest guy on the planet. His girl hasn't been home all week. So here's the deal. Hungry Howies, mix and match, $6.99. Anything on the menu, pair them up, make it happen. Get your Super Bowl right, or maybe you're like Kenny, you got a bachelor night going tonight. Whatever it is, it's Hungry Howie's. 8 different flavored crusts, and of course, limited time only. It's the mix and match at Hungry Howie's. Coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, we'll take a break from this Miles Garrett thing. Kenny has upended this damn show. But I do have some thoughts on the Luka Doncic thing, but in a different way. Okay? No, it's not going to be, oh my God, amazeballs. I can't believe. Guys, it's 3 days out.
Did you just say amazeballs?
Yeah, that's how Costa talks. Like, it's just, like, at a certain point, exasperation isn't really acceptable to your audience. So I have a couple things that have got me thinking. Are you okay? All right.
Go ahead.
So we'll get into that in the 4 o'clock. And don't worry, we have plenty of time this week. The NFL and the NFL Referees Association has responded to this radio show regarding conspiracy theories.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that they are acknowledging the level of talk about conspiracy theories and the officials tells me we're right.
Only thing missing from that statement was Michael Valente.
Right. Excuse me? Wow. All right. Let's go to Dave. 97.1. Dave, what's going on, bud?
Hey, guys.
How are you, Dave?
Good. How you doing? Thanks for taking the call.
Yes, sir.
I'd say F them picks.
You're
Let's give up three first rounds. Because when you look at it, where are we going to pick in the next, say, 3-4 years? Anywhere from 25 to 32?
Yeah. And again, while I appreciate you're willing to go that far, hell, I would too if it was a bidding war. I don't think you're going to have to.
But it's going to get to the point where it's going to be a bidding war.
Maybe.
So hopefully Brad's meeting with Andrew Berry because he's going to be out of a job soon. Because that's a disaster there in Cleveland.
It is. They have to burn it down. I mean, it's the unfortunate reality they're in, not only because of Miles Garrett demanding out, but Deshaun's impact on the salary cap, Nick Chubb's leg being on backwards, and an aging offensive line, including guys like Joel Bitonio, who are probably going to retire. So, yeah, Dave, it's got to happen.
Just get a haul for Miles. If they, I hate to talk about Cleveland, but if they were smart, get a haul for Miles, draft Shadur Sanders, hire Dion, they'll get their new stadium.
You've got it all planned out, Dave. I mean, Jesus. No, look, here's what I'll tell you.
You want me to tell you how to fix your Giants?
Yeah, take the team away from John Mara. No, go.
There you go.
Go ahead, lay it out for me, Dave. Sell me some hope.
I'm just kidding. No, I don't spend any time on them.
It's okay. No, but Dave, here's what I'll say. We all build out this idea of like, oh my God, this guy will fetch X. The reality is a player of this stature is going to have impact on where he goes. Now, the Browns have to say we have no plans to move him. But you're not going to trade Miles Garrett somewhere lousy because the NFLPA, every agent in the game, every player in the game will turn on you. You did Miles Garrett dirty. This guy's a gentleman outside of hitting Mason Rudolph with a helmet. But frankly, he's got a punchable face. I may have too. The whole idea is he wants to win a Super Bowl. So that takes the market down to places like San Francisco, Detroit, Green Bay, Chicago, Commanders, Buffalo, Ravens, Chiefs. That's about it. And if you're Cleveland, your negotiating tactic is, Miles, we're not keeping you in the AFC. And I think you know why. Mm-hmm. So you really settle in on about a half dozen teams. I don't think they're going to get what people are talking about. Now, we'll have fun with it going, well, how far would you go? Hey, man, if it came down to it and it's a bidding war and it's against the Packers, yeah, I might have to go to an uncomfortable place. I still think you get it done with a 1-2 plus. A 1-2 plus player. Yes. And if it took 2 first-round picks, I'd do it. Yeah. Now, when you start getting to 3, it's a little different. You could throw it out for effect like I did yesterday, saying, look, this is how bad I want the guy. Reality, they're never getting that for him.
Yeah, the only thing you got to hope for is a team like the Cowboys don't enter into the chat and just go ridiculous. Like, come on, Dallas. Seriously. Just go home. You're drunk.
248-539-9797. Go to Adam, 97.1. Adam, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, Adam.
Well, to the people who are let Brad cook, I'd like to quote a movie that has significance because I just watched it again, Groundhog's Day. Morons, your bus is leaving. Now, come on, guys. You know that letting Brad cook involves him making trades and finding free agents. That's part of his job. When he was at the Rams, He was all about scouting and drafting. That was it. But he's now a GM. He has to do more than just draft to make a Super Bowl. Come on, people. It's the Brad Cook people don't realize what cooking even is in the NFL. How in Philadelphia, they cook. They go out and find guys.
Yeah.
Like,
no, I'm with
come
you.
on.
John Lynch is one of the best GMs in football with the Niners. Several bold moves in this window, and they've gotten to 2 Super Bowls, 2 more than you've been to. Howie Roseman, Philadelphia, ultra aggressive in the trade market, in free agency market. Eric DeCosta, the Ravens. The blueprint is the blueprint. Now, for people to go, oh, well, the Patriots never had to do things. They had Tom Brady. Just see yourself out. Morons, your bus is leaving, right, Adam? So, yes.
Exactly. We don't have Michael Jordan at quarterback like you call Patrick Mahomes. We don't have that.
No.
So we need the other stuff. We need toys that our new coordinators can play with.
I'll tell you this. If you want to support a young secondary and you want to nurture young corners, boy, I'll tell you, having Miles Garrett opposite Aiden Hutchinson on passing downs, Adam, you're forcing the opposition to get that ball out quicker, or you're forcing them to go max protection. There are very few duos in the history of the National Football League that would rise to this level. Now, look, one of the best duos in the sport right now powered an injured, largely awful team to a blowout playoff win, and if the refs didn't leave the money on the nightstand, if you know what I mean, in the divisional round, they may have beat the Chiefs too. Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson powered Houston to get where they got. Think about what Aiden and Miles Garrett looks like.
Yeah. It makes life so much easier on this new defensive coordinator,
your young corners,
secondary, yeah.
And what would you rather spend $20 million on, $25 million on? Would you rather go into free agency? Oh, here, I know. What are you, franchise Carlton Davis? Is that what you want to do? Is that how you want to spend your money?
I don't have the board, but there you go.
Or would you rather go and get Miles Garrett?
Yeah, that's a no-brainer.
Okay, then. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls coming up next. Winter can be absolutely brutal on your roof in Metro Detroit. Victor's Home Solutions has the solution. Now, look, if you have questions about your roof, call them. They'll be at your house within 24 hours. Certainly, if you have what you believe to be evidence of a problem with your roof, staining, icicles, uneven snow melt on that roof, call Victor's Home Solutions. Again, they'll come out, do a 21-point video roof inspection. They're open 52 weeks a year, no matter the weather, and they will be there within 24 hours. Get the inspection done, make their recommendations, and then get to work. And if it is time for that new roof, Victor's will offer an industry-best 50-year leak-free guarantee. And that means if anything goes wrong, they fix it for free. So make sure your roof is ready to take on another brutal Detroit winter. Schedule your 21-point roof inspection today and simply call 734-773-1100 or make that appointment online anytime at victors.com. Talking Miles Garrett, but in a different way today because Kenny was besieged by phone calls to Doug and Scott's show of people who don't want Miles Garrett. Oddly enough, those people don't call this show. That's because we have an intelligence test you take when you call versus open lines. So here's the deal. We've pretty much established a consensus. Everybody wants him. My question is, if you don't, why? I mean, a first and a second round pick as the framework of a majority of the deals we're seeing by intelligent football people like Albert Breer, like Adam Schefter. I don't know what we're talking about because the Lions have not been to a Super Bowl, much less won one. You have fallen short back-to-back seasons. And regardless of Aiden coming back or not, you're adding a Hall of Fame player. I mean, I can't for the life of me wrap my mind around not trying. Hey, look, if an idiot team walks in and makes, a Mike Ditka offer, or they do what was it for Mikal Bridges, 5 first-round picks. If somebody did something stupid,
right,
I'd be the first one to be like, yeah, I'm not doing it.
Right, that's what I said. If the Cowboys all of a sudden go full Cowboys and just give up the farm, all right, you know what? Can't legislate stupidity. Go to Dallas. Don't care.
But I'm willing to give up multiple first-round picks, and I think that absolutely gets it done. So why wouldn't you? What's the harm? And if Brad is so damn special, he should be just fine without those first-round picks, right? Plus, you got a couple extra for Aaron Glenn getting a head coaching job.
And let's face it, your first-round picks are glorified second-rounders.
That's why you
28
too. Versus the Niners or Bears, who are going to be giving up a top 10 pick.
Correct.
So it's I'm just explaining to people that when I say the Lions need to give up 2, and you're like, well, how could the Bears only give up? Because they're picking 20 spots higher than you.
Right, because that now means Cleveland's either picking 2nd and 10th or 2nd and 11th. Big difference. You can jumpstart your team with 2 of the top 10 players.
Also correct. All right, let's go to people. Go to Drew, 97.1. Drew, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure, man.
I think it's ridiculous for people that say, oh, let Brad cook, da-da-da. And when you really look at the good edge rushers that come out of college and actually produce in the NFL, you're only getting like 5-10 of them at a time. And because I don't really have a life, I went back and looked at all of these draft picks that are edge rushers. 2017, you got Miles Garrett. He went number 1. And then you got T.J. Watt and Trey Hendrickson. Those are the outliers for that draft. 2018, you really don't have any. 2019, you got Montez Sweat at the end of the first and Max Crosby, who's an outlier. 2020, you don't have anybody. 2021, you got Micah Parsons, and that's it. 2021 or 22, you've got Hutch, and then maybe you could make an argument for George Karlaftis or Nick Benito.
I wouldn't put Karlaftis in there. Guy's a 6-7 sack a year guy. Nice player, but I know what you're doing, and you're right. And by the way, Hutch was taken 2nd overall. Exactly. Trayvon Walker was number 1 overall. At one point, was leading the league in sacks this year. You're right. Pedigree matters. Well, here's how I can get the former number 1 overall pick. 28 years old, signed, and by all accounts, takes unbelievable care of himself, desperate to win. And my God, what it would set up across from Aiden, you can keep your draft picks. And Drew, you're spot on with what you're saying.
Yeah, you'll never confuse him for Luka.
Players like this don't grow on trees. No, exactly with the Luka thing. And I'm glad you said it because I want to do that in the 4 o'clock. Because this is the thing, and thank you, Drew. When a guy's committed to winning and you never got to worry about him, oh my God, how rare is that in today's world? And you bring him into a culture here where it's all about the mission. How motivated, if he was motivated and sold his soul for the city of Cleveland for 8 years, how motivated would he be to walk into Rotunda Drive knowing every guy in this room is about the Super Bowl, and this team has been that close the last 2 years?
No, you'll
get the best of him.
No, you're right. I mean, imagine every day going in knowing you play for Cleveland and you probably don't have a chance. Oh, last year they made the playoffs because all of a sudden they got hot at the very end. But knowing we really don't have anything. He could have easily just taken plays off. He never did. He just went out there and did his job, and he did it well. Yeah, now you bring him here to Detroit. Like I said, we've said it before. You're going to help out your new defensive coordinator and everybody on your defense. And you know what else you're going to help? Your offense, because you don't have to go out there and go for it all the time. When you know what? We got a damn good defense. Punt the ball. We'll play the field position game. We don't always have to go for it all the time because I trust this defense. We don't have to blitz all the time because I'm just going to send these 4
or better
and they'll
yet,
get to the quarterback.
Better yet, I go for it more because my defense will get a stop.
Or
F you, we're going for it again. Dan Campbell, 4th and 36. YOLO.
Dan, you're on your own 28.
Don't care. I got Miles Garrett. You don't. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, what's going on, bud?
Yeah, so I'm a hardcore Browns fan. I think Miles Garrett needs to go to Detroit because the Haslam family doesn't care about winning, and he needs that culture. He is that culture in Detroit.
Yeah, and look, first of all, I feel terrible for what you're going through. But it's also, this is a player that you respect, you love. He's not a bad guy. He's not being spiteful of the team. I just view it like he gave you the better part of a decade. You didn't get it together. You made the total wrong choice at quarterback. And now he's got to look out for him. So, yeah, the Lions would be, to me, the number one choice of a place to go that has the need, the culture, and the team. You could suggest the Bills. I think that would be a great one. I think the Niners opposite Bosa would be a great one. Maybe the Commanders, maybe the Pack. Those are the teams. I don't think the Bears are ready for that yet. But, yeah, I mean, Mike, go ahead.
But both of these teams have been in the trash for so long, and I feel that Detroit has finally made it. I mean, Cleveland could have made it if they stayed with Mayfield, but yeah, Garrett needs to go there. He needs to win a Super Bowl with the Lions because he deserves it. They deserve it.
Yeah, listen, I'm with you. And again, it's very difficult to be nominated for Walter Payton Man of the Year, and he was the Browns rep for it. Yeah, I know he hit Mason Rudolph with a helmet. I mean, come on. Who doesn't want to hit Mason Rudolph with a helmet? All Titans fans did.
I think the league frowns.
All Steelers fans did.
Well, there you go. So Garrett kind of did a public service.
Did he, though?
He plays a violent game. Who cares? 248-539-9797. We're going to get more of the people. We got to do a little blitz, though. You've got a Can We Say That to get to. Can we say that people who don't want Miles Garrett are morons? Yes. 97. Thank you for that. 97.1.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. Baseball Prospectus released their analytical projection for how the MLB standings will shake out this season. It's not who you may expect for the AL Central. They have the Minnesota Twins taking home the prize by collecting 86 wins. It also says the Guardians, Tigers, and Royals will miss the postseason. The Red Wings are back on the ice tonight, continuing their road trip in Seattle. The listen may require a nap. Face off at 10 p.m. right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Mark Ryan has the pregame at 9:45. Michigan State basketball saw their 13-game winning streak come to an end Saturday against USC. UCLA is on tap tonight. The Spartans are 2-point underdogs. The Bruins had a rough patch to start the conference season, but they've now won 5 in a row. Tip at 10 on Peacock. Kansas City Chiefs coach Andy Reid said today he'll coach at least one more season. Reid has won 301 games between the regular season and playoffs in a career that spanned 26 seasons. NBA star Luka Doncic was introduced as the newest LA Laker today. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, I know we're a day late with it. We had some things come up yesterday, but now we can officially get into Can We Say That? David.
Gentlemen.
No.
Super Bowl is happening this week. Roger Goodell spoke to the people. Can we say that within the next 3 seasons, there will be an 18-game schedule?
Yes.
Goodell came out and said they didn't talk about it formally, but they've had informal discussion.
Yes. Mortal lock. Just continuing to oversaturate and ruin the sport we love. Yes.
Yeah, sadly, yeah. 2027 will be the first year.
And guess what? The Super Bowl will be after President's Day. Okay? They're going to stretch this thing with an extra bye week and an 18-game schedule. They will essentially get to the end of February.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if you're in that, the NFC Championship game would have been, what, last weekend or this weekend?
Then, well, all right, with the extra bye week, then they have the bye week between the end of the regular season and the Super Bowl. Yeah. It's a joke.
Can we say that the NFL just really needs to stop this? Because the Eagles have said, we'll do it, but it's not going to be a home game. Eagles, Rams are scheduled to play in Australia, not this season, but next season.
2026, right?
Yes. Yeah. Eagles said, guys, we did the Brazil thing. We lost the home game. We're not doing this again. You want us to go there, you're going to have to give it to the Rams. Is the NFL, can we just say the NFL is just going too far with all of these?
No.
International
You
games?
can't until something is proven wrong. This is twice this season. Boomer Esiason has said it on the show I do with him. There's going to be a division in Europe by 2028. A division. I said, Boomer, lay off the crack. He goes, at a minimum, there will be a full-time team in the NFL in Europe. But his belief is a division.
So
this
36 teams.
It's fugazi. And if I'm the Eagles, I'm with you. Tell you what, won't be on the plane. You schedule the game. We won't be there. And I'd very publicly state it. What's the NFL going to do?
I think it coincides with the 18-game schedule. There'll be a division there, so everybody, it won't be like, oh, well, I don't know if we'll play this year. No, everyone will get a chance to play every other year over there for that division.
Oh, yes. What a blessing. Kenny Cott live in Stuttgart.
News came out last night. Can we say that Cooper Kupp, Rams wide receiver, will be traded to one of these 5 teams?
All right.
David, your Steelers?
No.
Cowboys, Ravens, Broncos, or Bills?
Broncos. That feels right. A, it's in the AFC. B, Sean Payton, mad scientist, and they need a number 2 to Sutton. See, I don't think Kupp at this point in his career is a 1.
No.
But I think he'd be a good 2, right? Mm-hmm. If you go to Baltimore, it's really a pair of number 2s with Zay and him.
See, I was thinking Buffalo because while he's not a number 1, they expect Keon Coleman to hopefully take the step up to be the number 1. And he can.
The problem I have, David, is Buffalo's need really is defense.
Oh, I hear you.
I
do.
I would say Denver for me. But yeah, he's gone.
And they have money because all that dead cap is going to be gone. So,
Mike, this is for you.
Okay.
Statement from the NFL head of referee association.
Scott Green.
Scott Green. It is insulting and preposterous to hear conspiracy theories that somehow 17 officiating crews consisting of 138 officials are colluding to assist one team.
Okay.
Can we say, based off of everything that's been going on with baseball and all the other improprieties and these conspiracy theories, this may be the best ref game ever in this Super Bowl? Because all eyes are on them.
Yes, but here's my thing for Scott. You remember the movie Get Out?
Yes.
Where they put the kid in the chair and he's forced to watch the TV? Mm-hmm. I want to put Scott in that chair and make him watch these calls on loop.
To the sunken place?
Yeah, and then David will sit there with a teacup and just swirl it around. I mean, I'm being straight with you. Scott, it's not preposterous when you look at the visual evidence. There's a preponderance of evidence that suggests the league has a vested interest in the Chiefs, which they do. And the Chiefs being good with Taylor Swift attached to them makes the league more money. Sorry, Scott. Seriously, if Scott's that confident, you know what they ought to do? Put the calls up on the big screen while Scott's on stage. Go ahead. Preposterous?
See, go ahead, David.
No, I was going to say Scott's wrong. It isn't about 17 officiating crews colluding. It's about one league. A mandate from one league coming down and colluding and telling them what to do.
That's right. It's no different than a government office. They take the orders from the White House and do what they do.
Because, see, I think that this is going to be a game. This may be the longest Super Bowl in history, time-wise, because every controversial call, you're going to see them gathering up, and they're going to be waiting for that eye in the sky with the instructions. If you guys feel your pager, call was wrong, just reverse it. Trust me on this. We don't want to look bad. Okay? Just go out there and say, sorry, we're picking up the flag. No foul, no face mask, no anything like that. I think that's what's going to happen in this game. Let's stick with the Super Bowl and the Chiefs. Mike, this one's for you. Going to have a little fun. Can we say that maybe we saw an omen for the Chiefs this past weekend when Taylor Swift got shut out of the Grammys? Didn't win anything. She was up for a lot and walked away with nada. Can we say that maybe this was a precursor to what we'll see in the Super Bowl?
No. I love where your head is at, but no. But hold on. Isn't the way that the Grammys work, isn't it like record labels get together in the media and they're like, hey, I'll vote for you if you vote for me? I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, isn't that all kind of like
apparently
rigged?
they have no, apparently there's new, they're basically they're saying, hey, we know that people said it was rigged because The Weeknd came out and has been boycotting them, saying you guys need to make this transparent, and they said that we will. But Taylor Swift, nothing.
This just means she can't have back-to-back losing weekends.
That's right.
It's over.
That's right. It's the up-down theory, Kenny.
The up-down theory with Taylor Swift in the Super Bowl.
That's it.
Okay. All right.
That's it.
Can we say that Andy Reid is making the right decision? He's already said he's coming back for another season to coach the Chiefs.
I'll say no. I think if he wins, walk. Again,
I'm with you.
That's for me. I mean, why stay for one more year? Now, if they lose, come back for one more, try to get another. But, at a certain point, is there more to your life than this, or is this it for you? Like, come on, man.
See, I hear you, but I think they're going to win. So
oh boy,
I think that's why he returns, because he wants to try to make history of winning 4 in a row.
I hate the fact that you're right.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have a lot of football reasons. I just feel like they're going to win because things and stuff and calls and Taylor.
Couple NBA questions.
Oh, okay. All right.
Can we say that Jimmy Butler won't play another game this season?
I don't know what to do. You read reports today, the Suns are all in on Jimmy Butler. I can't understand. You realize Jimmy Butler, he's a good player, all right? But I don't think Jimmy Butler's ever been one of the top 10 guys in the league. Is that fair?
Fair.
Okay. Jimmy Butler's already made over $400 million in his life. He's got a player option next year for $52.8 million. You got yourself to Miami. You're mad at Miami because they wouldn't give you more money at age 35, 36, 37. And now Jimmy Butler has self-sabotaged his own trade market to try to get to Phoenix. I wish I could say yes, he won't play and Riles will be that spiteful. The problem is it could trigger an even bigger spite store where Jimmy Butler then goes, okay, I see your spite and I raise you my player option. I'm going to say something happens because I don't know. It's FUBAR. I got nothing. The whole thing is nasty.
All right.
Am I wrong, David?
You're not wrong. He's going to play.
Okay.
He's going to be forced.
Can we say, and I'll give you the name of the player in a second, can we say that this person may be the biggest hypocrite in sports? Here's the quote, and then I'll give you the name of the player.
Sure.
Talking about the NBA. Players are held to a different standard of loyalty. Can we say that Kevin Durant may be one of the biggest hypocrites in sports?
100%. He's always wanted to have his cake and eat it too. I mean, that's an unbelievable comment from Kevin Durant. Remarkable.
Yeah, that's crazy. Kevin Durant can't make that comment.
All right. And finally, can we say that despite everything that you've heard in the media, the Dallas Mavericks won the trade?
Short term, yes, because this year, with Luka not playing, they weren't going anywhere. They had AD and Christie. I think they're gonna make a run in the playoffs. Now, long term, I would never be able to answer it. If Luka gets angry and changes his life and gets in shape, and they'll pay dearly. But Rico, short term, they're one of the 3 best teams in the West. When you really look at that lineup and you look at how it's all put together, yeah, short term, yes. Long term,
still yet to be determined.
Yeah, because again, what if Luka just balloons up to 285? You got to ask yourself, how much did they hate this guy to make that deal? We'll get to some of that later.
That is Can We Say That? 97.1. Hey, if you're looking to get a career in radio, you hear what we're doing on the air, and you're like, you know what? You guys having fun. I want to do that. It's possible. Let Specs at LTU get you started on your new path. Or you want to go into television. You want to be seen. Or you're a graphic design artist. Specs at LTU can help you out. It is very simple. You just need to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself who work in the business, and that means you're not going to get your time wasted. You're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in your new field. And with the hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
your furnace isn't running right in this cold, you better get it fixed. And now, call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7, locally owned for over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop. Heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical, and generators too. And if they can't get to you same day, they'll take $50 off that next day service call. Just ask about their winter bundle up discount. It's mastercraftheating.com. Odyssey.com rewind, you missed anything. And for the people on the line, I'm not forgetting you. I promise you. I'm going to get to your Miles Garrett calls, okay? But Rico just asked me a question, and I would like to at least bring something up. And if Rico, Kenny, David, or you, the listeners at large, think I'm a crackhead, you know how to get a hold of us. So this Luka Doncic thing, I gave you a brief take on the deal yesterday, and I was very dismayed that just producing exasperation 2 to 3 days after a deal is not acceptable. If you're on the air live and it happens, I totally get it. Nobody Saturday night knew what to make of this. But eventually, whether it's you're in the business and you make a phone call or you talk to a few people or you just try to read or listen to stuff from people who are plugged in, you could start to connect some dots on this Luka thing. So I don't want to go back down that road. But here's what I wanted to say. I wonder if there's been a fatigue that if the NBA ratings, Rico, and the fans, that if the owners or governors, whatever they're calling them within the league, have been fatigued as well about the same thing. See, we as fans look at Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons and Zion and Jimmy Butler, and we get a bad taste in our mouth about the sport. Well, think about working in these organizations. Now, I understand they have a collectively bargained agreement, but this Supermax thing, I wonder if we've hit a flashpoint. Because with the Mavericks, they looked at this and said, we are going to be better off without this kid now and in the near term. And we simply don't want to pay a bad employee $350 million. Full stop. Now, mind you, Luka's first team All-NBA. Luka dragged them to the finals. Fine. Here's the point. Last 2 years, he's shown up to training camp completely out of shape. He's injured all the time. The Mavericks believe he's injured because he doesn't take care of himself. You listen to people in NBA circles, some who are near the Mavericks, he may or may not listen to rehab assignments. Then you got the whole drinking whispers that are out there, right? Okay, so hold on. The Mavericks said, you know what? F this. If we pay this guy $350 million over a 5-year term, look at what that does to your cap, and look at what it does with your ability to build a team. Then you have the tax apron. All of it so you can play 4-on-5 defensively in continuum, and this guy's playing it near a 265, 270-pound body. Mm-hmm. Take a look at Luka as a rookie. Take a look at him today. He looks like he got stung by a bee and had a bad reaction. So you just go look at it. So the point I'm making is now today you're seeing the reverberations around the league. Anthony Edwards, who's one of the best players in the sport, had said, man, I hope the T-Wolves don't do me like Luka. Anybody can get got. Comments out of the Brooklyn Nets today. Players are on alert. Here's what I'm saying. Are we starting to see kind of maybe the pendulum swing the other way, which is just because you're eligible for the Supermax doesn't mean I give you one. Mm-hmm. That if the player is not all in off the court as well as on the court, then no, I'm not going to commit the better part of $500 million to you only for you to F me, have your team and your media incels dictate where you're going to go next while I've signed you.
You don't want to be financially handcuffed to a player that may or may not in 2 years. I get that.
So I'm asking is this the teams in the age of player empowerment? Is this the teams starting to go, aha? Mm-hmm. Like how many times have we seen the movie play out in the last 2 years? Think about it.
No.
So I wanted to ask you, like, is that an insane point of view?
No, it's not, Mike, because for years it was teams were held hostage because you would draft a player based off potential, and then you would have to figure out in a few years, oh my God, is this person even worth? Do we have to give him this next contract? And then after that, it was like, okay, he's pretty good. And you were forced to just hand out contracts because you didn't want to lose face with your fan base. But you really didn't like the player because you weren't winning with the player.
And
but
if you're in business with someone you don't like, you don't trust, and they're not doing the things you need them to do. I said this to you before the show. Like, I can't imagine being in a front office. Luka's already making $40 million a year. You are playing for the right for me to hand you $70 a year. Just think about that number on surface. And you can't stay in shape. You won't listen to your rehab assignment?
Because here's the thing.
What?
Right, because here's the thing. You have a state-of-the-art facility. You have enough money to hire a chef. You ain't cooking. You ain't doing your own grocery shopping. It ranks right up there, Mike, when you see people who constantly get in trouble for, like, drinking and driving. It's like, you make enough money, you can hire a driver.
Right.
You don't have to live this lifestyle. You can do better, but you choose not to.
You know what I go back to? And maybe it's just a one-time thing, but I'm sorry, I doubt it. Do you remember the scene after they won that game in the playoffs last year and Luka was drilling a beer? And I think it was Michael Finley or Nico Harrison who came over and went, let me just go ahead and get that from you.
Yep.
Like, how much did the Mavericks want to be out of the business of Luka Doncic to make this move? I don't need to go zany conspiracy theories. I'm just shooting you straight. I think franchises are looking around and going, wait a second. Zion, Simmons. Like, if I'm Philly, let me tell you something. This would be terribly unpopular. I'd be out of the Joel Embiid business of Joel. Yeah. I am trading him and building the team around Maxey. Why? One guy shows up to work.
Yes. You know what? Here's the thing. You're not going to get the top dollar. Somebody will pay you money, but we're not going to give you top dollar. We're going to move on from you. And yeah, if you're those teams, they screwed them over because we're going to make sure you're not eligible for this.
Can't get the Supermax.
We ask you, and I don't know, I'm speculating, but we asked you repeatedly, can you please fix your life?
Well, according to reports, he missed time in November. They said it was a wrist injury, but it's believed that it was 11 days out because they needed him to lose weight. That's the belief. That's the report that I'm seeing. And then he's out now with a strained left calf, which is the fourth time in 3 years. Now, I don't know.
And they believe that is, and what I've heard Brian Windhorst talk about. And look, Windhorst said something. And look, you can make fun of him with the meme or he looks eternally exhausted. Work with me. The dude is plugged in. Windhorst said this on his Hoop Collective podcast. He was reporting from the NBA Finals, and they do the stand-up on the court. And Windy burnt Luka to the ground after one of the games. I think it was game 3.
Yes, it was.
And I mean, he went, his defensive effort is a joke. It is unacceptable. He's killing his team. He buried him. And this is in the American Airlines Center. Windhorst says, tell me why. Fans ripped me. Media ripped me. No one from the team said a word. And I was there, paraphrasing as Windhorst, I was there for all 3 games. I wasn't dodging anything. No one said a word.
Because they knew. Windhorst basically said what the team wanted to say and couldn't.
There you go.
And they backed him.
Now, here's my one thing is, again, 5 years from now, I have no idea how this will play out. Sure, the Mavs might get burnt. But that doesn't change the reality is if I paid this kid and I paid him $70 million plus and we're going tax apron, here's the other thing. Look at the team they have. Am I crazy in saying with Kyrie, Clay, PJ, AD, obviously Lively's hurt. I know that. But Daniel Gafford, then they got Max Christie off the pine, 3-and-D guy. That's a top 3 team in the West. Mm-hmm. So they're playing for now, next 24 to 36 months. If you sign Luka and you know I'm going 4-on-5, and can I be candid? No jokes about Kyrie. You're pretty much playing 3-on-5 defensively. Yeah. You never, they made the finals. How'd that look against the Celtics? You could play that series 100 times. The Mavericks wouldn't win one of them.
And here's the thing. Historically speaking, there's not a lot of players who get their life together as their career goes on.
And if
whatever
he does,
you are, it's who you are, and the team has to make that tough choice.
And if he does, the Mavs will get burned.
It will.
But they're making a bet. We tried everything. Right. He said he loved it here. He wouldn't listen to us.
I mean, you look at players going all the way back to Charles Barkley, and it's like, eventually, whatever you do, you just keep doing it. Allen Iverson, you couldn't stop
going to the casino.
And
that's why
you look at Ja Moran. It's just like, Ja. I'm sorry, David, but it's like, Ja, are you going to get your life together? Zion, are you going to get your life together? Like, there are certain people, and I give him credit. It's like, I just don't believe in you anymore. And I do think, going back to your original thought, Mike, owners are taking ownership of their team again and saying, I'm not paying this guy.
Right, and I love the player empowerment that if you work hard, you do the right stuff, and you get that money, and you keep showing up to work, we have no issue. But maybe I'm just jaded. I actually like the team standing up to someone and going, you know what? Right here, middle of the night.
Right. You don't
see it.
You basically are playing half the games looking at you, Embiid, and you're making a ton of money.
Yep.
At some point, I didn't get rich by being stupid. You don't want to win. So I need to find somebody who can win.
Go ahead, David, quickly.
No, I was going to say it's the change of scenery theory is what you're talking about. That's why I get it. People will blame Dallas if he becomes something in L.A., but it may have taken the change of scenery.
Correct. That's why you can't hold it against him because, just sign him. Who cares? And I'm like, wait, think about this. We'll see how it plays. But I really like, you know what? We don't, just because you're eligible for this thing doesn't mean we got to do it. And we're watching in real time these other organizations cripple themselves. 248-539-9797. Yes, your Miles Garrett calls momentarily. FanDuel, Kick of Destiny happening Sunday. Battle of the Mannings, Super Bowl, Peyton versus Eli. Make your selection who's going to win, and you can win your share of $10 million in bonus bets. It's the FanDuel Kick of Destiny. Make that pick, and also tune in to watch the Showdown live. Super Bowl 59 pregame on Fox, 3 p.m. Eastern. May the best Manning win. Download the app. Head to FanDuel.com/ticket and bet with FanDuel, official partner, Super Bowl 59. 21 and up, present Michigan. No purchase necessary. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we've been talking Miles Garrett all day long. If you missed anything, use that Odyssey rewind button. We also just finished talking a little bit about Luka, and geez, how much did the Mavs just not like him because of that deal? They were like, yeah, you're not going to get that top money. We've asked you repeatedly, get yourself in shape, get your life together, and he didn't want to.
Also, did you see they just refunded season ticket holders?
No.
For future tickets that were bought?
The Mavs.
That's a class move by the team. I've never seen that before. Evan just told me that.
Here's the statement. Statement from the Mavs in response to reports the franchise has offered refunds of up to $2,000. They say, we value every season ticket member. Relationship and reps are available to take calls from members with any concerns or questions.
It almost feels like, and again, if you're one of these losers bringing a coffin to the arena and laying your jersey in it.
Burning your jersey.
You need therapy. But it almost feels like certain fans would rather lose with their superstar than try to win a different way. I don't know, because I just look at it with the Supermax stuff.
Let me stop you right there. Because for some fans, your superstar is your identity. And if you lose that identity, then what are you?
Did Dallas lose their identity, though?
No, because
they lost a player, but their identity to win a championship is still there.
Luka was tanking their season.
Luka was going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer, and he was going to do all of this stuff. And
But that doesn't say much to me. I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, but you drafted him, David.
Anybody can make the Pro Basketball Hall of Fame.
That's true, too. It's true, but it's like you and Cade Cunningham are joined at the hip. You prayed for him, and he got
already
here.
a Hall of Famer.
Right, but I'm saying, but for some people, Cade is ours, and you don't want to see him wearing another jersey.
No, but I also don't have to worry about Cade coming to work. I've never heard a bad report about Cade's work ethic. Yes, injuries happen. You hate to see it, but overall, I don't have to worry about Cade. Can you imagine if we were sitting here, you and me doing a show, as great as Luka is? Are you kidding me? I mean, this is a guy, he's had, 4 calf strains. Gee, I wonder why. The team believes it's directly tied to the fact it's conditioning. And you want me to hand you $350 million. You refuse to just do your job?
Yeah. I mean, I guess not everybody can be Nikola Jokic, so.
He's built different. I'm sorry. He is built different.
I swear up and down he was puffing a cigarette up going up the court one day.
Wouldn't shock me.
Look, you win championships, you can do whatever you want after that.
I actually think Nikola hates basketball. He's just really good at it.
Bingo.
I think
it's
you're right.
just an inconvenience, something he does.
He can't get out of here fast enough.
No.
When the season is over, his brother is waiting with him. I'm assuming like in a pickup truck. Like, come on, we're leaving. We're going back home.
David, ticket text coming in. We'll get back to the Miles Garrett calls. But I wanted to do one segment on that. Because, yes, it's the dumbest trade in history. Can we look a little deeper into it and have a conversation? That was it. I needed one segment. Now I feel better about life. All right, David, go ahead.
If a rising tide raises all boats, then a falling tide lowers all boats. The owners and GMs can now say Luka makes X. You're not better than him, so you get Z. James in Toledo.
I think we have to head to a different direction, and we talked about it on this show last week, which is not all superstars are created equal. What the Supermax has done wrong is it tries to homogenize what a star is. Reality. A guy like Luka should make one thing, and a guy like Embiid should make something entirely different. Or LeBron versus Ja Morant. Look, LeBron shows up to work. LeBron's LeBron. Ja, you're busy playing with guns. It just, I think the pendulum could swing the other way, because when you look at what these Supermax deals cost you how to build a team.
But see, they should just cap the Supermax at, 10 players get that, and maybe you vote on, I don't know how, but I look at like,
Rico's doing Survivor or Bachelor. You get a rose.
No, but it's just like, okay, would a guy like Trae Young deserve a Supermax?
Not with that hair.
He's a really good player, and you could get a max deal. But when I think Supermax, I think, you're not on that level.
No, he hasn't made an all-star team.
Well, he's upset.
The hair is agreed.
Well, he said from here on out, it's not getting snubbed, it's being traded.
Yeah, well, try winning something.
Well, he beat the Pistons.
Okay, David, go ahead.
Someone says, I hope this is the beginning of the new era in the NBA where the owners now dictate things, not the players. Someone else says, I agree with all points, but why give him up for peanuts? That part didn't make any sense to me.
This is the next part of this I start to get a little annoyed by. We are acting as if Anthony Davis is the dead body of Yinka Dare.
Wow.
Okay? AD is still.
There's a name I have not heard in a long time.
You're welcome. And factually dead.
George Washington, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Fun fact: never had an NBA assist.
Why would you?
The point is, AD is still a perennial all-star. He's still one of the better two-way players in the league, and he's going to go to the 4 where he wants to play. Will probably close games at the 5. I'm sorry, like this guy overnight went from being a 1A to LeBron in the Lakers' offensive sets to Homer Simpson.
Well, because everybody's like, well, he never plays. And it's like, he actually does?
Yeah, last 3 years, I think he's played 93% of games.
Right.
And then here's the other one. And it shows you. Your guy, Max Christie, who I had great animus for at Michigan State, has turned himself into a very nice pro on a very cheap deal. And once the Lakers put him into the rotation in December, go look at what it looked like.
You know what? You're not wrong. He actually, I didn't think he was going to be long for the NBA. And I'm like, well, I'll be damned.
Then it's the other. If I had to hear Costa say this again, my head was going to explode. Why did they get 17 draft picks? And I'm like, they didn't want the pick. What picks? 2031?
Mm-hmm. You were going to raid the Thunder.
They want to win. They want to win. That's all.
No, because a lot of people, well, if you put him out, kind of like Miles Garrett, put him on the open market, see what you can get.
But here's the problem. Unlike the NFL, when you go to the open market, you raise the price. In the NBA, where Clutch Sports or Jordan Brand run the damn thing, when you go to the open market, your price goes down, you dingalings. Luka's people and the media incels will simply shape where he goes. Hell, you're watching it in real time. How does Jimmy Butler get to dictate where he's going? It's happening in real time.
Fair.
So I totally disagree. Well, you could have shopped him.
No,
you could have shopped him.
No, I think anybody who said that you should have shopped him is probably thinking, well, the quiet part out loud, why weren't the Pistons? What would the Pistons have offered?
No
could you
way
have brought
is
him in?
anybody thinking the Pistons
David,
could have made
I do,
this deal.
because when it's like, well, anybody, they don't want to say, because you realize I may sound stupid for saying this, but well, maybe the Pistons could have offered something for him.
I don't think Rico's wrong. I think that's how the average dullard thinks, David.
I guess
don't
we
think
have been
Rico's
talking
wrong.
to people that believe Brad Cook. So.
But here's the thing. The other angle of, wow, let him shop. Oh, okay, real quick. So when I tell Luka I'm trading him to Brooklyn, how does that conversation go regards to signing the Supermax? He doesn't. Oh, well, what about Sacramento? First of all, the Mavericks want to win today. How many unicorn power forward centers, two-way guys, all-stars are available? Don't say Lowry Markkanen, not available till summer. Who? Cam Johnson's not nearly the player AD is. So who? Combination of where Luka would be happy, where there wouldn't be a revolt from Jordan Brand, and where Luka might actually resign. People just throw these things out there because they sound good. What were the Mavericks supposed to do? The minute you go, oh, well, Luka's on the market, his team will begin to shape the narrative.
We want to go here.
And ruin you.
Mm-hmm. We're not going there. We want to go to this team, make it work, make it fit.
Quite the capper. All right. Big game around the corners. Your man cave ready. LG, Samsung, Sony TVs, lowest prices of the year. And just like the NFL season, the sale ends Monday the 10th. It's Paulson's, your technology partner, best in the game. And don't forget February audio month at Paulson's. So speakers, sound bars, whatever you need for your home viewing setup, they have got you covered. Stop by their showroom. You'll see the products, hear the products. You will get actual professionals telling you what might actually be better for you. You might end up saving money in the process. Stop by their showroom in Farmington Hills. They've been in business since 91 and doing it the right way. It's Paulson's, your technology partner.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. According to John Paul Morosi, the Red Sox and Cardinals have had recent contact about third baseman Nolan Arenado in a trade. The Red Sox are one of the teams still believed to be interested in Alex Bregman, who plays that same position. Morosi says that St. Louis president of baseball ops has close knowledge of Boston's prospects. According to baseball analytics site Fangraphs, the Tigers' playoff chances would increase from 31% to 43% if they sign free agent third baseman Alex Bregman themselves. The NBA Rising Star Draft pits twins Asar Thompson and Amen Thompson on the same team. The game set for next Friday in San Francisco. The Pistons are back on the floor tomorrow against Cleveland. Per The Athletic, the WNBA has filed a patent for the name Detroit Shock. The Pistons announced last week they'd put in a bid to the league to bring back a franchise here in Detroit. The Dallas Mavericks are offering refunds to season ticket holders who canceled their seats after the team traded star Luka Doncic as well. Ex-Ohio State offensive coordinator Chip Kelly was officially announced as the next Raiders offensive coordinator. The Red Wings are back on the ice tonight in Seattle. Game 3 of a 4-game road swing. Right here on 97.1 The Ticket, pregame at 9:45. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
5 o'clock, good to have you with us. Odyssey.com Rewind, you missed anything. Touched on the Lucas stuff the last hour, but it's been a lot of Miles Garrett, but a different way. We'll get to that. Also, our YouTube, if you'd subscribe and like, that'd be tremendous. It is separate from the station. If you like the video stuff, Evan and John work really hard at it. So enjoy. Or not, I don't care. So, look, Kenny ruined today's show. That's the headline. Kenny was screening calls for Doug and Scott, and there was a deluge of anti-Miles Garrett calls from Lion fans. We were in disbelief. I mean, it is one of the rare moments. It's like pizza. Who doesn't like pizza? I mean, Miles Garrett is a 6-time All-Pro, 28 years old, model citizen, no issues about conditioning. The guy he's the Terminator. He's coming off one of his best seasons on a bad team, no less. Wants to win, has demanded a trade from the Browns. You put him opposite Aiden, you got the best pass rush duo in the sport, and you become immediately Super Bowl favorites. I didn't think this was provocative. I didn't think it was difficult.
Wasn't a hot take.
Nope. But apparently there were a lot of people calling Doug and Scott, basically 75% of their callers. And it was, let Brad cook. We don't need him. Why overpay? Draft picks, blah, blah, blah. So we started the show and just said, who are these people? I don't understand for the life of me how you are on the doorstep of a Super Bowl and a player of this caliber becomes available. This is the equivalent of Reggie White becoming available. This is the equivalent of Michael Strahan in his prime becoming available. You brought up J.J. Watt in his prime. I think, look, the reason I named those 3 players, those were 3 down, complete defensive ends. Run, pass, all of it, dominators. Not just the edge rush specialist.
Right.
Look, today, Albert Breer, we can play the audio for you on the bump back at 5:15, just said it. Lions don't need their first-round picks. They're in a place, this is the destination, this is what they need to do. Couldn't agree more. Couple of the trades that are proposed out there. The Lions would give up this year's 1 and 2 plus Hendon Hooker. Where do I sign? If it's a 1, 2, and a future 3, where do I sign? You know, I flippantly said yesterday, because you're picking low in this draft and maybe Cleveland wanted to spread out the capital, I'd give up 2 1s. I just would love to know where you're at with it, because to me, this is your last best chance at a Super Bowl. You can't forecast 2-3 years out where it's blue skies and perfection. This team is together. They're healthy. Your players are in their prime. You do have cap space. 2026, you have major salary allocation that's going to require major work.
And here's the thing. Talking about projecting 2 and 3 years out, Mike, just look at the path that the Eagles took the year after being in the Super Bowl. Look at the path that the Niners took after being in the Super Bowl, and then they fell on their face the very next year. That's why windows close fast in the NFL. You sitting around planning and we'll just let things develop and, trying to go the Tigers, Red Wings route. Or we'll just wait for the – no. Win at all cost. It doesn't matter, because even if it's 2 first-round picks, it's 28 this year, and next year you're hoping it'll be 28, 29, 30,
Right.
somewhere around there. These are glorified second-round picks that probably won't be instant impact rookies. This will be depth rookies.
Also, this can we stop with the juvenile and really idiotic troping on about let Brad cook? I'm hip, I'm cool. Tuck. You just sound like old white guy trying to be hip and speak like a kid. Let Brad cook. He cooked. The soup's done. And you burnt yourself on it the last 2 years. So now it's time to, I don't know, let's get some oyster crackers in there. Miles Garrett finishes the meal, doesn't it?
Yeah.
What would help your young corners more than the best pass rush duo in the league? And bottom line, I don't think Cleveland's going to trade him in the AFC, meaning he'll end up in Washington, San Fran, Green Bay. Adam Schefter set the world on fire today saying the Bears. No, I cannot abide that. You get Miles Garrett, you become the Super Bowl favorite.
Again.
And I think you got the goods.
Because you're going to need them. Because that schedule next year is not easy.
How dare you? Disco.
You're never going to let it
I'm never going to let him forget it. Ever.
Brother, did I call you? Or I'm sitting there watching it because I'm watching the YouTube in the morning. And I was like, wait. Okay, they just did it for a segment. No, it was the entire show. I was like, are you kidding me? Sunglasses and the shirt. You bought this? Like, where did you buy this shirt? Better question.
Yeah.
Why did you buy this shirt?
He bought it at Bleep Holes Are Us.
Okay. That's committed to a role right there.
So I'm asking the question. These deal points that are being put out there of a 1, a 2, and Hendon Hooker, not by me, by football sites, say it was 2 first-round picks. If you are in the resistance here, can you explain why with complete sentences and thought? I don't think you can. Now, Kenny could have been a good steward for Doug and Scott, but he let these people through. Open lines. Yeah, well, we don't. So bring it. Sell Kenny on it. I'll be willing to talk to you. But I thought Miles Garrett was pizza, Rico. Everybody likes pizza. I don't understand how there could be a voice of dissent on it.
Well, I mean, I had the guy that sent the message to us on X, and maybe it was copium. You know what? In case you don't get him, we didn't really want him in the first place.
Okay.
That mentality.
Good for him.
That's copium at its finest. We didn't want him anyway.
Right. He wouldn't fit with the culture here.
Really? He was up for the Walter Payton Man of the Year.
You don't think Dan Campbell would salivate over a guy like that? Of course he would fit the culture here.
Yeah, guy's desperate to win, so he just demanded a trade from Cleveland in the most respectful way I've ever seen, by the way. And this guy will come here and will walk on fire to win a Super Bowl. Guy had incredibly productive seasons for bad Cleveland teams. Did you ever hear him complain? Did he ever dog it? Has his play slipped? Do you realize in any season that he's played 14 games, he's had at least 15 sacks? Do you realize he had 23 TFLs last year?
Heck, even when he got suspended, he came back and was like, I am so sorry I let the team down and please forgive me type of thing.
Plus, he hit Mason Rudolph with a helmet. I dig it.
No, we are not condoning that.
I want him to do it to Purdy. I'll pay.
We're not condoning it? I think we might be.
We are not, and I'm going to act like you didn't say that. So
I just did.
We're going to move on.
All right. 248-539-9797. We get to the people, and we go to Brandon, 97.1. Brandon, sorry, hold on. Brandon, 97.1. What's up, Brando?
Hey, what's going on, Mike?
How are you, sir?
Man, I'm good. We've been waiting for this opportunity for 3 years, Mike. We always been looking for Hutchins to have somebody on the other end, and they gotta go in. You have to counter the NFC. Look what happened to Dallas last year when they didn't go after Derrick Henry, and guess who got him? The Baltimore Ravens did, and they settled with Rico. Also, Philadelphia is trying to get him too. So we got to counter the teams that can go after him in our conference. Period. Good teams go after players that come available like this. You got to forget them picks. Go all in. It's time. We are here. We are contenders. We cannot come back to the season thinking we're going to have the same 15-2 record with this tough schedule ahead. This is a difference maker. Could you imagine Smith, Reeder, Hutchinson, Garrett, McNeil, Lyon on the front line? That is scary. You go look at Sam Darnold again. How you gonna be close?
Well, and I mean, Brandon, you know what it is? You know what it is, too? And Rico and I always talk about this. It's like you don't make a move for the sake of making a move. That's why I'm not screaming and yelling about Bregman. But it's the idea of when you make a move like this has legitimate impact in that it elevates you into becoming the favorite to win it all next year. That's what all you can do is the best you can do in your Super Bowl window. Look, one thing, and I'm not being smarmy, Brandon, Rico's team has done everything in their effing power to win a Super Bowl, and it hasn't worked. They got there twice. They should have won at least one of them, but you can't look back and go, we could have done more. The Lions the last 2 years, what have we talked about? You must get pass rush help. They absolutely could have done more. They didn't.
Because for some reason in the draft, we're not going to get any pass rush help. For
or
that
free agency.
Right.
Think
but
about
I'm thinking draft-wise, I'm like, just take a pick, and then you got to look at the Eagles like, well, these are the people who I wanted you to take.
Right, exactly. They got all the players that we wanted them to take in that card. Yes. Also, man, F them picks, go all in. This is what real championships do. This equivalent, this move right here is equivalent to the 04 Pistons getting Rasheed Wallace at the trade deadline. Like it's that impactful.
It puts you over the top.
Gotta go.
And I'm with you. I mean, Brandon, look, it's no risk it, no biscuit. Like you have to take chances in order to get great reward. And I feel like we have a very risk averse collection of owners and GMs in this town. Well, now the Lions have had their heart broken 2 years in a row. Next year is your less best shot. Well, how do I do it? I do it by acquiring a Hall of Fame player who's dying to win.
Yeah, I would say heartbroken 2 years ago. I would say embarrassed this year because you were the favorite. You were the top.
All right, that's fair. Sure. Yeah. Just your stages of grief thing.
Yeah.
We get to relive that. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your phone calls coming up next. Playoffs are here. Can you imagine driving the length of a football field at 55 miles an hour blindfolded? It'd be about 4.5 seconds. That's how long it takes someone to respond to a text while driving. Guys, you see it every damn day. These idiots staring at their balls while driving because they're texting. And then they end up hitting you. Look, bottom line, if you are involved in a tragedy and you don't have life insurance, you screwed your family over. And it's not even your fault at that point. You got to have life insurance. You got to call Mike Papura, 877-734-2200. or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, no time to waste. People have been very, very patient, so I'm going to shut the hell up and get to the phones. Andrew, leading off 97.1. Andrew, how you doing, brother?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How are we doing today?
I'm good. What's on your mind with this Miles Garrett stuff?
Yeah, man, it's been up and down. I feel like at this point, all points have been pretty much broached. I wanted to mention yesterday, I think it was yesterday when the afternoon show was on, they were fielding calls essentially with the scenario of including Brian Branch in some sort of a trade package. I think he's a transcendent player. He is one of those defensive players that I would protect. We're trying to build around them, not package them off in a trade.
And guess what? A day later, Andrew, I think it's becoming pretty evident that would never have to happen. So fair play by you. I said it yesterday. I said, look, this is how far I would go because this is how impactful this guy can be. But look, Andrew, I don't think you have to worry about it because everything we're seeing, he's not going to net them that type of return. So,
all right. So you think two firsts, maybe one this year and one next year would get it done?
I think less. Honestly? I think everything we're seeing is a 1 and a 2 plus a player or a 1 and a 2 plus another pick next year.
Then it's a no-brainer. There's absolutely no reason why Brad, he's not on the phone right now. So, to me, honestly, if that's what it takes, he's a Hall of Famer, like you said, 6-time All-Pro. There's no reason not to make the deal. But
I would go to a 1, a 2, and give up the 3s that you got for
Aaron Glenn. Andrew, case in point is if I watched, obviously, like with Cash the Ticket, I watch a lot of football that has nothing to do with the Lions. If you watch the Browns this year, they were a morbid football team. You know what? Never, ever jumped off the screen? Not once could I criticize Miles Garrett's play. Garrett was a dominator. Even as they had coverage busts on the back end, even as the team was just woeful offensively, you could pop in the tape of what Garrett did this year, and now you offer him the ability to win a Super Bowl. Andrew, this guy would come here and be the Terminator.
Oh, my goodness. He already is, right? Hey, not to pivot points real quick, but Rico, you guys, you staying up late watching the Spartans tonight, 10 o'clock on Peacock?
I will be there watching. Kenny and I will both be up late. Kenny will be watching hockey. I'll be watching State.
I'll take UCLA minus 2.5.
Okay.
It's a pivotal game, but man, that's a tough ask. 10 o'clock on a Tuesday on Peacock.
It is, but this is, and again, Andrew, here's my problem. Nothing says classic Big Ten matchup like a West Coast road trip. Come on.
Pauley Pavilion.
It's not right. No, the case in point, USC beat Michigan State the other night, Andrew. Their reward is, hey, get on a plane to Chicago.
Yeah.
At
least State gets to stay out there, right, for back-to-backs. I guess.
Yeah. I can't wait. I'm sure they'll put magic all over the TV. Yeah. Hopefully he brings his checkbook.
It'll be like Oregon. Oregon's playing Michigan tomorrow, and then they're playing State on Saturday. So they're just staying out here.
I know. It's just, I'm sorry. I can't let it go. It's just not right.
You're not watching the game tonight?
No. I shouldn't say no. Possible. I watched Saturday, and what happened? Now I know I watched the game. They were set up to lose. Devil's number. I took USC, but it's the type
it's your fault.
No, it's their fault. They can't shoot a 3 because hold on, you find yourself in a tough game. Let's say you're down 6 with 4.5 to go. Percentages wise, very difficult to win that game without hitting a few 3s. Then the game compresses down further, and you go, "They got no shot at this." That's the issue, I feel like, in the tournament that will bite them. Maybe it was a bad night.
No, the problem was, Mike, even if you can't hit the 3, the old school manufactured 3, get to the line, hit the layup, get the and one, hit the free throw. They missed 10 free throws.
The problem for MSU tonight, and I know we're doing the Miles Garrett thing, UCLA's big Mara, the 7'3" kid, he's a problem.
Yes.
Like your boy Kohler, good luck. Listen, he's been solid this year, and you deserve credit. I busted your chops. I'm just saying, tonight.
He won't be guarding him, I promise you.
He better not be.
No, it'll be Cooper and
oh, boy, year 12 of Carson Cooper. What a blessing.
He's only been there for 2 years?
Dude, he looks 50.
He's Steven Izzo, 7 feet tall.
He looks like Kirk Cousins' father. Argue it.
No, he's Steven Izzo if Steven Izzo was 7 feet tall.
Rick, 97.1. Rick, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. How we doing today?
Good. How are you?
Doing fantastic. Appreciate you taking my call. So the Miles Garrett stuff, I am so of the mindset of FM picks they can take any and all of them over the next 2 years. And maybe I'm being like drastic and over the top, but I certainly hope that Brad Holmes is at least on the phone saying, hey, let me know what you want or let me know your best offer so I can beat it. Because Miles Garrett is a needle mover. He will open up opportunities everywhere. He will elevate the team everywhere. The more pressure you put on the quarterback, the less stress in the secondary, right? Because you're making them make those decisions under pressure under short periods of time. So, you know, when people are talking about we want to be good forever or good for a long time, that means nothing to me. Our window is now, and we realistically have 2 years. I would say our window is 2 years. So anything beyond that, you screw that because we can't worry about that. Yep. So I know I'm parroting a lot of what you said, Mike, but I couldn't be more of the opinion of screw all them picks. Let's get Miles Garrett and let's win a Super Bowl next year.
That's it. Because, you know, like Rico and I were talking about this yesterday. I go, we want to be built to be good for a long time. Ask people in Baltimore and Buffalo how that feels. Great.
Yeah,
You're at the Blue Balls Bistro.
I actually really feel for Bills fans especially, and I guess, Ravens fans too, but that's just it. It's like I don't want to lose in the conference championship every single year, you know, and like you said, the team is more or less built. The offense is built. We got some holes on defense, but making this one major move, adding this significant piece to the defense, it will literally elevate the whole team. And honestly, you know, again, maybe I'm exaggerating, but might take, 10, 12, 14 points off on the defensive side, so we won't have to put up 40 points a game just to be in it.
Rick, I'll say this. You don't want to be those teams, but if you end up being like the Bills, you were there, you swung for the fences, and you missed. Like, I can't fault the Ravens for saying, go get Derrick Henry.
But
it didn't work.
Right, but they tried.
Yes.
And look, you look at it and you go, okay, did we do everything in our power to give us the best chance to win a Super Bowl? Yeah. They did.
Yeah.
It didn't work.
The problem was, in crunch time, they forgot he was on the team.
Fair. No, it's fair. And listen, I'm not mad at anyone, and we're going to go to somebody right now. I actually share their opinion. I don't think Holmes will make this kind of deal.
Oh, real quick?
What?
They're demolishing the IM West.
Good.
Oh, you never went there?
Yes.
Oh, okay. You know what? I forgot who I was talking to.
Take out Circle and East while you're at it. I don't care.
I forgot who I was talking
Knock
to.
down everything. Knock down Spartan Stadium while you're at it.
There it is.
All right, now we're good.
Burn the whole city down.
I feel much better. Let's go to Mike, and I happen to share Mike's opinion. Mike, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking the call. There's no way Brad Holmes is going to grow up there and just start getting some defensive players now. He's wasted the last 2 years where he could have been in the Super Bowl, but he's not at anywhere near the same risk as Dan Campbell is, and he and the coaches is why we're not sitting in the Super Bowl this year, and I'm sick of it.
Well, now listen, I was critical of the offseason moves up front last year, and Rico, in fairness to Rico, we didn't like signing injured players. All right, well, but the guys
Guess
who were
what happened?
They were all injured.
Yeah.
But I mean, Mike, you can make it right by going, okay. Like Miles Garrett, there's no knocks on the guy. And I happen to look at this year and next year, that's it. Beyond that, I don't care. So, Mike, what I'd like to see is a little bit of pressure in this town. And you go, look, I love what Brad Holmes has done. We think you're really good at your job, but come on, it's time. You know, you got to break character a little bit here. Let's go all in.
He could have done it earlier in the year. He didn't do it because he doesn't have the guts, and he's not willing to take the risk like Campbell is, and that's why we're sitting where we're sitting.
But there's the key. It's the risk. It's not, Mike, let me just say this. It's not things like guts, stones. You know, it's not that. You are either risk-averse or not. Now, being risk-averse can work when you're really good at drafting like Brad Holmes is. However, name for me teams that are competing for Super Bowls year in, year out that are risk-averse. I don't think you can name them. The best GMs, is John Lynch risk-averse? No. Is Howie Roseman risk-averse? No. Eric DaCosta, Ravens? No. Like these people that are competing for this, even the Kansas City Chiefs did some very bold things to rebuild that entire offensive line. And they make trades. and they make signings.
When they let go of Tyreek Hill, and it was just like, wait, you just did what? You traded him, but he's your main guy. Well, wait to see what we have in store.
The point I'm making is, and Rico, you agree with this, if you don't have Patrick Mahomes, you don't get to play by the rules as if you do. You don't have Tom Brady. We love Jared Goff. He's a very good football player, but he ain't those guys. Therefore, you don't get to act that way. And frankly, there are plenty of people listening to this show right now who they don't think Jared Goff is Josh Allen. They don't think he's Lamar Jackson. They don't think he's Jalen Hurts. So if you don't have that, then my suggestion would be you probably have to little more risk it for more biscuit. Miles Garrett becomes the perfect Lion.
Yeah, so when Jared Goff has that off nights, that's okay because your defense shut him down.
I have nothing. You know what?
Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone, a judgment-free environment where you can feel free to get strong your way on your time. You can feel your strongest, best self, and you have the best in-class equipment with full workout, from strength training to cardio to stretching, brand new equipment in the gyms, whether it's free weights, whether it's treadmills, whether it's Stairmasters, whether it's strength training equipment. Planet Fitness has whatever you need to get started and become the best you. You know, that you promised yourself you would turn into. Convenient hours. It'll fit your schedule and your routine. So you don't have to worry and say, well, I don't have time. Actually, you do. Check out your local Planet Fitness right now for $15 a month. That's it. $1 down, $15 a month. This sale goes on now through February 13th. You promised yourself, let's live up to this. Let's get it done. Planet Fitness, over 50 locations throughout the Metro Detroit area. You can go to planetfitness.com or you can even sign up on the app.
All right, big games around the corner. Is your man cave ready? LG, Samsung, Sony TVs, lowest prices of the year. But just like the football season, the deals end Monday the 10th. Paulson's, your technology partner, they've got you covered. And February is also audio month. Speakers, sound bars, you name it, they've got it. Everything for your sports setup at home, including for the big game on Sunday. Paulson's, best prices and even better service. Stop by their showroom in Farmington Hills. They've been doing it the right way and trusted since 1991. It's Paulson's, your technology partner.
All right, we got Rieger and Wojo coming up next. We're talking a lot of Miles Garrett and trying to figure out who are those people who just don't want him here. You can use the Odyssey Rewind. We also touched a little bit on the Luka Doncic trade for the Mavs. And, man, how much did the Mavs not like him for not getting into shape? Because they a lot of money, hundreds of millions of dollars left on the table. Let's just put it like that, because he is not eligible for the Super Max deal. Before we get to Rieger and Wojo, David, what we got?
Someone's saying, I can get an elite defensive player of the year type player to add with Aiden and Kirby, who also makes the claim to be defensive player of the year. Give up whatever they want. I want a Super Bowl. Do it now. Someone says, I hope Garrett goes to Chicago. Root for radio. That is from Mike.
That would be,
That's root for radio.
Now, the funny thing is, I can already see the shows of the great Brad Holmes when he now flips over and wears the black hat and becomes the villain. And everybody in this town hates him.
Yeah, that happens, though.
I know.
I mean, I just, Rico, I think part of it is just, look, getting into this line of work, I viewed it the same way at 20 as I view it at 44. You're hired to be fired. The whole goal in this game is to get out before they get you.
True.
Literally. It's the same thing as a GM. It's the same thing as an owner. It's the same thing as playing in the city of Philadelphia. They're going to hate you. Just a matter of when, not if, and can you get out before they turn on you and hit you with a garbage can.
So Mike said we're like the mafia. All right.
In essence.
Gangs.
No, it's
nobody ever retires.
It's the natural arc. I mean, how many coaches, GMs, or superstars end without being hated?
Not many.
It's a very rare thing.
Not many. So who do you want more? Alex Bregman or Miles Garrett?
By a
That's a silly question.
No, I'm not all in
No, you
on
wouldn't give up anything, though, for Bregman.
I know,
Garrett,
but I'm
you have to give up
also
something.
not all in on Bregman. I think there are some grave concerns in his profile. I would
Okay.
not be against it.
Okay.
I would be fine with it because it's not my money. I don't give a rip. Would you be better with him? Yes. The difference is Bregman, okay, it makes you a playoff team.
Mm-hmm.
Garrett makes you the Super Bowl favorite.
Well, that's sort of what they were this year. Yeah, at times, and things can change.
At times,
beyond,
but here's the deal. You
beyond
would
your
have
control.
the best pass rush duo in modern NFL.
No, it would be unbelievable. It would be. And,
Not to
and
mention-
I'd give up a couple of second-round picks for him at least.
This year they got fortunate schedule-wise, I feel.
Next year looks
you
like a
play
bear.
6-7 elite quarterbacks, the majority of them on the road. Like, you can't
New
tell
coordinators.
me. 7 new coaches. Dan Campbell won't have to go for
But
it
the
on every
bottom line
fourth
is
down.
players like this don't hit the market very often. He is